Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Some days I question the sanity in keeping 2 full-time house ghosts literally hanging around my apartment. Okay, full confession, some days was actually more like most days, and in the last week it was every day that ended in a Y. "Has anyone seen my necklace?" I asked, coming into the living room of my small apartment. Blank stares met my question. I sighed. Seriously, was it too much to ask that they at least try to keep tabs on the basics? I wasn't asking them to be my life coaches, but reminding me to buy toilet paper when I was running low or tracking the status of my car keys seemed within the boundaries of acceptable expectations. As it was, I'd been searching for the wayward necklace for a good 30 minutes and had come up empty. The clock on the wall was all but screaming at me to give up the hunt as the departure time for my flight to New Orleans ticked nearer. I hadn't even done a final check to make sure I had everything I needed in my suitcase. "Guys, please, can you help me look?" I asked, chucking throw pillows out of my way as I searched the cracks between the couch cushions. "It's the one Lucas gave me. It's got a white gold chain and a little compass pendant." I held my hand up to my chest as I described it aloud, willing it to materialize against my skin. I don't want to start our vacation by telling him I lost it. He only sent it a week ago. The only time I ever take it off is to sleep and shower. I've already checked the bathroom counter and drawers, the floor, and the garbage. It's not in my dresser or nightstands. I dove to my knees and folded over to look under the coffee table. A hovering figure cleared his throat. "I don't know where the necklace is, Lady Scarlet. However, since you seem to have a free moment..." Glaring, I peered up through my sheet of auburn hair and snarled. "I don't have a free moment, Hayward." Hayward Kensington III recoiled, his top hat wobbling as I glowered at him. "I have to check in for my flight in less than..." I rocked back onto my knees and looked at the clock. "Ah! I have to go, as in right now." An amused purr rumbled down from the back of the couch. "You really are hopeless, aren't you? Over 100 years silently observing people, and you still don't know how to pick your moments." Flapjack, the fluffy Himalayan ghost of my childhood pet, stalked the length of the couch, his thick tail twitching with interest. "As for you, Scar, if you wear the right outfit, the last thing Lucas is going to be thinking about is the missing necklace." "Oh, for the love of..." I shot him a glare and then flopped forward again, sweeping my arm as far as it could reach under my shabby but comfortable couch. Sure, Flapjack sort of, had a point. It wasn't like my boyfriend was going to get one look at my necklaceless décolletage and send me packing back to Washington. But it was a matter of principle. He'd sent me the gift 6 days before I was set to fly out and meet him in New Orleans, where he was currently working. I wanted to show him how much I appreciated the thought of the sweet present. As the head of security for the home renovation reality show Mints on the Pillows, he traveled a lot, and we'd spent more time on Skype calls than face-to-face since we'd started dating. I was already nervous about seeing him again, and wanted everything to be perfect. Where was it? I tapped a finger against the lips. "If I shine a flashlight down the drain, could one of you stick your head into the pipes and see if it's there?" Hayward floated around so that he was within my line of vision and started again. "I would be happy to attempt such a search, Lady Scarlet. However, before we begin, may I make one final petition?" "You have 5 seconds, I growled, shoving up from the floor. I stalked back to the bedroom and yanked the sheets from my queen-size bed. I shook them out, and then balled them up and pitched them into the hamper when the necklace didn't present itself. I cocked my hip, my eyes narrowed at the bed, as if it were mere seconds from cracking and telling me what I wanted to know. Hayward made a coughing sound, and I swiveled my gaze in his direction. "Yes?" He removed his top hat and held it at chest level. "As you know, Lady Gwen and I have been rekindling our relationship, and I think that a trip away would help us, well, Flapjack popped into sight with a long-suffering sigh, his huge eyes rolling toward the ceiling. "He wants to watch Gwen go Mardi Gras crazy so he can get ghost lucky." Hayward surged up so quickly his head went through the ceiling. Yes, through the ceiling. It happens. His silvery torso and legs dangled in the room for a full moment before he regained control and forced himself back down to the floor.
You will refrain from speaking of Lady Gwen in such a tawdry manner.
And if I don't refrain? Flapjack challenged, his whiskers twitching with delight.
What will you do then, Stuffy? You gonna challenge me to a duel? Pistols at dawn?
His amused eyes shifted toward me.
What do you say, Scar? Will you be my second?
Right now, I'd probably wind up shooting the pair of you, I muttered. I swear, one more minute of their bickering and steam was going to pour right out of my ears. Flapjack chuckled. The sound, a strange mix between a purr and the sound he'd made when hacking up a hairball, pre-death.
Lady Scarlet, ignore this cad,
Hayward said, turning away from Flapjack, still clutching his top hat.
I have no intentions of anything improper occurring during your trip. I only want to show Lady Gwen the sights.
Flapjack opened his mouth, no doubt something lewd on the tip of his tongue. I shot him a death glare and pointed my index finger at the tip of his nose. Zip it! He twitched his tail, but closed his mouth. Hayward, I get it. I really do. But, as I have explained ad nauseum, this is a ghost-free trip. Ever since Lucas and I met, we've been swarmed. All I want is a week to ourselves. No ghosts, no supernatural crises, just some time alone, okay? Hayward frowned, his thick mustache falling as he did. After a moment, he gave a resigned nod.
Very well, Lady Scarlet. I shan't ask again, and sincerely wish you a lovely trip.
Did you just say shan't? Flapjack asked, putting a bit of snobbery on the final word. Flapjack, I growled.
I'm sorry, Scar, but he leaves these things wide open.
I sighed and went to the bathroom. One more fruitless search of the countertops, drawers, and under the bath mat, and I gave up with a heavy sigh. Can you guys at least keep looking for the necklace while I'm gone?
Of course, my lady,
Hayward replied, his tone slightly buoyed. Flapjack tilted his head.
What's in it for me?
Their simultaneous answers painted a crystal-clear picture of our dynamic, and for a moment I was almost tempted to let Hayward come along on the trip with me. Heaven only knew what would happen the moment I locked the door behind me and left town. Luckily, neither of my companions showed a penchant for manifesting, so I had the peace of mind knowing that at least my belongings were safe in the case that a civil war broke out in the apartment. Flapjack wasn't happy about being left behind either. He'd just given up the fight a lot sooner than Hayward. For over a week, my ghost companions had launched a full-out assault on me, begging and one-upping each other to get me to agree to let them come along on my trip to New Orleans. The barrage of requests weren't rude, well, except from Flapjack, but that's because he's, well, Flapjack. But the persistence was wearing my nerves down into dust. I'd be happy to settle into my first-class seat and leave it all behind for a week. Tell Gwen goodbye for me, I told Hayward before swiveling a finger to Flapjack. Be nice to Lizzie. Holly has strict instructions on how to banish your fuzzy butt if you start becoming a menace. Flapjack frowned.
What a touching goodbye, Scar. Our first time apart in 20 years, and that's the last thing you say to me? Yeesh.
I sighed. If you behave yourself, there's a can of tuna in it for you. His eyes brightened.
Deal.
As a ghost, Flapjack couldn't partake in a fish feast, but he enjoyed the smell of fish. The cannery along the water had recently cut back their production, and he'd bemoaned the loss of his pungent afternoon strolls along the docks. He'd begged me to buy cans of cat food or tuna, but I'd resisted. I wasn't born yesterday. He'd unwillingly handed over a powerful bargaining chip, and I knew how to pick the right moment to put it down on the table. My suitcase stood by the door. After nearly a decade of world travel, I knew how to fit everything into a small pack, but I'd opted to bring a suitcase on this trip to leave room for souvenirs. Not that my apartment really had the space. I could hear my mother's voice in my head just thinking about bringing home another knick-knack. Luckily, my parents lived in Arizona and weren't planning a visit until Christmas time. Any long-suffering commentary about my crowded apartment was stalled for at least a few months. Keys in hand, I paused at the door and looked back at Hayward and Flapjack. Bye, guys. I'll be back before you know it. Hayward raised a gloved hand and waved.
Farewell, Lady Scarlet. See you, Scar,
Flapjack said, jumping up onto the couch. He turned in a circle and lay down.
Don't get into too much trouble. Remember, you won't have us there to bail you out.
I smiled. I think I'll be fine. He harumphed, and I left the apartment, locking the deadbolt behind me. 10 hours of travel later, I found myself seated across from Lucas in a charming cafe right in the heart of New Orleans' Garden District. A myriad of scents mingled together in the open air: dark coffee, freshly baked bread, and sugary, rich pastries. Soft music blended with the chorus of cheery voices around us. I pulled my eyes away from people watching and smiled at Lucas. The city is just waking up, huh? He squeezed my hand. And I'll bet you're ready for a nap. I laughed. Nah, I'm all right. Lucas raised a skeptical brow. I slept on the plane, I said, taking a sip of my café au lait. I'll be fine. Besides, I'm on vacation. I can sleep when I'm home again. Fair enough, he replied, before drinking his own coffee. Just remember, I've done my share of red-eye flights, so I get it if you need to hit the pause button at some point today. I appreciate that, I told him, smiling as the caffeine drip went to work. I leaned back, studying the detailed molding and corbels on either side of the archway that separated the front of the cafe from the seating area. Lush plants spilled out of mismatched pottery on every available surface. Normally it would make a room look cluttered, but with the huge windows and bright natural light, the plants blended right in. This is a really cute spot, I noted. I've been coming here most mornings since getting into town, Lucas replied, following my wandering gaze. The concierge at the hotel recommended it. So is the Carter's property close by then? I asked, wondering which pocket of the Big Easy the hosts of the popular TV show had carved out for themselves. About 10 minutes, he said, nodding. We can go check it out later today if you want. It's a really cool house. Any mischief of the spooky variety? I asked, smiling. Lucas laughed. You're itching for a ghost story already, huh? Actually, no. I thought back to the conversation I'd had with Hayward and Flapjack. I already know I have a lecture and a half waiting for me when I get back. A full week off sounds like a sliver of heaven if you ask me. So you're really flying solo? Lucas asked, glancing around the cafe. I laughed at the wary look on his face. Really, really. I told the ghosts they had to stay home, hold down the fort, that whole thing. They weren't happy about it, but I made sure there weren't any spooktacular stowaways before I left the apartment. And there's no way for them to just Zoom here anyway? I mean, they know you're in New Orleans, right? Yes, but they can't just close their eyes and appear whenever they want. It doesn't work like that. Lucas twisted his mug back and forth. He'd known about my ability since our first date. I didn't make it a habit of telling people my secret, but with Lucas, I hadn't been given much of a choice. The house he'd been surveilling for the TV show was haunted by a jilted bride who'd spent 20 years whipping herself into a real fever pitch. When she'd manifested and started throwing pottery around, mainly at our heads, I had to fess up and handle the situation before she could do any more damage. Lucas knew about Flapjack, Hayward, and Gwen, my 3 invisible amigos. Overall, he'd handled it well. Sometimes I thought it was harder on me, trying to keep both worlds separated as much as possible. It was difficult for me to relax and enjoy a date night with takeout and a Netflix movie when there was at least 1, if not 2 or 3 ghosts swirling around, their ceaseless commentary humming in my ears. Things got especially sticky when Lucas realized I was distracted by ghost chatter and would inevitably ask to be looped in, leaving me as a strange translator. When I first agreed to let Hayward be my travel buddy, he came with me on buses, trains, and in cars when I traveled around the UK. But when it came time to go back to the States, he had to fly on the plane. But there's something about air travel that doesn't mix well with ghosts. I think it has to do with the altitude. I had to put him in my ghost trap for transport just to get him home. That little silver ball, right? Yeah. I thought it was kind of a joke when I first saw it at a flea market. I actually bought it to shut Flapjack up. He was driving me crazy with these stupid knock-knock jokes. There was a book in the hotel bathroom. I stopped short and flapped a hand, banishing the irritating memory. Anyway, I tried it, and it worked. Though I think trap is the wrong word. Or that the spell is bad. Something. The ghost has to be willing to enter the trap. But once there, it's safe to take them anywhere. It's come in dang handy over the years. Lucas stared at me, a look of bemusement on his handsome face. I stopped and glanced down at the dregs in the bottom of my coffee cup. Let me guess. You're sitting there wondering how on earth you ended up dating such a head case. He laughed, the chuckle low and soft. I'm wondering how on earth I ended up dating such a beautiful, brave, and fascinating woman. That's so? I asked, cocking a disbelieving brow at him. Hey, at least we'll never be one of those couples who run out of things to talk about over dinner. I smiled. Lucky us. He lifted my hand and brushed a kiss to my knuckles. I certainly think so. A woman at the counter called out Lucas's name, and he jumped up to go retrieve our order. I watched him cross the room, swerving around a neighboring table, and then stopping to pick up a dropped napkin. He smiled and exchanged a few words with a small child who'd lost the napkin, before stepping up to the counter where the barista handed him 2 plates. And he thinks he's the lucky one. It wasn't the first time a thought like that skittered across my mind. There was rarely a day when I didn't feel the need to pinch myself and make sure I hadn't dreamed the tall, muscled, sandy blonde-haired man into existence. He returned to the table and took a seat before handing me a plate piled high with roasted red potatoes and a mound of scrambled eggs. I took it and breathed deeply of the savory scents before setting the plate in front of me. Thank you. Dig in, he said, passing me a fork. We took our first few bites, and then Lucas glanced up at me. I was just thinking how it's weird that I feel like I know Flapjack and Hayward, even though I've never met them before. I cocked my head. They're both a little like that wacky college roommate everyone seems to have. They're never actually around, but they star in a dozen stories about the good old days. Exactly, he said, still rumbling with laughter. Well, except for the part where they're never around. With those two, they're kind of always around. Not this week, I said, brushing my thumb over his knuckles. No ghosts, no hijinks, no problems. Lucas glanced down at his coffee. Let's hope I can hold up my end of that bargain. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, my fork hovering between my plate and mouth. He flashed a boyish grin. Well, to answer your earlier question, the Carters haven't reported any strange happenings. But the word around town is that the hotel they're renovating was once quite the hotbed of paranormal activity. Oh, yeah? He chuckled and stabbed his fork at a piece of melon on the side of his plate. Just keep a bag of salt handy. That's all I'm saying. I sighed. I never leave home without it. Chapter 2. The morning evaporated over multiple cups of rich coffee and sweet pastries as we walked the streets, stopping at every bakery and cafe we came across. Apparently, eating our way through New Orleans was a shared aspiration. Our hands remained intertwined as we wandered the side streets, pointing out architecture details and art pieces we came across. It was my second time to the magnetic city, but the experience was completely different with Lucas at my side. As the morning turned to afternoon, I realized I could likely retrace my steps all across the globe and see everything with a new perspective, with him as my companion. What once would have been thoughts in my own head turned into full conversations and a shared sense of wide-eyed wonder. Of course, I wouldn't trade away those years of solo adventures. I'd learned who I was and what it was I wanted out of life, all in my own time and on my own terms. But things were changing around me. I could feel a shift, a new restlessness. The travel bug was gnawing on me, and it was surprisingly easy to fit Lucas into my dreams for new adventures. I love the Garden District, but there's nothing like the French Quarter, I said, smiling at the burst of color and music as we stepped off the streetcar we'd been riding most of the afternoon. What should have been a 45-minute trek took well over 3 hours, as we got off at nearly every stop to explore another pocket of the city. It's going to be tough to leave for the next location, Lucas said, as we ambled around a corner and found another brightly colored street ready to tell us its secrets. I'm not sure that Topeka is really going to have the same flavor. I smiled. You never know. It might have its own joie de vivre. He didn't look convinced. Laughing, I leaned into him. You could always come back to Beechwood. There's rarely a dull moment. That's for sure, he said, laughing, as he looped an arm around my waist. It's actually been quiet since your last visit. I've had a few cranky ghosts, but nothing like Kimberly or Rosie, I mused, snuggling into his side. Those two would be hard to beat, I imagine. Here's hoping. Halfway down the street, we paused in front of a curiosity shop, boasting an array of crystals, tarot cards, and masquerade-style masks in the front window. I considered the sign hanging above the door. Madame Firefly's Mirror of Truth. Readings daily. Should we go in? I asked, tugging on Lucas's arm. See what the future has in store? He smiled at me. Do you believe in that kind of thing? I mean, I guess it kind of goes along with the ghost thing, but... I pointed up at one of the signs, grinning. She has a mirror of truth. That has to be legit, right? Is that a yes, then? He chuckled. I don't know, I replied, shrugging. 6 months ago, I probably would have brushed it off as a gag, a party trick. But then I'd met Holly Bolt, a witch who lived in Beechwood Harbor in a house full of supernatural roomies. Over the years, ghosts told me of encounters with creatures, or beings, from another realm. But it hadn't been until Holly that I'd had any first-hand experience. And now there was no way to deny there was a whole lot more going on under the thin veneer most people called reality. Then there was the gigantic vine growing like a well-watered weed in my kitchen. Before leaving for the trip, I temporarily lost my mind and decided that seeing ghosts wasn't quite strange enough for me, and dabbled with a book of spells. Botanical spells, to be exact. The next morning, I woke up with a plant that looked like it was trying to give Jack's beanstalk a run for its money. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself it was thanks to the southern exposure and humidity levels in my apartment, I knew it was magic. The spell had worked, and according to Holly, that would only have occurred if I had my own magical mojo. I knew I had to tell Lucas about it, but the first day of our trip hardly seemed the time. Still, maybe a quick look through a paranormal bookstore would make for a good prepper. Come on, I said, tugging on Lucas's hand. What could it hurt? Lucas hitched a shoulder, mirroring my shrug, and pulled the door open for me. After you. A soft tinkling sound welcomed us into the shop. Despite the neatly curated window display, the interior of the shop was something of a mess. Overstuffed bookcases served as display cases, with no obvious system as to what belonged where. One corner had a trio of cases filled with books, some horizontal, others vertical. Still others were placed with their gilded edges sticking out, and the spines shoved to face the back of the case itself. Crystals and precious stones littered every single inch of free space. A large table showcased an extensive line of herbal ointments and concoctions with homemade-looking labels. Mismatched end tables littered the room, overflowing with baskets of knickknacks and trinkets. The air was fragrant with a musky incense, and around the room, different holders were currently burning slender sticks. The lighting was low and almost fuzzy, though that could have been in part thanks to the smoke. Guess we know what happens when Hocus Pocus meets hoarders, Lucas said, keeping his voice in a low whisper. I giggled, but broke off when a woman appeared from the shadowy back room and greeted us with a serene smile. Good evening, seekers. Seekers? Yeah, okay. I'm Madame Firefly, she continued. I'm the proprietor of this shop. Everything you see has been hand-curated. I also offer tarot readings and host weekly seances. Evening. Lucas held up a hand in an almost wave. It looks like you have a lot of interesting things here. Emphasis on a lot. Is there something I can help you find? She asked, her voice filmy. I think we're mostly just browsing, Lucas replied, settling one hand on my waist. Very well, she replied, a note of skepticism in her tone. See anything you like? Lucas asked, gesturing at a display of moonstone jewelry. The blue ones are pretty, he added, gesturing at a pair of star-shaped earrings. I nodded. I've always liked moonstones. I think it was the ancient Romans who thought they were magically formed fragments of moonlight that rained down from the night sky. I always liked that imagery.
They're protective over childbearing,
Madame Firefly suggested from her place at the center of the shop. I frowned and looked down at myself. Sure, I'd probably eaten half my body weight in French pastries since touching down early that morning, but I certainly didn't look with child. Did I? Lucas laughed, the sound strained. Well, I don't think we have to worry about that anytime soon, but that's good to know.
I could tell you exactly what the future has in store for you, she said. If tarot cards aren't your fancy, we could consult my mirror of truth. The mirror can see through your clouded aura.
Clouded aura? What the?
Come forward,
Madame Firefly said, beckoning us closer.
You may call me Marla. And your names are?
I glanced up at her and found her dark eyes glittering with anticipation. Her painted red lips were curled back in an almost lupine manner. Why was she so desperate for our attention? We were the only ones in the shop, and I wondered if maybe we'd been the only patrons all day. A personalized reading likely carried a hefty price tag, and she thought she'd just landed 2 meal tickets. Before I could find a way to extract us from her attention, a bell jangled, and a young woman pushed through the door into the shop. She wore artfully ripped jeans and a tight black tank top. Stacks of bangles wound up both wrists, and an obsidian pendant hung around her throat. Her dark hair hung to her shoulders, a curtain of tight curls. She held a phone in her hands and didn't glance up until she nearly crashed into Lucas.
Oh, sorry,
she muttered, sidestepping him on her way toward the counter where Marla stood. Marla's eyes narrowed.
Lila, surely you can see we have guests,
she said, her tone frosty as she gave Lucas and me a pointed look. The woman looked up again. She looked around my age, maybe a few years younger, in her mid-20s. Her dark skin was flawless, and didn't appear made up save for a ring of dark eyeliner and some shiny gloss on her lips.
This is my daughter, Delilah Firefly,
Marla told us, still shooting daggers at her daughter. Lila rolled her eyes.
Would you like her to do a reading for you? She's very skilled at discerning what the cards have to say about your future. She could see just when to expect a bundle of joy, or perhaps a diamond ring, if that's what you're waiting on.
Marla continued, giving my left hand a meaningful look. My cheeks warmed, and I fought the urge to suck in my overstuffed stomach. You know, we really appreciate the offer, but I actually prefer keeping a little mystery in my life. Lila looked relieved and turned her attention back to her phone. Maybe we'll stop by another day, I told her, threading my arm through Lucas's. But right now we should probably get going. Our reservations are soon, right, babe? He checked his watch and then nodded. We can get a drink while we wait. Marla inclined her head, her shrewd eyes studying me. She raised a hand to her throat, her oval fingernails the same shade as her lipstick. Her skin was lighter than her daughter's, more olive in tone, but just as clear and unlined. I wouldn't have guessed her old enough to have a child in her late 20s.
Are you sure you wouldn't like a necklace?
She asked.
It appears that you're missing yours.
Automatically, I reached up when her gaze dropped to my throat. How did you... Marla smiled. My stomach flip-flopped, and I glanced up at Lucas. I'm really sorry, but I lost the necklace you got for me. I wanted to wear it down here, but I couldn't find it, and I was in such a hurry to leave. Lucas took my hand and squeezed it. Don't worry about it, Scarlett. I'm sure you'll find it when you get home.
I could look into the past and tell you where it was left,
Marla offered helpfully. Lucas took my hand and we shuffled toward the door. I don't think that will be necessary, but thank you for your time. Really, we, enjoyed the visit. Marla paused, her eyes narrowing in my direction for a moment, before she gave a slow nod of her head.
Peace and blessings.
Lucas tipped his chin and then took my hand and led me back into the cool, fresh air. Once the door closed behind us, I shimmied my shoulders, trying to banish the heebie-jeebies. That was so weird. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. She was persistent, he said. I'll give her credit for that. Desperate is more like it, I added, glancing through the glass door back into the shop. Lila had joined her mother behind the counter, and it appeared the two were arguing. I winced, somehow feeling responsible for getting the girl in trouble. I guess she's not used to being turned down. "What made you change your mind about getting a reading?" Lucas asked, not noticing the scene unfolding inside. "You seemed willing before we went inside." I shook my head and dragged my attention away from the shop. I don't know. The vibe was wrong, I guess. Something felt off. "Weird that she knew about your necklace, huh?" Lucas said. "You think maybe she was legit?" Marla's dark eyes reappeared in the back of my mind. Had they seen something? Or was I just being paranoid because I couldn't stop thinking about the magical, steroid-popping plant taking over my kitchen? For all I knew, I'd need a weed whacker to get through my front door by the time I got home. "It was just silly," I said. "It's all pretend. She's probably some kind of mentalist. Maybe I was fidgeting because I was feeling guilty about the missing necklace while looking at that moonstone one, and she took a guess." "Fair enough." He halfway shrugged and then glanced at me, his expression curious. "So you really don't believe in that stuff? Even though you can see and talk to ghosts?" I bristled and looked both ways. "Geez, you want to say that any louder? I mean, I'm enjoying my time here in New Orleans, but I don't feel the need to extend my trip with a 5150 psych hold." Lucas laughed and looped an arm around my waist. "I'd never let them take you." I shot him a scowl, but couldn't keep it in place. He really was too handsome. It wasn't fair. His hair was longer than the last time I'd seen him, but still barely long enough to run my fingers through. He pulled it off, though. With his chiseled face, strong jaw, and suntanned skin, he looked like a model. Granted, a model that was somehow always prepared to rappel from a helicopter. "Glad to know you'll fight off the men with the butterfly nets," I told him, my voice wry. He laughed and brushed my lips with a quick kiss. "As to your question," I said, blinking to clear the momentary stars from my eyes, "I'm not ruling out that there are legitimate mediums or psychics or seers out there, but I need more proof to make a final decision." We passed a large vertical garden, and the tips of my fingers itched to brush over the foliage. I bit down on the insides of my cheeks and sharply corrected myself. That damn plant came back into my mind, and I wanted to tear my hair out. "You're not a witch, Scarlet. You're just rapidly going insane." It wasn't magic. It was the top-dollar plant food I'd been feeding it over the last month. It must have compounded and finally caught up. That made sense, didn't it? I could almost hear Flapjack's mocking tone as the doubts surged back. "Yeah, right, Scar. It was the plant food." Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to get carted off to the psych ward. "Come on," I said, taking his hand and walking away from the storefront. "All I need to know about the future is that it includes a pot of steamed clams and endless buttered biscuits with honey." Lucas laughed and pointed ahead. "Then you're in luck. I lined up a table for us with a view of the water." I smiled and felt the waves of anxiety start to recede. "Lead the way." Chapter 3. "You getting ready to tap out for the night?" Lucas teased when we left the restaurant after a 3-course dinner. The bottle of wine we'd split was tugging on my shoulder, reminding me that in-flight sleep was no match for real in-a-bed sleep, even with all the extra legroom in first class. The hours I'd dozed off during the overnight flight weren't proving to have much staying power, especially after we'd spent the entire day running around New Orleans. I swayed a little on the sidewalk and then threaded my arm through his for balance. I've still got some fight left in me. We haven't had dessert yet, after all. What do you call that creme brulee we just shared? That was a dessert appetizer, like the lead-up to the real thing. After all, can something truly be considered dessert if chocolate isn't involved? Lucas laughed and then planted a kiss on the side of my head. "All right, what are you in the mood for now?" I smiled and relaxed against his side. "I think a cupcake would hit the spot." The sun was starting its descent as we walked down the street, pausing to glance up at every shop sign we passed. It was early enough that most of the coffee houses were still open, and 3 blocks into our stroll, we followed our noses into one and cleared their display case of the last half a dozen scones and cookies and a solitary cupcake. I passed on the espresso, tempting as it was, and we wandered back out into the dusky twilight. Lucas's phone rang when we boarded the streetcar, and we shuffled out of the way of the other onboarding passengers. He pulled the device out of his pocket just far enough to peek at the screen and groaned. "Work?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Frown lines creased the edges of his mouth as he tapped out a text message. Glancing at the screen, I saw the name Sam at the top. Another sound effect pinged as a new message came in. I looked past him to the other people on the streetcar. Mostly tourists, I figured. People wanting to take the slow, scenic approach to the beautiful city around us. We were headed back to our hotel. Lucas had already shown me the suite he'd booked for my visit after he'd picked me up at the airport, and we'd stayed just long enough to drop off my luggage and do a little reunion smooching before I dragged him out to get coffee and breakfast. Normally, he shared a hotel room with 2 other crew members and ate his meals from a plastic takeout box. But in honor of my visit, he'd booked us into a king-size suite at a quaint hotel, tucked away on the back half of a park-like lot in the historical neighborhood. Something about the lines at Lucas's mouth told me we were about to take a detour. "Everything okay?" I asked. He stuffed the phone back in his pocket and looked over at me. "Mind if we make a pit stop? I told Sam I was off duty tonight, but something came up and he needs—" "Lucas," I interrupted, grinning at his rambled explanation. "It's fine." "You sure?" "Of course." I smiled and took his hand. "It's not like I haven't dragged you into my drama while we're supposed to be on a date." He grinned. "Ghost-busting is a 24-hour gig." "Not this week," I reminded him, smiling. "Let's head over to the property. I'm looking forward to seeing it anyway. It will be fun. It's on St. Charles Avenue, right?" "Yeah. It looks great, considering it was built in 1896. Most of the places the Carters end up with have seen better days, but this one is less of a fixer-upper and more of a remodel. They bought it directly from the owners, instead of picking up an abandoned property sitting vacant or up for auction." "Was it a private residence before they took it over?" Lucas nodded, as he reached for a pastry out of the paper bakery bag. "It's been a little bit of a nightmare trying to get the permits changed so they can open it as a B&B. Set the production back a few weeks." "Why were the owners selling?" I asked, taking half of the cookie he offered me. Lucas smiled and took a bite. "Well, that's the interesting part." I groaned. "Why do I feel a ghost story coming on?" He chuckled. "I warned you back when I gave you the ticket." "I thought you were kidding." "So far, we've been heebie-jeebies free," he said, still grinning. "I don't think you'll need to go on the clock for this one, okay?" "Famous last words," I grumbled. Lucas plied me with another cookie. "I guess the owners heard weird noises. Mostly from inside the library. They actually walled it in. 50-something years back, a murder took place, and through the years, the house has changed hands several times, each seller citing the same experiences." He shrugged. "I doubt it's an issue, but just in case, I told them to leave it off the real estate listing when we get ready to sell." "Are you kidding? They could probably charge double if they tell people the place is haunted. People come to New Orleans specifically for the chance of finding a ghost or having an encounter." "True." I pulled the cupcake out of the bag and took a big bite. Lucas raised an eyebrow. "What?" I said, around the decadent morsel. "There's a reason people eat s'mores while they tell ghost stories around the campfire. The chocolate helps." He snorted. We nibbled on our pastries and watched the city scenery roll by out the window. Eventually, we made it to our stop and hurried to get off the streetcar. A man stood at the corner playing a saxophone, and between the soulful music and the soft glow from the street lamp dotting the famous street, I decided that if magic was real, it must feel a lot like St. Charles Avenue at twilight. And if that was the case, maybe it wasn't so scary to think of it running through my veins. Lucas led the way as we strolled under the canopy of oak trees lining the street. Gorgeous mansions dotted our side of the street, each one dripping with history and charm. I didn't know exactly how old the various estates were, but if I'd had to guess, I imagine most were at least 100 years old. Oh, the stories those walls could tell. Or rather, the stories the ghosts lurking within those walls could tell. It was obvious which property belonged to the Carters. A hulking dumpster stood in the middle of a circular driveway, filled with construction debris. Parked on the other side of the dumpster were 2 large tour bus-style RVs, with the TV network's logo splashed on the side in bright colors. Sheila and Stu Carter were the innovators and hosts of a popular reality TV show, Mints on the Pillows. They traveled the country, finding old historic homes and renovating them, usually into fancy bed and breakfasts. Lucas and I met when they were in Beechwood Harbor, converting one of the town's oldest homes into an inn, now known as the Lilac House. Of course, there'd been a few hiccups involving an angry ghost, and it was clear from the first boo that Lucas and I were destined to get tangled up together. "Well, what do you think?" he asked as we meandered off the sidewalk and up the driveway. The home, even surrounded by debris and junk from the renovations, was breathtaking. "You know, I think I could see myself living in a place like this," I replied, my gaze tracking up the strong lines of the Corinthian columns. A water fountain babbled nearby, and the front porch was screaming for a couple of Adirondack chairs and a pitcher of ice-cold lemonade. "It could all be yours for the low introductory price of..." He paused for effect. $1.3 million. My eyes probably bulged out of my head like a dog's squeaky toy because Lucas chuckled and wrapped an arm over my shoulders. "Quite a steal, don't you think?" he joked. "Well, my flower shop is doing well, but not that well," I said, laughing. "I'd have to book a lot more weddings." He chuckled. "At least you have a plan." I smiled at him. "I doubt I'll ever have the keys to a place like this." "That's all right. I mean, think of all the money you're saving in heating bills." I laughed. "That's one way of looking at it. On the other hand, I'd be willing to bet there's a pretty amazing kitchen in there." He chuckled. "For all that gourmet cooking you like to do? Like heating up tater tots?" "Hey, I've cooked for you before," I protested, jabbing a playful elbow at his side. He feigned injury, and I waved him off. I took a few steps ahead and then turned back. "Can we go inside?" Lucas frowned and looked around the empty front yard and then up at the facade of the house. Lights were on inside, but I didn't see any shadows moving past the windows. "I figured Sam would be here to meet us," he said, as he pulled his phone from his pocket. "Let me give him a..." A man burst from the house, his cheeks red. "There you are!" "Oh, great," Lucas muttered. "Where the hell have you been all day?" the man bellowed, storming across the yard toward us. I fought the urge to take a step back, away from the waves of anger roaring from the stranger. "We've had 3 tripped alarms, and your little night nurse..." He hooked a thumb back at the house where a cluster of workers had gathered to watch the show. "Isn't cutting the mustard. This system you've rigged up is as flaky as my grandmama's Sunday biscuits, and I'm 2 seconds away from personally tearing it all down and chucking it into one of those dumpsters." Lucas remained still, almost too still, as the man lashed into him. "You've got 1 minute to tell me what you're going to do to fix it, or I'm going back to my trailer and calling Brooklyn and demanding your head on a platter. Got it, Green?" One of the men on the porch jogged down the steps, wearing a brown leather jacket and a pair of jeans. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. He looked at Lucas with an apologetic expression, but remained silent. "I'll get it sorted out, Mr. Christensen. I apologize for any disruptions, but this is the first time I'm hearing about any tripped alarms. I'm off set most of this week, but my crew knows I'm only a phone call away." Lucas looked at the man in the leather jacket. "Sam, let's go through the list of sensors that have tripped." Mr. Christensen's frown only deepened. 1 minute. Lucas's jaw flexed, but he kept his tone steady and emotionless. "Sir, with all due respect, it's going to take a little longer than that to properly troubleshoot the issue we have here. I assure you, I'll stay until it's fixed, and I will personally walk you through a test to your satisfaction." "You think I have time to stand around here and wait on you?" The bloated man chortled without humor. "I don't know what kind of dream world you're living in, Green, but in addition to this dumpster fire of a renovation, we've got back-to-back meetings with the press tomorrow to sort out these worthless gossip reporters who keep spreading lies about the Carters. Someone called the police here today, based on some headline that the Carters have a drug problem. It's a PR nightmare, and seeing as Ms. Skye doesn't seem to be willing to do her job either, that leaves me shoveling up everyone's messes." Sam tensed, his jawline flexing as Mr. Christensen raged. "I can appreciate that, sir," Lucas said, holding up a hand. "Let me do my job, and you can do yours without worrying about any more false alarms." Mr. Christensen pulled himself to his full height, though he still fell short of Lucas's 6'2" frame. "Don't ever tell me what to do again, Green." Lucas jerked his head in a sharp nod, lines pulsing at his temples. and Mr. Christensen stalked off in the direction of the trailers at the side of the massive house. Sam let out a string of curses under his breath.
I should have called sooner. I didn't know Christensen was going to go into a full nuclear meltdown.
Lucas held his breath another long moment, and then released it in a slow, controlled exhale.
Let's just get everything sorted out.
He turned to me.
You want to hang out here or head back to the hotel?
I don't mind staying. Is it okay if I walk around and see the rest of the house?
Go ahead. I'll come find you when we're ready to wrap up, but it might be a while.
If you want to leave without me, I have an extra key card for the room to give you so you don't have to wait up and let me in. Okay. It wasn't exactly the end to the evening I'd been hoping for, but work was work. I knew that better than anybody. I still held out hope he'd be able to wrap it up and go back to the hotel with me. He handed me the key card and then took off with Sam across the yard and into the looming house. The workers who gathered on the porch ducked inside ahead of them, and I was left alone in the front yard. After a few moments, the porch lights fluttered on, followed by a series of garden lights lining the walkways to and around the house. I took the path around the side of the house and into a side door that opened into the kitchen. The room was larger than my entire flower shop and apartment combined, and that wasn't even counting the pantry that was big enough to park a car inside. The renovations were still underway, hollow shells of cabinets in place without doors or countertops. A series of appliances were wrapped in plastic and waiting for installation along a wall of windows that looked out onto a courtyard. It was too dark to fully appreciate the gardens, but from the bits shown in the rings of light from the garden lanterns, I knew they would be stunning in daylight. A babbling fountain made for the centerpiece, and I could picture myself lolling in the sun on one of the cement benches, breathing in the fragrance and reading a book. 1.3 mil, Scar, I reminded myself with a half smile as I turned away. The first floor consisted of elegant living spaces, all in various stages of remodel. I ran into a coverall-clad man painting a powder room as I passed through a long hallway, but other than that, it appeared the work had stopped for the evening. Lucas had told me the crews generally rotated in and out, especially on large projects, and at some points there would be work going on 24 hours a day to make sure scheduling deadlines were made. With home renovations, there were always last-minute problems that cropped up, unexpected delays or costly mistakes that needed quick solutions. The end result was always beautiful, but personally, I wasn't sure it was worth all the stress. Clearly, that stress was getting to this Mr. Christensen. My blood boiled just thinking about the threats he'd lobbed at Lucas. A little niggling guilt crept in, too, knowing that this was likely the most important renovation of the entire season, and I was the reason Lucas wasn't able to give it his full attention. Granted, he'd been the one to invite me. It wasn't like I'd crashed his party. He'd all but begged me to come visit. Still, as I wandered the halls, I couldn't help but feel like an inconvenience. I stopped in front of a set of wooden doors. Delicate carvings were etched into the dark wood, mahogany, perhaps, and I smiled to myself, betting an exquisite library lay behind them. I'm talking Beauty and the Beast levels of gorgeous. I reached for the handle, but it refused to twist. That's weird.
Best not go in there, dearie. Bad things happen to those who enter those doors.
I turned sharply at the voice and found myself face to face with a startled-looking ghost.
You heard that?
She asked, her silver eyes wide. I groaned and huffed out a breath. So much for my no-ghost zone. It hadn't even lasted a full 24 hours. Chapter 4. I wasn't so naive to think my entire visit to New Orleans would be ghost-free, despite leaving my full-time spooky pals at home in Washington. However, I'd promised myself to steer clear as much as possible. In case of ghost, my policy was clear. Don't stare. Avoid eye contact altogether. And no matter what, definitely no talking. Most ghosts were so used to being ignored by the living that as long as I didn't pay too much attention to the ones passing me by, I would be fine. You know what they say about the best laid plans.
You saw me.
I know you saw me, the woman all but shouted. I cringed. Yes, okay. Calm down.
Who are you?
She asked.
How can you hear me? See me."
She wore an old-fashioned nightgown, stitched in an era when showing a hint of ankle through a sliver of lace was considered as racy as the get-ups plastered in the front window of a Victoria's Secret shop today. My best guess placed her age at death somewhere in her mid to late 40s. Her silvery, near-translucent hair was loose around her shoulders, some streaks of silver fainter than others. Her eyes were hooded beneath a lined brow and made her cheekbones appear even sharper. "It's kind of a long story," I replied, trying the knob on the doors again. "What's in here?" The woman popped up between me and the doors, and I jumped back. "Yikes! Don't touch me! Do you know how unpleasant it is to get touched by a ghost?" "You can't go in there," she insisted. "Why not?"
"There's an angry spirit living in there. The last person who entered this library didn't come back out again."
She flattened herself against the wall, as if her own bellowing had startled her. I frowned. "What happened to them?"
"They were killed. Everyone says it was natural causes, but I know the truth."
"Right. And you are—" Her chest swelled with pride.
"I am Gail Appleton, and I am the guardian of this estate. I've kept this library sealed for the last 10 years.
"I see. Well, it's nice to meet you, Gail. And I hate to break it to you, but people are going to go inside this library eventually. The whole house is going to be renovated."
"I know that,"
she snapped, giving an indignant sniff. "Oh, great. Another ticked-off ghost on a real estate rampage. It sure would be great if someone gave some kind of international ghost seminar and explained that dead people can't hold on to the deed of their old houses. It would seriously save me a lot of time." "Gail, I'm really sorry you're upset about the renovations, but I can assure you I don't have any power over the design plan, or any say over which walls are getting knocked down."
"Upset about the renovations," she repeated, puzzled. "Dear, as far as I'm concerned, they should be knocking the whole thing down."
I blinked. "Oh." Gail stared up at the ceiling for a long moment, her eyes strange and dark.
"I was born in this house. Died in it, too. Yellow fever. Nasty business."
Her eyes zipped back to mine, a wildness ignited within them.
"You must believe me. Too many bad things have happened here, and I fear that a fresh coat of paint and some new furniture aren't going to be enough to banish the lingering evil."
"Why do you stay, then?" I asked gently. Gail's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered.
"As I said, I am a guardian," she said softly. "I had a chance to leave, but I didn't take it."
"Why not?"
"My daughter and grandson were also ill with yellow fever. I knew they would be joining me soon, so I waited, watching over them. I thought we could all cross over to the next plane together. I'd always been the one to lead the way, and I thought, in death, it would be no different."
My stomach sank. "What happened?" Gail fell silent, her lips pressed into a thin line as her eyes wandered the hall.
"I went to check on my husband. In his grief, he turned to the drink, and I was worried for him. By the time I left him and went back to my daughter's room, I was too late. She was already gone."
"Oh, I'm so sorry, Gail."
"My grandson, by some miracle, survived the fever. He lived a full life and only passed away himself a few years ago. His children live here in Nolans. I visit them often."
I offered a wistful smile, wondering what it would be like to watch your own grandson grow into old age and have his own lineage. "I'm sure you'll see your daughter again someday." Gail shook her head, a shimmer coating her eyes.
"I'm afraid that's not possible."
"Why not?"
"I am bound here. There will be no crossing over for me."
She said it in such a matter-of-fact way that I struggled to find an argument. My mouth hung open, flailing for a response.
"No one stays here for more than a year. Sometimes 2. I use simple tricks to keep anyone from getting too comfortable. Flickering the lights, messing with the plumbing, making strange moaning sounds in the night. It can get lonely,
ambling around this big house all by myself. But it's for the best. It keeps people safe." She frowned. "I'm not sure it will work this time. All I can do is hope no one gets hurt." "What happened in there?" I asked, gesturing at the door she was still blocking. "You said you've kept it sealed." "If I'm on this floor of the house, I can channel energy into keeping that handle stuck. But lately, it's been more draining than before, and there's been so much commotion, I haven't been able to stand guard as much as I ought." Gail's face flickered, fading from sight for a split second before returning. "But why?" "An evil spirit is contained inside, forever trapped in the library, where he took his last victim." My fingertips slipped from the knob. "Years ago, a boy was killed. His name was Connor, a precious cherub of a boy. He was only 8. I sucked in a breath, not wanting to know the rest of the story, but unable to find the words to stop her from telling it. "He loved to play in the library with all the books. He'd spend hours in there, sometimes reading, but most of the time climbing the ladder and playing with his collection of toy airplanes. One day, his airplane got stuck on a high shelf. He used the ladder to reach it, but then he was pushed by the spirit of unrest that has plagued this house for a century. Connor fell and hit his head, and he never recovered." She fell silent, staring down at her feet. "What a horrible tragedy," I said gently. "But tell me, how can you be sure it wasn't anything more than an accidental slip? Maybe he climbed too high and lost his balance." "I saw it myself," Gail snapped. "The spirit made him fall." Okay. I held up my hands and looked sidelong down the hallway. If anyone came around the corner, they'd think I'd lost my mind, standing there arguing with a pair of doors. I needed to wrap it up. But on the off chance there actually was some kind of evil trickster lurking in the library, it would be better if I was the one who found out about it first. "Do you have any idea who this spirit is? Or rather, used to be?" I asked. She shook her head. "It doesn't have a face. It takes on many forms." A faceless ghost? That was a new one. "All right. Well, can it speak? Where did it come from?" "No one knows where it came from originally, but everyone could agree that it was indeed here, within these walls." "Was," I repeated. "I thought you said it was still here, in there." "Yes and no," Gail said. "After Connor's death, I told the story to every self-proclaimed spiritualist in this town. Finally, someone believed me and banished the evil spirit. There's a mirror in the library. That's what binds him. It's also the reason I don't go in the library anymore. Whenever I did, he'd curse and yowl and raise all manner of unholy noise." Gail replied, shuddering. "I see," I said, nodding, though I wasn't sure I did. My knowledge of the supernatural world had certainly expanded over the past few months, but I wasn't sure it had gone so far as to allow for psychotic ghosts that took sick delight in pushing children off tall ladders. Occasionally, ghosts could manifest and move small objects. If they were really powerful and fueled by a ton of anger, they could even take over someone's corporeal form for limited amounts of time. But I'd never heard of a ghost that could touch, let alone shove, a human. Footsteps sounded from around the corner, and Gail stiffened. "Here to slap on another coat of paint, no doubt," she grumbled, fussing with the lace collar of her nightgown. "They carry on at all hours. Never a moment's peace." Lucas stepped into view. He tried to smile when he saw me, but it was masked by the stress lines showing at either side of his mouth. "There you are." "Everything okay?" I asked. He shrugged, his shoulders heavy-looking. "We'll find out. I swapped some sensors out, tested all the batteries, and ran a couple simulations. It's all I can really do. Sam's going to stay overnight to keep an eye on things." I glanced at Gail out of the corner of my eye, wondering if she'd had something to do with the broken surveillance equipment. She'd made it clear that minor disturbances were her go-to method for scaring off potential inhabitants of the home. I almost told her to knock it off, but thought better of it. Lucas didn't need to know I'd spent the majority of my tour chatting it up with a paranoid ghost. "So, does that mean we can go?" I asked him. "Yeah, let's get out of here. I'll call in the morning and check in." He held out a hand, and I took it, letting him lead the way back through the house toward the front door. Before we turned a corner, I glanced over my shoulder. Gail stood guard in front of the library doors and raised a hand before she melted into thin air. The temperature felt like it had dropped several degrees since we'd stepped off the streetcar. Lucas caught me shiver and wrapped an arm around me as we headed back to the sidewalk. "I called for a ride," he said. "They'll be here any minute. I would say we could wait in the security trailer, but I'd rather not. Sam's in a piss-poor mood, and I'd rather not listen to him complain." I cringed. "Can't say that I blame you. Who was that guy screaming at you?" "Bart Christensen," Lucas said. "He's one of the executive producers on the show. He normally doesn't come to the set, but he has a second home here in New Orleans and has been staying there during this renovation." "How come?" I asked. "The show is getting more popular, and an unfortunate side effect is that there are all kinds of rumors and lies being fed to the press, mostly about the Carters. Every other tabloid headline is some nonsense about a secret baby, divorce rumors. This time, it's some made-up drug scandal." Lucas paused and raked a hand over his jaw. "Bart has taken it upon himself to come and patrol the front lines, so to speak. He's rabid about keeping the paparazzi off the property and making sure no one brings cameras or recording devices to the set. It's been a nightmare." "I'm really sorry, Lucas." He sighed. "It'll blow over, but the sooner this job is done, the better." A black SUV pulled up at the curb, and the driver rolled down the passenger window. "Lucas Green?" "That's us," Lucas said. He stepped forward and opened the back door to let me in before sliding in beside me. We made small talk with the driver as we set off across town to our hotel. I hoped Gail wasn't the one behind the finicky security equipment. As beautiful as the home on St. Charles Avenue was, I had no desire to revisit it. All I wanted to do was sleep and start fresh the next day. Lucas settled a hand on my leg, and I pushed Gail out of my mind, along with her ramblings about the murderous ghost, and relaxed against his shoulder. It was all going to be just fine. No ghosts, no spooky monsters, no problems. Chapter 5. The next morning, I woke up to an empty bed. For a moment, I marveled at the silence. Back home, it was never quiet. Between Flapjack, Hayward, and Gwen, I rarely even had an unaccompanied moment. Despite my boundary-setting rules, the ghosts managed to invade most of my waking moments, and were usually the last voices I heard before going to sleep, too. Gwen and Hayward were spending more and more time together, and luckily Gwen had an active social life in town, which meant Hayward often spent time accompanying her on her gossip-gathering missions. But even when they were gone, Flapjack somehow made up the difference, and then some. If you've ever wished your pet could talk to you, let me warn that it's far better in theory than reality. He didn't usually have anything interesting to say. Most of it was unabashed complaining. From the weather, which seemed like it should be irrelevant to a ghost but apparently wasn't, to the new construction they were putting up in place of the abandoned fish shacks down along the water. Flapjack had an opinion about anything and everything. Yet, somehow, laying there alone, drinking in the silence, I felt a nagging little pang in the pit of my stomach. Guilt. Swell. Just swell. I reached for my phone and squinted against the glare from the screen. It was only 8:15, but that was technically 6:15 as I was still running on Washington time. I was surprised I'd woken up on my own. Granted, I'd hit the pillows a little after 10 the night before, which was far earlier than my usual bedtime. Where was Lucas? He was an insufferable morning person, and I decided he'd probably gone for a jog or hit the hotel gym. Crazy man. I was about to get up and look for a note when I heard the door of the suite open. I sat up in bed and gathered the sheets around me. "Morning, baby," Lucas said, appearing at the doorway of the bedroom. He held 2 stacked coffee cups in one hand and a grease-splotched white paper bag in the other. I smiled. "Morning. Hungry?" My stomach rumbled. He laughed and handed over a cup of coffee. I know you don't usually do sugar in the morning, but I'm telling you, you've got to try these things. Beignet? I asked, smiling at him as he hurried to open the bag. Even better, he grinned. I raised a brow. I'm pretty sure that's considered blasphemy around these parts. He pulled a pastry from the bag and held it up with reverence, as though he'd discovered the contents of the Ark of the Covenant. This is a cronut. I laughed. A cronut? It's like if a donut and a croissant had a secret love child, he explained, handing it to me gently. This bakery down the street just started making them. I'm telling you, baby, it's a game changer. Oh, yeah? And what game is it that we're playing? I asked, eyeballing the powdered sugar-coated creation. Who has to go up a pant size first? Lucas laughed. Just take a bite. Pretty sure even a morsel of this still contains roughly 1,000 calories. But I'm on vacation, so I'll indulge you. My mouth was already watering at an alarming level, just smelling the darn thing. There was no way I was tossing it back into the bag. Lucas watched eagerly as I took a bite and burst out laughing when an involuntary moan came from my lips. Told you. I savored a second melt-on-my-tongue bite and then smiled up at him. Why couldn't you have waited until my last day here to introduce me to these things? He laughed and reached back into the bag to get one for himself. These are pure bliss. I licked the powdered sugar from my fingers, savoring every molecule. Remind me to take a box back to give to Penny over at the bakery to see if she can crack the code in time for tourist season. That would make my next visit twice as sweet, Lucas said, giving me a sugary kiss. That was pretty sappy for a big, tough Navy guy, I teased. He shrugged. I have my moments. I like your moments, I confessed, leaning into him. He bent down for a kiss. I faked right and stole a bite from the cronut in his hand. Oh, I see how it is, he laughed, holding the pastry up above my head. Can't take my eyes off you for a second. Still chuckling, he produced another pastry from the bag and handed it to me. Here, you little pastry piranha. With a victorious grin, I sagged back against the pillows and took a sip of coffee. So, what's the plan for the day? I have day passes for the Museum of Art. I doubt we'll need a whole day, but I thought we'd start there and see where the afternoon takes us. Works for me. We lingered over our coffee and pastries until the bag was empty and our fingertips were hopelessly covered in powdered sugar. Afterward, Lucas took the bag and coffee cups and deposited them in the trash before coming back to lean against the doorframe that separated the living space from the bedroom. I'm gonna grab a shower, Lucas said. You want to go get a proper breakfast afterward? Sure. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. I think I'll call Holly and check in to see how the trio is doing without me. Lucas chuckled. All right, see you in a few. He dropped a quick kiss to my forehead and crossed to the bathroom. I grabbed my phone from the bedside table and wiggled my toes along the carpeted floor while Holly's phone rang. It was nearing 9 o'clock in New Orleans, making it close to 7 o'clock back in Beachwood Harbor. A little early, but Holly worked in a coffee shop a few times a week and tended to wake up early. Holly answered with a giggle. Well, you lasted a whole 24 hours. I'm impressed. I'm more worried about you than them, I laughed. Are they driving you crazy yet? Not yet, she replied. Although I think Flapjack misses you. He did a couple drive-by visits to Siren Song yesterday. He thinks it's hilarious to pop up on top of the espresso machine while I'm steaming milk. Probably because the first time he did it, I got spooked and frothy milk flew everywhere. I winced. I told him to stop doing that. Don't worry about it. I figured out he doesn't like lemon. So I usually squirt a little citrus window cleaner on the front case and he scoots along to torment his next victim. I laughed. Oh yeah, I should have told you about his whole lemon hang-up. What's that about anyway? I asked Posey about it and she'd never heard of a ghost being opposed to certain smells. What can I say? He's an odd little critter. That's for sure. We laughed together, and I pushed off the side of the bed and went to my suitcase to fish out a pair of leggings and a long tunic-style top. A day of sightseeing required two things: comfy clothes and flat shoes. I put the phone on speaker and started to change out of my PJs. So, tell me all about your trip so far, Holly said. Are you having a good time? Definitely, I replied, before pulling the flowery blouse over my head. Yesterday was kind of low-key, walking around the city, eating everything in sight. Holly laughed. Sounds perfect. I hesitated, wondering if I should mention the strange story Gail had relayed at the St. Charles house. If anyone would know about evil spirits, it was Holly. She'd grown up in the supernatural community known as the Haven, and currently lived with a ghost landlady, a shifter, a witch, and a vampire. I decided against it as I stepped into the soft leggings. Ghost-free trip, Scarlet. How hard is that to remember? I glanced at the bathroom door. I probably should get going, I told Holly, flipping upside down to shake some life back into my hair. Thanks to his Navy days, Lucas never takes more than 5 minutes to get ready. Holly laughed. Guys sure have it rough, huh? No makeup, hair, or styling needed. They just roll out of bed, splash some water on their faces, and voila. It's just the burden they have to bear, I deadpanned. Poor things. The ghosts are really okay, though? I knew how much of a handful they could be, and it would be just like Holly to gloss over minor indiscretions in order to make my vacation good. Is that a hint of disappointment I'm hearing? She asked, a lilt of teasing in her voice. I chewed on my lower lip for a moment. Maybe? She laughed softly. I promise, Scarlet, they're fine. It's just I was kind of harsh with them right before I left. Don't sweat it. Gwen mentioned you all butted heads, but she doesn't seem upset about it. You can work it out when you get home. I'm sure. A little break from each other is probably the best thing. All right. Thanks. It really... Lucas burst from the bathroom, a plush towel cinched around his waist. His cell phone was pressed against one ear, and he didn't look at me as he hurried to his suitcase and dug out a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. He dressed with jerky motions, speaking in clipped words with whoever was on the other line. Scarlet? Holly said. You still there? Yeah, hold on one sec. Lucas hung up the phone and slammed it down at the foot of the bed. I'll call you back, Holly. Thanks for keeping tabs on everyone for me. Sure thing. Have fun. Lucas dragged a hand over the back of his neck. Frowning, I ended my call with Holly and put my phone on the nightstand. What's up? Wordless, he sank down into a chair, only sitting for a moment before he popped back up to his feet. His eyes were unfocused, staring off into space. Tremors of anxiety washed over me. I'd never seen him like this before. He was the epitome of calm, cool, and collected, even in the middle of a crisis. Lucas, are you all right? I asked, my voice wavering. I took an unsure step toward him. Who was on the phone? He looked up, finally meeting my gaze. Sam. It was Sam. Did something happen on set? Another false alarm? It didn't fit his level of freaked out, but it was the only thing I could think of. I remembered back to the threats hurled at him the afternoon before. If there had been another alarm, did that mean he'd been fired? Lucas's job was his whole world. If he lost it, I really wasn't sure what he would do. Lucas swallowed hard, and I braced myself. This morning, they found Bart Christensen dead this morning, on the set. I drew in a sharp breath. What? He shook his head. I know. I mean, we just saw him last night. What happened to him? Lucas looked down at his bare feet for a long moment before meeting my eyes. He was murdered. Sam says the police are there. They want me to come down and talk to them right away. What? Why? You weren't even there, I said, answering my question a moment later. Oh, right, I guess you'll have to turn over the tapes and stuff. I moved to collect my phone and purse. Gosh, how awful. Did he have a family? Lucas stayed rooted in place. Scar. The detectives heard about the argument I had with Bart yesterday. I think... He paused and drew in a shaky breath. I think I'm a suspect. Chapter 6. A sea of people clogged the sidewalk in front of the mansion. People held their phones up above the crowd, recording the comings and goings of the first responders. Things had moved quickly. A yellow police line was strung around the home's perimeter, guarded by a uniformed officer. Those gathered on the other side of the tape spoke in hushed tones, clearly making sure no one could hear their morbid exchanges. Does anyone know what happened? Someone asked, nudging past Lucas and me to join the throng of onlookers. Someone's dead, a tall man answered, lifting his smartphone over the heads of those positioned in front of them to snap a picture.
I'll bet it's one of the Carters,
he added. A gasp ricocheted through the group. That's what happens when you get tangled up with gangs and drugs, a woman said, her tone thoroughly scandalized. I looked at Lucas, and he clenched his jaw. I'd never gotten the feeling he cared much for the Carters personally, but they were his clients, and as a professional, it had to bother him hearing their names dragged through the mud. He jerked his head, and I followed him to the officer standing as gatekeeper.
I'm Lucas Green,
he told the man without preamble. He lifted his set badge that he usually wore clipped to his belt.
I'm head of security. The detectives wanted to speak with me.
The officer raised his radio and exchanged a few words with someone on the other end.
All right,
he said, lowering the radio once he'd gotten clearance. He lifted the tape, and Lucas ducked underneath. This sent a flurry of whispered speculation through the crowd. I scurried to follow after Lucas, but the officer put up a hand.
She's with me,
Lucas said, wrapping an arm around my waist to usher me forward. The officer looked about to argue, but then nudged his chin.
All right, hurry up then.
He dropped the tape back into place and shot a stern look at the crowd.
Detective Delgado will be out to speak with you in a moment. Wait over in the driveway.
Lucas nodded.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sometime between leaving the hotel room and arriving on the set, Lucas's nerves had settled. Or at least, he'd managed to keep them out of sight. If I hadn't seen him so rattled back at the hotel, I'd have no way of knowing how worried he was following that phone call. Of course he had nothing to worry about. It was ludicrous to think he'd had anything to do with a murder. A public argument was hardly proper evidence. I had no doubt that we'd clear up the whole thing within a few minutes of speaking with the detective in charge of the investigation. Lucas and I stood off to one side, our hands locked together as we waited. The crowd of rubberneckers grew with every passing minute. I can't believe there are so many people coming to watch this, I said, shaking my head. It's kind of disturbing, the way they're all frothing at the mouth for a bit of gossip. I mean, someone died here.
It's part of the business, Lucas replied. Gossip is what fuels most reality TV. The Carters are on millions of TV screens across the country every week, so naturally people want to know more about them. And when there isn't anything juicy, the tabloids just make something up to sell their papers.
I nodded. To fans of the show, the Carters were just as exciting as some A-list celebrity, and they wanted to know every nitty-gritty detail of their lives. Who do you think, did it? I asked, keeping my voice hushed. Killed him, I mean.
I don't know. Bart wasn't exactly the warm and fuzzy type. He rubbed people the wrong way all the time, but this?
He paused and shook his head.
I don't know.
We fell into silence, watching people come and go from the house. Everyone stopped at the front door to put on or take off protective shoe covers. 2 people emerged from the house, notepads in hand, and an officer approached them on the porch. He raised a hand toward us, and the pair started across the yard in our direction. Lucas straightened and dropped my hand. The woman was tall and had the figure of a Pilates instructor. Her dark, wavy hair hung past her shoulders, and though she didn't appear to be wearing makeup, I decided her poreless skin was simply too perfect to be au naturel. And if I was wrong, I wanted every detail of her skincare regime. The man was shorter than the woman by a couple of inches, but nearly twice as broad. He had a brooding manner about him, the kind of face I couldn't picture cracking a smile. The woman spoke first.
Mr. Green?
Lucas nodded and extended a hand.
Lucas Green, head of security. I heard you had some questions for me?
That's right. She nodded and released Lucas's hand.
I'm Detective Delgado, and this is my partner, Detective Monroe.
The man inclined his head toward Lucas before shifting his hardened gaze toward me.
And you, ma'am?
I'm Scarlett Sanderson. I'm just a tourist.
She's my girlfriend, Lucas added. She's in town for the week visiting.
The door of the house opened, and an explosion of whispers burst up from the crowd gathered on the sidewalk. I glanced over my shoulder at them, but they were all fixated on the front door. Turning back, I realized what had them riled up. The coroner was taking the body away. My stomach sank like the anchor of a massive ship. This was all real. A murder had occurred under the roof I'd been under less than 12 hours before, and we were really standing in front of a couple of detectives, trying to explain that we'd had nothing to do with it.
We received a call early this morning from your associate, Sam Kent, stating that a member of the crew found a body early this morning. We've identified the body as Bart Christensen. Detective Delgado paused, measuring Lucas's response. A full autopsy will be done, of course, but we're confident in ruling his death a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Lucas nodded. Sam told me on the phone. I'm sorry to hear it, and will, of course, help in any way I can to see this matter resolved. His voice was strange and clinical, almost far away sounding. Glad to hear it, Delgado replied. Cooperation is all we are asking for at this point in the investigation. Now, your associate turned over the security footage from the last 24 hours and gave his statement, Detective Monroe continued. A few others we've spoken to mentioned you had an altercation with the victim last night. Is that right? Lucas's jaw flexed. I'm not sure I'd call it an altercation, but yes, Bart and I had a heated conversation about some malfunctioning security equipment and my limited availability this week. Uh-huh. And how did this conversation end? Monroe asked. I addressed his concerns in regards to the false alarms and made sure everything was up and running before leaving the set. I briefed Sam, who was taking the overnight shift, and told him to call me if any further problems came up. And what time was the argument? Monroe asked. We had an early dinner and then came here after, so maybe... Lucas paused and reached for his phone. Wait, I have a text from Sam when he asked me to come to the house. Let me just... He scanned through his phone for a moment while the detectives waited. Here it is. Sam sent it at 7:52. We were on the streetcar. It couldn't have taken more than 10 minutes to get here. Detective Delgado looked briefly at me. I was here, I volunteered. Lucas fixed everything he needed to and we left, together. And what time was that? Lucas consulted his phone again. I called for a ride at 8:47. You'll see us leaving on the security footage. I have cameras set to show the front yard. He pointed toward the ever-growing crowd. We got into the car right over there. We'll check that. Can you give us the information on the ride share? That way we can speak with the driver. Lucas nodded and relayed the information which Delgado jotted on her small moleskin notebook. And did either of you see the victim before you left? Monroe asked, as his partner finished her notes. I glanced up at Lucas. No, he replied. Sam told me he was in one of the production trailers making phone calls. I didn't want to interrupt, so I left without saying goodbye. We were at our hotel all night, I blurted out. I'm sure you can check with them. They probably have security cameras or something. Lucas placed a hand on my arm. Is there anything else I can do for you, detectives? Delgado's expression sharpened. Can you explain why select cameras on the first floor were deactivated early this morning? Our tech team is only starting to review the footage from the last 24 hours, but it appears a handful of cameras were switched off in an attempt to conceal the murder. Which cameras? Lucas asked, his brow furrowed. Delgado flipped through her notes. The one on the front porch, the one over the side door that leads into the kitchen, and the one over the front door showing the interior of the house, including the hallway that leads to the library, which is where the body was found. The library? I interjected. 3 sets of eyes swiveled toward me. Gail's words came back to me in a rush, but I sure as heck wasn't about to relay them to the detectives. My cheeks warmed, and I raised a hand, swiping it dismissively through the air. It's just a shame with all the books and stuff. Lucas's frown deepened. The detectives exchanged a look. Lucas cleared his throat. I don't know why they would have been turned off. Was there a sign of forced entry? Delgado's gaze remained fixed on me for a long moment before she pivoted back to Lucas and shook her head. We're just beginning to process the scene. But from first glance, no. It doesn't appear to be a break-in. The attacker would have needed access to both the security system and a key to get into the house. Which, Monroe interjected, we understand you have? Lucas stiffened. I'm beginning to feel like I'm under investigation here, detectives. Do I need to call the studio's legal team? The detectives' postures changed, almost in a synchronized manner, as a cold wall went up between them and us. Lucas crossed his arms, creating his own line of defense. If cameras were turned off, I don't know about it. I'll have to check my equipment to see what's going on.
Although I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that's not something I'll be allowed to do. Delgado shook her head. It's a closed scene. Right. Irritation worked its way across Lucas's face, even as I could see him fight to keep it in check. Well, be sure to take fingerprints from the security trailer. The main access and surveillance equipment is set up there. If someone got inside and turned off the cameras, that's where you'll find your lead, because it wasn't me. Your associate mentioned a smartphone app? Monroe asked, his tone tense. It was our understanding that physical access to the trailer wouldn't be necessary. Lucas dragged a hand over the back of his neck. Yes and no. I use an encrypted app to track alarms, but I'm the only one who has access. Delgado made a note and then looked up at Lucas. And are you able to control individual cameras from the app? Theoretically, yes, but I didn't. Delgado snapped her notebook closed. That's enough for now, Mr. Green. Make sure you stay in town, Monroe added. Lucas frowned. I'm here until the studio tells me otherwise. Very good, Delgado said, smiling, though it wasn't warm. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Chapter 7. The whole thing is just so ridiculous. How could they possibly think you had anything to do with this? We'd been back in our hotel room for 30 minutes, but no matter how many times I paced the floor, I couldn't shake the panicked anger that radiated off me with each step. They've got nothing but some paper-thin circumstantial evidence, I railed, whipping back around to face Lucas. He sat at the foot of the bed, holding a cup of coffee from the hotel lobby with both hands. He watched me pace, but I don't think he was really seeing me. He felt far away, lost in his own thoughts. Don't you think? I mean, one argument and they leap to murder? It's insane. I paused at the window and looked down at the street below. The view that had once been picturesque and exciting now overwhelmed me with a sense of danger. Were we being watched? Was Lucas under police surveillance? Another wave of anxiety tugged at me, threatening to pull me under. I wasn't usually the type that panicked, but then again, I'd never dated someone who was tangled up in a murder investigation either. Scar, it's going to be all right, Lucas said quietly. I glanced over my shoulder. How do you know that? Lucas gave a half smile. Well, for starters, I didn't kill the guy. I frowned. You say that like innocent people never go to prison. Now it was Lucas's turn to frown. Come on, baby. You just said everything they have right now is circumstantial. That's not nearly enough for a jury to convict me. It'll never get that far. What about the cameras? I said, voicing the one part of the story that gave me pause. Not because I thought Lucas was capable of murder, but because of the possibility someone was setting him up. Who else could have turned them off? He leaned back and raked a hand over his short hair, cut with military precision. Like I told the detectives, they're going to have to check for prints or a sign that someone was in the security trailer. I mean, hell, for that matter, it could have been Sam turning the cameras off. My eyes widened. You think Sam killed Bart? No, Lucas snapped. I jolted. Sorry, he said, softening his expression. Can we just drop this for now? You're only here for a week. I don't want to waste our vacation together worried about this, okay? I nodded. But trying to push away all the dark thoughts swirling through my mind was like asking me to play a round of whack-a-mole with both hands tied behind my back. Lucas pushed up from the bed and crossed to join me at the window. He wrapped his arms around me and lowered his lips to the top of my ear. It's going to sort itself out, Scar. I promise. I'm not going anywhere, all right? Okay, I mumbled against his chest. Although, Lucas groaned. What? I asked. We're not getting involved in the investigation, he replied. I frowned. Who says that was going to be my suggestion? He raised an eyebrow. All right, fine, I said, crossing my arms. He laughed. I know you too well. I'm just saying, we've done this twice now. We seem to have a knack for getting to the truth. And this time it's not to help someone else. The stakes couldn't be any higher for getting to the bottom of this whole mess. Lucas placed his hands on my shoulders and held me still. Scarlett, we're not detectives or private investigators or anything even remotely qualified to poke around in something like this. So what about Rosie and Kimberly? We cracked both of those cases with very little help. Were those just flukes? Yes. I threw my hands up in the air with a frustrated scoff. I'm trying to help. And I appreciate that. But as I already said, there's nothing to help. The detectives will figure this out, Scarlett. There's nothing we can do to move things along any faster. These types of cases just take time. And if the police show up and want to question you again, what do we do then? It's going to be a little hard to enjoy a pile of beignets and a historical tour when I'm worried about those detectives popping out from behind a bush and taking you away to the station. I'm going to call the studio. They have a top-dollar legal team who will deal with this. If the detectives want to speak to me again, they're going to have to go through them. That alone should ensure we can get back to our vacation worry-free. The lawyers aren't going to let the detectives speak with me unless there's rock-solid evidence that needs explaining. And as I already told you and them, there won't be, because I had nothing to do with this. I chewed on my lower lip for a moment, and then nodded. All right. Lucas reeled me back in and placed his hands on my hips. We good? Yeah. He kissed my forehead. Good. I'm going to make a couple of calls. You hungry? Not really. Still want to go to the museum? He asked, letting me go before moving across the room to grab his phone off the dining table. Those passes I got are good all day. I wrapped my arms around myself in his absence, suddenly cold. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Lucas stepped into the bedroom of the suite and closed the door behind him. Logically, I knew he wasn't trying to block me out, but as I flopped down on the couch, I couldn't help but feel a little rebuffed. All I wanted was to get to the bottom of the whole mess and move on. Getting involved in the murder investigation wasn't the answer. When we'd helped Rosie figure out the identity of her killer, it had been a 20-year-old case. The police had filed it away as a cold case and weren't concerned when a couple of civilians asked questions about it. With Kimberly, the newly dead bridezilla, things had been a little stickier, but we'd managed to fly under the radar. In this case, Lucas was a person of interest. Any digging we did would be under a magnifying glass, assuming we could even get close enough to look into things at all. Unless... I sat up straight, glancing around the room. The police weren't going to let Lucas and me skulk around on the property, and certainly not anywhere near the actual crime scene. But there was one surefire way around that. When Lucas opened the bedroom door a few minutes later, he stopped in his tracks, his expression worried. What's with the Cheshire grin? I figured out how we can get information on the investigation without having to actually be there. Scarlett, no. Come on, just hear me out. When we were at the house last night, I met a ghost. Lucas swore. If there are ghosts in the house, they must know what actually happened to Bart. Even if they did, I don't think that's going to help us. Ghost testimony isn't going to hold up on the witness stand. I know that, but if they tell us what happened, we can use it to push the detectives in the right direction, aka away from you. Lucas stared at me for a long moment. What? I asked. It's better than sitting around here waiting for the next move, isn't it? We aren't, remember? We're going to the museum, he said, holding up 2 tickets. The legal team wants me to stay as far away from this as possible. I have to listen to them, Scarlett. I can't afford to hire a pack of suits on my own, so I need to do what these ones tell me to. All right? I sighed, deflated, but nodded. You're right. I just got carried away, I guess. Come on, he said, slipping the tickets back into his pocket. Let's get out of here. Some fresh air will help. Sadly, neither the fresh air nor all the beauty contained within the New Orleans Museum of Art was enough to fully distract either of us from the situation. We went through the motions, walking reverently through the various displays, occasionally stopping to comment on different pieces. We didn't bring up the murder or anything about the St. Charles property, but a strange tension pulsed between us that only seemed to strengthen the harder we tried to ignore it. A few hours later, we left the museum and wandered aimlessly through the sprawling city park adjacent to it, and then went up another couple of blocks to a well-renowned cafe for a late lunch. The tense undercurrent loosened its hold as we ate together, and I started to relax. When our plates were empty, Lucas shot a sideways glance at the dessert menu propped up against the exposed brick wall. He looked back at me and flashed a wicked grin. That torte looks pretty good. You want to split one? I smiled. As a general rule, I never say no to chocolate. Lucas laughed and went to the counter to place the order. He returned a few minutes later with a couple of cinnamon-dusted cappuccinos, and right behind him, a server carried a plate with a generous slice of the chocolate torte. "I can see leggings in my immediate future," I teased, as the server set the plate in the center of the table. She smiled at me and then scurried back to the counter where a short line of customers waited. "Man, I hope the show doesn't pack it in early. I doubt Topeka has anything to rival this," Lucas said, gesturing his fork at the torte. I dabbed my napkin at my lips. "Pack it in early? Is that even possible?" He shrugged. "I wouldn't be surprised. The police have the set locked down while they conclude their investigation. I have no idea how long that will take, and in the meantime, the renovations have screeched to a halt. On top of that, the story hit the media, so now this property is going to be tainted by the murder story. The studio might want to sit on it and cycle it in next season, or maybe even can the entire thing." "I thought there was no such thing as bad publicity," I said, grinning. "Besides, didn't you say the house alone was worth over $1 million? Plus the existing work they put in. They'd really walk away from all of that money?" He lifted a shoulder. "I can't say for sure. We're in uncharted waters. But to the studio, a couple $1 million isn't really that much, and they could easily finish the work and sell the home privately." I dragged my fork through the creamy chocolate filling. It was so dark and rich it was impossible to rush. As soon as it touched my tongue, it melted in slow motion, dancing over every taste bud, igniting a symphony of pleasure along the way. "I'll make sure I can stay here until you fly back home," Lucas said, "so don't worry about that. Sam can go on ahead if needed." My fork stilled as a ribbon of sadness twisted through my chest. "Scar, you okay?" Lucas asked. I looked up at him and nodded, but my forced smile threatened to rebel, the edges quivering. "I'm fine. I was just thinking that after I go home, I won't know when I'll see you again." Lucas set his fork down and reached for my free hand. He squeezed it tight. "We'll figure it out. I'll have a break in another 6 weeks. I can fly out your way." 6 weeks? Ugh, when had I gotten so clingy? I gave my head a shake, tossing my hair back over my shoulders, and tried the smile again. "That sounds great." Lucas considered me for a long moment, and I feared he was seeing right through my cover. I pulled my hand back and reached for my ceramic mug. He smiled and glanced down at the plate. "Should we thumb wrestle for who gets the last bite?" he asked, rotating his fork like a circling shark around the morsel of crumbs and cream. I snickered into my cappuccino and ended up blowing cinnamon across the white linen tablecloth. "Oops." "Can't take me anywhere, huh?" I said, wincing as Lucas tried to wipe it away, but only managed to spread it further. He glanced up, his eyes shimmering. "There might be less dead bodies that way," he teased. Yeah, I'm the angel of death. Hilarious." "You do have a little bit of a streak going, that's for sure." He snorted and gave up cleaning the tablecloth, discarding his napkin off to one side. "Seriously, though, even with this whole mess, I haven't been able to stop thinking about how damn happy I am that you're here with me." Warmth wrapped around my heart, driving out any lingering melancholy. "I'm really happy to be here, too." Lucas's phone buzzed on the corner of the table. He pulled a face and reached over to silence it. I swooped in and nabbed the last bite of the torte while he was distracted. He chuckled when I scooped up the bite. "Watch out, folks, she plays dirty." I laughed and then popped it into my mouth. What can I say? Chocolate brings out my inner ninja. Lucas didn't appear to hear the joke. His expression soured as his phone kicked back on again, vibrating against the tabletop. "I think it's someone from the studio," he said, "but I don't recognize the extension." "Better answer it," I told him. "I'm going to pop into the ladies' room while you do." He nodded as he stood, raising the phone to his ear. I stacked the plate and half-drunk coffee cups in the center of the table and reached into my purse for my wallet. We'd paid for the meal at the register, but I wanted to leave a few dollars for the server. Lucas left the cafe as I fished out a $10 bill and pinned it down with one of the mugs. When I emerged from the restroom, Lucas was still on the phone, pacing the sidewalk in front of the cafe. His jawline was tense as he listened to whoever was on the other end. I recognized the look, and it set my stomach plummeting as I hurried outside to join him. "Supposed to keep me out of this whole circus." Fire blazed in his eyes when they found mine. I wrapped my arms around myself and waited, trying to fight back the worst-case scenario monster that started charging through my mind. "I understand that, but Lucas started and stopped, his eyes going a shade darker as he was cut off mid-sentence. He listened for another minute, and then jerked his head. "Fine. I'll be there in an hour." Without waiting, he clicked off the call. The studio sent 2 of their lawyers down from New York. They just landed at the airport and want me to accompany them to the police station. Apparently, my statement this morning wasn't good enough. My mouth flapped open and closed as I struggled to find something to say that wasn't 4 letters and colorful. Did they find something else? Maybe they just want to get information on another suspect. I mean, who better to ask about what was going on around that set than you? I was reaching, big time. But the reality that the detectives wanted to sit down with Lucas on their home turf, with a couple of big-time lawyers, well, it didn't sound good. I needed another explanation. One that didn't involve Lucas ending up in an orange jumpsuit. Lucas looked past me at the cafe and absently reached for his wallet. "I should go leave I took care of the tip," I said, waving him off. He pushed the wallet back into his pocket and then slipped the phone in beside it. He ran both hands over his head and then refocused on me. "You're probably right. Maybe they have questions about the security footage or something." It was razor thin, but we both grabbed onto it for dear life. "I'm sure that's it," I agreed. Lucas looked up and down the street and muttered something under his breath. "What's wrong?" I asked. "No taxis. I miss the days when you could flag one down." He retrieved his phone and tapped at the screen. 30 seconds later, he announced a ride was on the way, and about 20 seconds after that, it appeared. "Faster than a magic carpet," I said, attempting to lighten the mood. Lucas tried a smile, but it fell flat. We didn't need a magic carpet ride. We needed a lamp and a genie if we were going to get out of this mess in one piece. Chapter 8. I stayed awake as long as I could, waiting for Lucas to return. But by 2:30 in the morning, my body rebelled and I crashed out on the couch in our hotel suite. Before falling asleep, I'd called Holly, pacing frantically as I told her what had happened. She'd assured me everything would turn out fine, and offered to hex the detectives, an offer I turned down, begrudgingly. Voices dragged me from a fitful sleep. "I say we let her sleep. She's been through hell."
Normally, I'd concur with you, my dear. But what about young Lucas? He needs our assistance, and Lady Scarlet is the one who can tell us how best to help.
"I think you've got your cravat on a little too tight. It's cutting off the oxygen to your brain. We're not here for Lucas. We're here for Scar." No. This can't be real. I'm probably still dreaming. Slowly, I opened one eye, and then closed it again. "What are you doing here?" I asked through clenched teeth. I groaned and sat up. Flapjack was still there, sitting at my feet when I opened my eyes again. He swished his tail casually as he lifted a paw to groom. "Nice to see you, too." Behind him, Gwen and Hayward swooped into view, their eyes alight. "You're awake!" "Finally," Flapjack added. "I can't believe you guys are really here," I said, rubbing my eyes. I frowned at my fingertips when they came back smudged with the previous day's mascara. "You can thank us later, Scar," Flapjack said. "Right now, it's time to get up, take a shower, get something to eat." "What time is it?" I asked. Hayward answered.
"Just past 11, Lady Scarlet."
11? I jumped off the couch and combed my fingers through my tangled hair, pinning it out of my face as I searched for my phone.
"See?" Hayward said. "I told you she'd want us to wake her."
"What are you guys doing here? How did you even get here?" I asked, plunging a hand between the couch cushions to find my phone. "Holly sent us," Gwen answered. "She came to the flower shop yesterday afternoon. She said you'd called and that Lucas was in trouble. But how did you get here so fast? Ghosts can't go on airplanes." "Holly took us through the portal into the Seattle Haven," Gwen replied. "From there, we were able to use some kind of supernatural highway, I guess. We walked through a doorway, and when it opened, we were in the New Orleans Haven. We crossed into the human side, and, well, here we are." My fingertips brushed against the rubbery case I kept on my phone, and I pried it free from the couch. "Great," I snapped. My battery died. Lucas could have been trying to reach me this whole time. I flew across the suite and ducked into the bedroom. I jabbed the charger into the bottom of the device and tapped my finger against the power button every 3 seconds, waiting for it to power up again. The ghosts joined me in the bathroom, sliding through the wall in unison like a troop of synchronized swimmers.
Lady Scarlet, we're here to help. What can we do?
Hayward asked, his expression earnest. I pressed the power button on my phone and the screen lit up. I don't know. One sec. They waited as I typed in my password and waited for my messages to pop up. Except there weren't any. That can't be right, I muttered, scrolling frantically for any sign of a notification. It's been hours. They can't still be keeping him at the police station. You want us to go over there and see? Flapjack asked, hopping up onto the counter. He sat down next to my makeup bag and looked up at me, his silver eyes bright.
Any idea where the station is?
I shook my head. I don't know. He left here yesterday and went to the set. The studio's lawyers were supposed to meet him there and accompany him to the interview. Interrogation. Whatever it was. I threw the phone down a little harder than necessary and it bounced off the counter. The power cable kept it from hitting the floor, and I cursed at my own stupidity while I reeled it back in and set it beside the sink. The ghosts exchanged a meaningful look, which was probably intended to be sympathetic, but it only sent my blood pressure another notch higher. What? I snapped.
Scarlet, honey, we're on your side here, Gwen said. We care for Lucas, too.
Flapjack scoffed.
Speak for yourself, Blondie.
Gwen waved a hand at him. I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding, and it will get cleared up soon. Yeah? Well, that's exactly what Lucas said right before they carted him off to the police station, and now... I stopped short, a dark wave of panic washing over me. Now I don't know where he is. He could be in a jail cell for all I know. Which, Flapjack cut in,
is why we're volunteering to go see what's up.
I dragged in a shaky breath and bobbed my head. I'm sorry, you guys. This whole thing is just such a nightmare. I'm not myself right now.
We understand, Lady Scarlet, Hayward said. Think nothing of it.
I took a glass from the tray in the corner of the vanity and filled it with tap water. At least I wasn't alone anymore. Guilt charged through me, and I peeked up at my friends. I can't believe you're all here after the way I snapped at you before I left. Gwen flashed a watery smile.
Of course we're here. You're our friend, Scarlet. We'd do anything for you.
Hayward nodded encouragingly.
Quite right, Lady Scarlet.
Flapjack swished his tail. Besides, what else were we doing? It's not like you were tearing us away from anything important. Gwen nudged him with her elbow. And you're our bestest friend in the whole wide world, he added with a sour note. I chuckled, the sound somewhat muffled by the lump in my throat. I love you too, you little puffball. All right, enough of this mushy crap, he said, before standing up and launching off the countertop. We've got a police station to find. Let's go to the set of the TV show, I said. That's the last place Lucas would have been. Someone there is bound to know where he went.
Then we get to haunt the coppers?
Flapjack asked, clearly too enthusiastic about the potential of spying on a police station. Ignoring him, I looked at Gwen. Give me 5 minutes? She nodded. All right, boys, time to scram. Scarlet has lady business to attend to. Hayward dashed back through the wall like his heels were on fire. Flapjack, on the other hand, took his time and gave his tail an extra swish with every step. I rolled my eyes at his departure, but couldn't stop smiling. Gwen lingered. It's going to be all right, Scarlet. We'll figure this out. We always do. Thanks, Gwen. She smiled and then vanished, leaving me alone to get ready. I splashed some water on my face and scrubbed away the previous day's makeup before dragging my tangled hair up into a pile on the top of my head. I pulled on a pair of jeans and a graphic printed t-shirt with a glasses-wearing owl. A pair of ballet flats completed the outfit. I grabbed my phone from the charger. It wasn't anywhere close to being fully charged, but I'd have to worry about that later. There was no way I could leave it behind. The ghosts chatted during the ride across town to the house on St. Charles, but I remained silent. Even if I put a Bluetooth earbud in and pretended to talk on the phone, I would still sound crazy to anyone who overheard us. Wowzers. Is this the place? Flapjack said, when the driver stopped the vehicle in front of the looming house. I nodded slowly. The beauty of the house that initially filled me with awe and a hint of jealousy now gave me an overwhelming sense of dread. Terrible, dark things had happened behind those walls. and the one responsible for them could very well be lurking somewhere in the city, or even on the property itself. We got out of the car, but I couldn't find the will to cross the street and step back onto the property. Not yet. "What's with all the shutterbugs?" Gwen asked, gesturing over at the crowds still gathered on the street side of the police tape. "Is this house on one of those bus tours or something?" I shook my head. "No, although it probably will be after this is all over." "Then what are they all doing?" "The murder has gone viral because it's associated with the Carter's show. It's all over the internet, and probably splashed on those terrible magazines they keep at the grocery store checkout lanes, too." I paused, as a horrifying thought crept through my mind. Was a mugshot of Lucas about to join the smorgasbord of scandal and gossip? His career would be ruined forever if that happened. Who would hire a once murder suspect to protect their building or TV set? "Scar?" I came to and glanced at Flapjack, realizing they were all waiting for me. "You okay?" he asked. "Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to remember if I brushed my teeth this morning. That's all." The trio exchanged a suspicious glance. I frowned. "Come on, let's get on with it." Gwen's eyebrows lifted, but no one said anything. Not waiting for them, I stalked across the street, gathering up every particle of fury I could muster with each step. I wasn't leaving until I had answers, and I didn't care how many cages I had to rattle to get them. I forced my way through the pack of vultures salivating at the police line and ducked under the tape. A hushed flurry of whispered speculations surged through the crowd, but I thrust my shoulders back and ignored them as I marched up to the first uniformed officer who spotted me. He held up a hand as he walked toward me. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you need to stay on that side of the line. This is an active crime scene." "Yes, I know that. My boyfriend is head of security for the Carter's show. He was called down here yesterday to speak with the studio's legal team about the case, and I haven't heard from him since. I want to know what's going on, and I'm not leaving here until someone tells me where he is and why he hasn't been able to contact me."
"Go, Scar," Flapjack cheered. "Give 'em hell." "I'm not sure that's the prudent move," Hayward chimed in. "After all, you win more bees with honey than vinegar."
Flapjack scoffed.
"It's flies, you stuffed shirt. And you don't win them, you attract them."
Hayward harumphed.
"Why would anyone want to attract flies? Downright unpleasant creatures."
"Shut up, both of you," Gwen said. "You're distracting her." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, knowing the officer didn't have the context and would assume it was directed at him. "Please, officer, I need to know where he is." The man considered me for a long moment, and then held up a finger.
"Let me get one of the detectives out here."
I nodded. The officer turned his back toward me and took a few steps away.
"Scarlet?"
I pivoted toward the sound of my name and found Sam coming toward me from the direction of the driveway. "Sam! Thank goodness! Do you know where Lucas is? He came down here last night and I haven't seen him since." A vein pulsed on his brow and he glanced past me.
"You're really not supposed to be here."
"Yeah, I've gathered. But something isn't right, Sam."
"Why don't you wait over in that trailer?"
he said, gesturing toward an RV at the driveway.
"I'll call one of the producers and have them come talk to you."
I started to object, but quickly dropped it and nodded. "All right, thanks. And can you tell the detective, too? That officer was supposed to let them know I'm here."
"Sure,"
he said, bobbing his chin.
"Who was that?"
Flapjack asked as we started toward the trailer. "Sam. He works security with Lucas. Or for Lucas, I guess, if you want to get technical about it."
"Why won't he just tell you where Lucas is? Why be so cagey about it?"
Flapjack asked, glancing behind him.
"You want me to follow him, Scar? See what he knows?"
"Don't bother," I said. "I doubt he knows anything. He's probably just here to watch over the studio's equipment and stuff." The trailer was unlocked, so I let myself in. "Hello?" I called softly. "Anyone here?"
"Talk about swanky,"
Flapjack said, leaping up to wander along the granite countertop in the kitchenette.
"This thing is bigger than your apartment, Scar. Nicer, too."
He wasn't wrong. The trailer had 2 slide-outs that gave it a spacious feel. The gourmet kitchen had a tile backsplash and stainless steel appliances that looked almost full-size. Plush micro-suede furniture sat around a huge flat-screen TV mounted above a gas fireplace. I wandered down the hallway and peeked into the bathroom and found more designer stone and tile. The front door opened, and I closed the one to the bathroom so fast I pinched my finger. I yelped as I whirled around to find a woman in a pencil skirt and a Merlot button-up blouse. Her blonde hair fell past her shoulders in a silky sheet that shone under the recessed lighting. "Scarlett Sanderson," she said with a warm smile. She took a step forward and offered me her manicured hand. "Brooklyn Sky. It's nice to meet you in person." The name clicked, and I realized she was the producer who had offered me a slot on the show as a ghost consultant once word got around that I had an intuition about the spirit world. I'd turned the gig down, assuring everyone that my gift was a little overblown. In truth, it wasn't, but the idea of talking about it on national television was enough to make me want to burrow under my bed and never come back out again. Imagine the wackadoo fan mail I'd get? No thanks. "Hello, Brooklyn," I said, shaking her hand. "I didn't know you were here in New Orleans." She pushed her hair over her shoulders. "I normally stay in New York, but the studio sent me down here to help with damage control. We've already got the paparazzi swirling around the Carters, and now this." She paused and blew out a long sigh. "It's a mess. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm here to find out what happened to Lucas." Brooklyn nodded, making it clear I didn't need to fill in the blanks. "I apologize. Someone should have called you." "Is he in trouble?" I asked. "Let's sit down," she replied, moving toward one of the beige armchairs. My stomach dropped, but I followed her lead and perched on the edge of the sofa. Flapjack hopped up beside me and sat expectantly. Hayward and Gwen stayed anchored by the door of the trailer. "Lucas didn't have anything to do with this, Brooklyn. You have to believe me." She nodded and then laced her fingers together, her hands sitting on her knees. "None of us doubt Lucas's innocence, Scarlett. Our legal team is simply trying to get ahead of this thing. The more we all cooperate, the faster we can put this terrible tragedy behind us and move forward." "I get that, but why are those detectives so hell-bent on talking to Lucas? He already gave them a statement." Brooklyn considered me for a moment, and her expression softened. "Listen, I'm really not supposed to say anything, but the forensics team found a boot print, in the blood. They seem to think it belongs to Lucas's work boots. That, along with the argument he had with Bart the day before." Flapjack swore. The interior of the trailer started to rotate, like some kind of carnival ride. Boot print?" "That's right. I'm sure it's a mistake," Brooklyn said, her voice gentle. "Like I said, we've worked with Lucas for a few years now. I'm sure the print belongs to someone else, but until they rule it out, they want more information from him." My head bobbed as though I understood, but my mind rattled, searching through my memories, desperate to remember where I'd last seen Lucas's boots. Surely someone had stolen them. It was the only way his print could have been found at the scene. Wasn't it? "Remember, the more information he can provide the detectives, the sooner they can cross him off their list," Brooklyn told me. "But he's been gone since last night. Wouldn't the lawyers have pulled him out of there by now?" "I could call one of the lawyers," she offered. "See if they know when he will be done." "Would you?" I asked, peering up at her like she just tossed me a life vest off the side of a ship. She smiled. "Of course. Give me a few minutes?" "Thank you." She swept up from the chair and stepped outside the trailer. As the door thumped closed, I exhaled and sagged back against the couch. My side had a stitch in it, making each breath hurt as if I'd just run a marathon. "Scar, you okay?" Flapjack asked, sounding genuinely concerned. "His boot," I said. "How can this be happening?" None of them offered an explanation.
Lady Scarlett, I do hate to ask, but is there a chance that—"
"No," I snapped, glaring at Hayward. He reeled back so quickly his top hat tumbled from his head. Gwen caught it and passed it to him with a stern look.
"Of course not, Hayward. How could you even think such a thing?"
she hissed. He sputtered.
It was simply a mistake,"
Flapjack finished, his voice ice cold. Hayward shrank back further and slipped through the wall of the trailer. Gwen watched him go, her expression still tense. After a moment it broke and she sighed.
"For Pete's sake,"
she muttered, going after him.
"It's going to be all right, Scar,"
Flapjack said as she disappeared.
Don't listen to that moron.
I looked down at Flapjack and wished I could run my fingers through his thick fur, like I'd done so many times back when he was alive. He'd never been an overly affectionate cat, but even his stingy little heart couldn't resist a good chin or ear scratching from time to time. Everyone keeps telling me it's going to be fine, but I'm having a hard time seeing how this is going to work itself out. Even when they find him innocent, something like this leaves a stain.
You think the studio would can him for this?
Flapjack asked. I pulled in a breath and released it in an effort to soothe my nerves. Maybe not, but it might limit his options for the future.
Nah, he replied. This story will blow over. As of now, Lucas's name hasn't even hit the media, right?
I shrugged. I don't know. I saw the story on my phone this morning, but I didn't read the article.
I'm sure it was all speculation anyway. It's not like the police will give real information out.
My brow furrowed. You been watching CSI or something?
Ha ha.
The trailer door opened and Brooklyn appeared. Her skin looked a shade paler, but I quickly told myself I was seeing things. She didn't make a move to sit back down, so I stood. Did you reach them? I asked, trying and likely failing to not sound desperate. I did, she replied. I'm really sorry, Scarlett, but the police arrested him. Chapter 9.
Arrested?
The word rang in my ears over and over, like a tolling of the bells. Flapjack said something, but I didn't hear him. Brooklyn came closer and reached a hand out to pat me on the arm. She said something too, but it didn't make sense. I shook my head, trying to clear out the horrible echo. Would you like me to book you a flight home? Brooklyn asked. I'll cover the cost to change your original ticket. I'm so sorry for all this. It must be a nightmare for you. He didn't do it, I burst out, jumping out of her placating reach. Lucas wouldn't murder someone. Brooklyn and Flapjack blinked, almost in unison. Right. I mean, of course not. I only offered because I feel so badly that your vacation is being ruined like this. My vacation? I spat. What about Lucas's life? His career? She wrung her hands together and glanced sidelong, as if hoping for someone to swoop in and save her. I held up my hands and closed my eyes for a long moment. I'm sorry. I know this isn't your fault. And I do appreciate the offer, but no thank you. I'm not going anywhere. Slinging my purse back on my shoulder, I started for the door. Thank you for calling his lawyers. I do feel somewhat better knowing he's not alone over there and that he has a good legal team. I'm sure they'll get him out soon. Brooklyn licked her lips. Well, that's the other thing. Flapjack's tail twitched.
Uh-oh.
What? I asked, peeling my eyes off him. The studio's legal team isn't going to be able to represent Lucas, Brooklyn answered. And just why not? Technically, Lucas doesn't work for the studio. He's contracted. Bart, on the other hand, is a top-ranking member of the production team. So representing Lucas now that he's been arrested for his murder would be, well, it's a bit of a conflict of interest. In their eyes, she hurried to add. Flapjack spouted off a string of colorful arguments while I drew in a slow breath and tried to keep my own rage in check. It wasn't Brooklyn's fault. As someone who worked with ghosts, I'd personally learned how important it was not to shoot the messenger, and wasn't willing to drive my anger toward her. So I tucked my chin, thanked her, and stepped out of the trailer without another word.
Unbelievable. The nerve of these people,
Flapjack fumed, floating in step beside me. He was apparently too angry to keep up the charade of moving his legs as he often did when motoring from one place to the next.
Don't worry though, Scar. We'll find him better, more loyal representation.
I snorted humorlessly. Oh, did we win the lottery while I wasn't looking?
Your parents have loads of cash, he replied.
Oh, sure. Hey, Mom and Dad, can I borrow $10,000 so I can bail my accused murderer boyfriend out of jail? I snorted and shook my head. Get real, Flapjack. You've met them.
So, tell them it's for something else. A new car or something.
Behind us, the trailer door opened, and I heard Brooklyn's heels click down the 2 steps and then across the driveway. I shook my head, and in a lowered voice told Flapjack, not going to happen. We have to find another way. Across the yard, a rustle went through the crowd on the sidewalk. I followed the swiveling smartphones and found them pointed at the front porch of the home, where a man in a dark suit appeared to be in a heated conversation with the same officer who'd first approached me. Great, just what I need today, Brooklyn muttered behind me. I stopped walking and looked back at her. Who is that man? Gilbert Jenkins, she answered, her tone weary as she came to a stop beside me. He's a YouTube star who travels around giving psychic readings and holding seances. What's he doing here? I asked. He was slotted to come on and do a tour of the house for a special half-hour segment we were planning to run alongside the episode featuring the renovations. The idea was that if it got good enough ratings, we'd make it a regular thing. Oh, like the job you offered me? Exactly. Although between you and me, I don't think it's going to work. I frowned, wondering why she'd been so excited to offer the segment to me a few months back if she had a hunch it would flop. Maybe it was the person rather than the concept she had no faith in. The man in question became more animated as we watched. He flailed his arms and raised his voice loud enough that it carried across the yard. I am a medium, Gilbert boomed, his voice bordering on fanatic. I can help you. The cop held firm. We don't need your help. We need you to leave the premises and let us do our job. The detectives have your statement. If they want anything else, they'll call you, all right? Brooklyn pinched the bridge of her nose. Gilbert glared at the officer for a heated moment, then abruptly spun on his heel and stalked down the steps. The nerve, he shouted, his arms flapping about him like wings. To be treated like such a pariah, when I'm only trying to help. He glanced at the excited crowd, and for a glimmer, a smile crossed his lips. He'd found his audience. After all, he said, his voice carrying, it's not unheard of for a psychic to work with the police on such a case. What do you all think? The crowd cheered. See? He called, throwing his head to look back at the officer. They think I could be of some assistance. The cop shook his head and crossed his arms. He clearly wasn't getting paid enough to join the production Gilbert was attempting to put on. Not dismayed, Gilbert continued as a one-man show. I had a vision, y'all. I know who killed that poor man. The crowd rumbled with excitement. Brooklyn swore. Loudly. Scarlett, I really am sorry, but I have to... I waved her off. It's fine, I get it. She gave me a pained look, but it faded quickly as she stalked across the driveway toward Gilbert. With the way her fists balled at her sides, I was almost worried she'd break into a run and tackle him right there in the grass, pencil skirt and all. Now that would go viral for sure. Flapjack snorted with amusement as Brooklyn confronted Gilbert and all but dragged him to the trailer we'd just vacated. A real three-ring circus here, eh, Scar? I nodded. Under other circumstances, I might have found the humor in watching it all go by like an out-of-control parade. As it was, the only thing I could think about was Lucas, and picturing him sitting in some dank cell with an ex-lumberjack cellmate that refused to bathe. Guess we could find Gwen and his royal uppityness and scram, he said. You want to wait on the sidewalk? I doubt that cop's gonna let you into the house. Yeah, sure, I said. I'll call for a ride. Though I had no idea where I would ask the driver to take me. Flapjack wandered off and slipped through the wall of the house, mere inches from where the cop stood guard. After he was gone, I used the app on my phone to order a ride service to come and get me. I figured going back to the hotel was my best bet. I could shower and force myself to eat something while I figured out my next move. I paced a few yards away as I waited for the car to arrive, my mind whirling at 100 miles an hour. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly feeling a chill. I didn't expect to see you back here. I jolted at the voice and blinked just as Gail Appleton shimmered into view. I glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention to me before answering. Hello, Gail. I was just leaving, actually. Oh, that's a pity. It's been lonely around here the last couple of days. All the extra activity has scared off the few spirits who used to stop by. I'm sure they'll come back when things settle down, I told her, glancing up at the house. Actually, did you happen to see any spirits just now? My friends are wandering around here somewhere. A hippie chick and a man in a top hat. Gail shook her head. No. Although I do think a cat Just wandered by. That was a new one, even for me. I smiled slightly. I get that a lot. The cat's name is Flapjack. He's with me. Oh? She leaned in conspiratorially. You are far more interesting than I thought. Thanks, I guess? I only mean that among those with the sight, you seem different. For instance, I've never met a human who keeps a spirit around as a companion, and yet it sounds as though you have 3. I shrugged. I don't seem to have much choice in the matter. In fact, they weren't even supposed to be on this trip. A dry laugh slipped from my lips. This was supposed to be a romantic, ghost-free vacation with my boyfriend. Now he's been arrested, and they're here instead. Oh dear. Arrested? An idea struck me, and I kicked myself for not thinking it sooner. Gail, do you know what happened here? Do you know who killed Bart? Her expression shifted, somehow looking almost guilty. The cops think my boyfriend killed him, but it isn't true. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible so I can get his name cleared and get him out of jail. Gail's shoulders sagged. As much as it shames me to admit this, I was not here when the murder occurred. Oh. The hope in my chest snuffed out with a painful wave of fresh despair. It's my understanding the killer struck in the early hours of the morning. I tend to wander through the neighborhood right before sunrise. It's the most peaceful time, and I use it to gather my thoughts and center myself. A meditating ghost? Just when I thought I'd heard it all. Wait, the murder happened in the morning? I asked. That's my understanding of it, Gail replied. But Lucas was with me that morning, sleeping at our hotel. Gail opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, Flapjack popped into sight at my side, his expression nonplussed. No luck, Scar. I think they might have gone off for a walk or something. You know how Hayward gets when he knows he's stepped in it. He paused and looked up at Gail. Who are you? Gail Appleton, she replied, puffing her chest out slightly. I'm the guardian of this estate. And doing a bang-up job, aren't you? Flapjack drawled. Flapjack? I hissed. What? He asked, feigning innocence, his large feline eyes wide. Your friend is right, Scarlet. I'm afraid too many terrible things have happened on my watch. Sometimes I wonder if I should leave it all behind. Where would you go? I asked. To live with my great-grandson, I suppose. At least then I'd have the joy of watching my great-great-great... She paused and tallied her finger through the air. That was one too many, I think. We get the point, Flapjack said. You're old. I rolled my eyes. He was lucky I couldn't drop-kick his fuzzy little butt. Maybe I can help you, though, Gail said, seeming to ignore Flapjack's barbs. Before I left, the crew was just starting to arrive. I don't know who killed that man, but I do know who was here at the time. I blinked. Well, that's a start. Sure. She glanced around and then pointed. He was here. I followed her extended finger and frowned. Gilbert? You know him? Gail asked. Not really. I just know he's some kind of quasi-famous medium. He was supposed to be shooting a segment for the show on the spirits who live here. Flapjack flashed a fuzzy smirk. Just think, lady. You could have been famous. Hardly. Gail blew a raspberry. He's a hack. I could dance the conga line stark naked right in front of him and he wouldn't bat an eye. Flapjack scowled. Well, there's a mental image I'd like to forget. Gilbert had apparently finished his meeting with Brooklyn and was back to holding court with the onlookers. Though it appeared he'd moved on from lunatic ramblings about visions and moved into the autograph signing portion of the act. You're sure he's a fake? I asked Gail. She nodded. He's been here a few times and has never given me a second glance. Who else was here? I asked. Gilbert, the producer. Anyone else? The one with the leather jacket. Let's see. Sam? I stiffened. Sam is Lucas's second in command. He was here, checking cameras and things. I like the smell of his cologne. A twinge of darker silver flashed over her cheeks. I narrowed my eyes, the wheels in my head kicking back into gear. Sam would have had access to the security cameras, the same as Lucas. That was the big thing those detectives kept harping on. Did they even ask Sam about them? And the boots? Flapjack asked. I deflated slightly. I don't know. Maybe they wear the same size. I mean, it's not crazy to think they get their gear from the same shop or website or whatever, is it? But why would Sam kill Bart? Flapjack countered. Who knows? Why would Lucas? Easy, Scar. I'm not trying to argue with you, just trying to see it from their view. I exhaled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. It's all right. Just remember, we're all on the same side here, okay? I met his eyes, and he inclined his head. Might be worth finding out where Sam is now, he continued. Wasn't he supposed to be finding a detective for us to talk to? That's right. After the conversation with Brooklyn, I'd completely forgotten. I scanned the front yard and the porch of the house. There wasn't a sign of a detective or Sam. Weird. Gail cleared her throat. The only other person I saw before I left for my walk was... well, it was your boyfriend. I snapped back around to stare at her. What did you say? She frowned, her silhouette shimmering as she swayed. He was the one with you the day we met outside the library, right? My heart slammed against my chest. Yes, he was here that morning, Gail said. Right before the murder. The world went black. Chapter 10. If someone asked how I got back to my hotel room that morning, I really wouldn't know what to tell them. My memory seemed to have a gap between speaking with Gail on the front yard of the St. Charles property and then coming to on a couch in the suite. Flapjack stood guard, taking on his worried nursemaid role that he busted out once a year or so. What happened? I asked him, as Technicolor dripped back into my world. You snapped, Scar. I scowled. More specifically, Gail told you she saw Lucas at the house before the murder and you went blank. That's the only way I can describe it. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. And we both know I've seen some freaky crap. Did I say anything? Nope. You turned away and walked to the sidewalk. A car pulled up. The driver asked for you. You nodded and got in the back seat. They seemed to know where to take you and brought you right here. And you zombied it up here to the room. I tried to shake you out of it, even walked through your legs, which I know you hate, but it didn't even faze you. The rideshare knew where to bring me, I said, the pieces starting to click together. I'd already used the app to put in the directions and request before Gail found me. It's a good thing, too, Flapjack said. I don't know what I would have done if you'd started wandering the streets. What was I going to do if you walked yourself in front of a bus or something? A dazed smile crawled across my lips at Flapjack's irritation. Ah, see? You do love me, he bristled. Was that ever a question? I laughed softly and reached out, stopping short of petting him, though once again I wished I could. I wasn't exactly at my most lovable before I left home. That's for sure, he replied. Sorry, I said. Don't sweat it, Scar. Thanks. I glanced around the room. Are Gwen and Hayward back? No clue. I chewed on my lower lip. Should we go look for them? Flapjack shook his head. I'd say we have more important things to worry about. Gwen and Hayward can take care of themselves. Part of me wanted to argue, but it didn't take long for it to dawn on me that I only wanted to go chasing after them because it would give me something to do. You know things have really gone sideways when tracking rogue ghosts through an unfamiliar city sounds like the more fun option. Well, I'm not sure what we can really do sitting around here, I told Flapjack, my tone tense. I have a little money saved aside, but it's nowhere near what we would need to get a half-decent lawyer on retainer. Considering Lucas hasn't called, I'm going to assume he used his one phone call to make arrangements for himself. Maybe his parents were able to help. Flapjack looked to be nodding along as he casually licked at his front paw. Seems to me The only thing we can do is track down the real killer. I snorted. Sure, we'll just go back down there and start asking questions. Maybe we can snap a few photos of the crime scene while we're at it. Flapjack lowered his paw to the couch and gave me a stern look. You've already got a handful of leads, Scar. Insider info the cops don't even have. I sagged back against the couch and dropped my head to rest on the back. Fine. Let's play pretend detectives for 5 minutes. Gail said Gilbert, Sam, Lucas, and Bart were the only ones there. However, for all we know, there were other people in the house. It's massive. She couldn't see it all at once. And on a show like that, there are a lot of moving pieces. On top of that, we don't know when the murder happened. New people could have shown up while she was off on her nature walk. Or maybe it was an intruder. Someone hiding, waiting to strike. With a patience that was completely out of character, Flapjack took a measured tone. Let's start at the top. What do we know about this psychic guy? I kicked off my heels on my way to the bedroom. You better not be planning a nap, Flapjack called after me. I returned half a second later, my laptop in hand. You want to know who Gilbert Jenkins is? Well, according to Brooklyn, he's a YouTube star. Flapjack gave an approving nod as I sat back down beside him and started typing. It didn't take long to find his online presence. Pages and pages of videos popped up in the search results, each preview a close-up glamour shot of Gilbert's shiny face. Man alive, Flapjack muttered. Is he bathing in self-tanner, or does he have a serious carrot addiction? I'm kind of afraid to click on one of these, I said, hovering the cursor over the first video. You and me both, kid. I clicked the video, and we both braced ourselves as Gilbert's too white smile appeared on the screen. Greetings, family. I'm so grateful you've joined me for this journey into the past and present, and if we're patient, we might catch a glimpse of the future. Flapjack groaned. My name is Gilbert Jenkins, and I am humbled to be your host for the next hour. Today, we're in the heart of Chicago, looking to speak with a woman who believes the spirit of her daughter is living an afterlife of unrest in the family attic. An afterlife of unrest? Flapjack mimicked. What's the alternative? Is there some kind of ghost spa I've been missing out on? I grinned at him. You have to admit it's catchy. No, it's creepy. Flapjack's feather duster tail flicked back and forth, reminiscent of those Felix the Cat clocks. All right. Gilbert rambled on for another 10 minutes, using the same story corner at the library voice while he spoke with the family of the departed. None of it was authentic. The family's home had clearly been staged to within an inch of its life. Gilbert prompted the family members to share their story, but somehow the camera always remained squeezed in on him, as if his reaction to them speaking was more important than their message. The entire thing grated on my nerves. For the love of cheese, does he ever get to the ghost bit? Flapjack burst out somewhere around the 12-minute mark. I scanned ahead in 30-second increments, but it appeared to be more of the same. If there was a ghost, she wasn't ready for her close-up. We examined a few more segments, mostly poking fun at Gilbert's forced expressions. By the end of the third one, Flapjack and I were cackling together as we each tried to out Gilbert the other. Just as the video was about to start, I pressed pause long enough to wipe away the tears in my eyes and catch my breath. A new video popped up at the top of the feed, and the smile tumbled from my lips. I think he had a bad experience with an eyebrow waxer in that last one, Flapjack howled, still cracking up. After a moment, he realized my laughter wasn't joining in, and he sobered. Scar? What is it? Look, I said, gesturing at the screen. It says, live from St. Charles Avenue. He's streaming from the crime scene. Flapjack scoffed. He's still there? Apparently. Turn it on, he prompted. I clicked the icon, and the video started. It was fuzzier than his professionally edited reality web series. It actually looked like he was speaking directly into his phone's video camera. Turn it up, Flapjack said, scooting closer. At the Carter's most recent location, where I was scheduled to be a consultant on the estate's history and see if any lingering spirits remain. In a tragic turn of events, a murder has taken place.
The production is in limbo until the heralded New Orleans Police Department completes their investigation. Since I'm unable to tour the home for you, I've decided to host a one-night special before I have to leave town. I'm inviting all of you to join me at Le Petit Theater for a night of healing, synergy, and most of all, love."
Flapjack made a vomiting sound. The crowd gathered cheered Gilbert's announcement, but a voice broke through the applause and shouted above them, "New Orleans doesn't want you here." A flurry of whispers and gasps swooped through the crowd, and Gilbert's plastic mask faltered for a moment before he was able to reignite his toothy grin. "Go back to Hollywood where you belong," the heckler shouted, making her voice even bigger. "Everyone here knows you're a fraud." Gilbert's brows twitched.
"More details will be posted soon, family. Make sure you check my website for tickets. Going live soon."
The video blacked out abruptly. "Nothing like trying to make lemonade only to get a few more lemons pelted at your head," Flapjack said, lounging back to continue cleaning himself. "Looks like old Gil has some damage control to do. Personally, I'm glad someone was there to be the voice of reason." My lips twisted to one side as I scrolled through a sea of comments that were flooding the interrupted video feed. Yeah, well, judging by these comments, it looks like he has a pretty big anti-fan club to balance out the sycophants. Flapjack roused and came to peer at the screen. I had no idea when he'd learned to read, but at some point, whether as a feline or ghost, he'd picked up the skill. "Click on that one," he said, directing his fuzzy chin toward the top. "Someone linked to another video." The new video started, showing the same scene on St. Charles Avenue, only this time it showed the perspective of someone on the fringe of the bustling crowd. It picked up right at Gilbert's closing statement. The heckler shouted out her remarks, and the crowd parted to reveal a woman in a chartreuse-colored dress that hit just below her knees. "Everyone here knows you're a fraud," the young woman shouted above the scandalized crowd. Flapjack cackled. "We should have made popcorn." Wait a second. I leaned in closer, squinting at the grainy video. I think I know her. You do? Yeah. I gestured at the screen. She's the girl from the curiosities shop Lucas and I stopped at on my first day here.
That's a weird coincidence,
Flapjack replied, more carefully studying the girl. The video continued past the point where Gilbert's had shut off. He held up his hands, smiling and waving at the crowd, but there was an undercurrent of anger showing in the tense lines at his eyes. "I know the truth," the girl said when Gilbert turned away. "It will all come to light." Gilbert shot a murderous glare over his shoulder at her and then hurried away to a waiting town car. The crowd pressed in on the girl, asking what she meant, but she shook her head and slipped away as the video cut. "What do you think that was all about?" Flapjack asked. I closed my laptop and sat back. I have no idea, but I think it's safe to say the two have some kind of history. Before we could speculate further, Gwen and Hayward shimmered through the door to the suite. "There you are!" I exclaimed. Flapjack scowled at them. "What? Did you two decide to go sightseeing or something?" Gwen returned his fiery glare. "No, actually, we were helping." "Oh, well, that's a relief," Flapjack replied, sarcasm rolling off of him. "Because we've just been sitting here eating beignets. Good to know you two had your eye on the ball." Hayward looked shell-shocked and nervous as he hovered in place beside her. Gwen was protective of him, especially as they'd grown closer following a misunderstanding that had threatened to tear apart their entire friendship. I wasn't sure how to label their new relationship, but they danced somewhere between friends and more than that, as far as I could tell. "Hayward," I said, ignoring Gwen and Flapjack's bickering. "Are you all right?" Gwen stiffened and gave a pained expression, realizing she'd let Flapjack drag her off mission. She placed a hand on Hayward's arm and led him forward half a foot. "Scarlet," she said, her voice strained. "Hayward has something he needs to tell you." "All right. What is it?" "Yeah," Flapjack said. "Spit it out." I shot him a look. Hayward bobbed his head, his thick mustache twitching.
"Well, Lady Scarlet, I found a witness to the murder."
"You did?" My heart surged. "That's great." Hayward didn't return my enthusiasm, and the embers of hope sputtered. "What?" I asked, flicking a nervous glance at Gwen. "What is it? What did they tell you?"
"You see, Lady Scarlet, the witness isn't what you might call a friendly ghost. He won't tell us anything unless we do something for him first."
"Okay. I mean, that's not ideal, but we've handled nasties in the past. What do they want in exchange for the information?" Gwen and Hayward shared a dark look.
"He wants his freedom. You see, at present, he's been trapped in the house."
I groaned. "Let me guess. Inside a mirror?" Hayward's eyes went wide.
"How did you know?"
"Because the universe hates me," I grumbled. "That's how." Chapter 11. When preparing to make a deal with the devil, or in this case, a homicidal ghost, it's best to get a second opinion before signing on the dotted line. I thought about calling Holly, but decided against it. I'd bothered her enough, and considering she'd sent the ghosts through the mysterious Haven network instead of herself, I had to assume she was busy. It was rare for me to break down and admit I needed backup, so when I crossed Holly off my mental list, I was left casting about for a second option. There was only one other place I could think to go, even if the name made Flapjack snicker when we were standing out front of the shop.
Madame Firefly's Mirror of Truth? Wow, you weren't kidding about the hokey name.
I read the sign again and winced. It's a little cheesy, but they might have some information about the St. Charles ghost.
"You really think this Lila is going to talk to us?"
Gwen asked. "I don't see why not," I replied. Flapjack had filled Gwen and Hayward in on who we were looking for during the walk to Madame Firefly's shop. We're trying to help, not make a profit or put the whole thing on TV like Gilbert Jenkins. I drew in a deep breath and then reached for the door. The longer I stood out front, the more tangled up I'd get. Time to rip off the Band-Aid. The bell jingled, and for a moment my heart squeezed, recalling the easy breezy happiness I'd felt the first time I'd crossed the shop's threshold. Lucas had been holding my hand, smiling at me, and everything felt right in the world. It was almost comical how different the circumstances were on the second visit, just days later.
"Whoa,"
Flapjack exclaimed.
"This must be what it would be like if Aunt Zelda and Hilda had a garage sale."
"Who?" Gwen asked him.
"Zelda and Hilda Spellman? From Sabrina the Teenage Witch?"
Flapjack said, with much scorn and indignation.
"I swear, you're wasting your afterlife."
Hayward puffed out his chest.
"Some of us use the time to better ourselves, not fill our heads with mindless television."
Flapjack snorted.
"Says the man who hasn't missed an episode of Days of Our Lives in at least a decade."
Gwen giggled.
"Really?"
Hayward's mustache twitched as he muttered something under his breath. The curtains behind the front counter billowed, and Marla appeared with a pleasant smile. I took a few hurried steps forward to distance myself from the bickering ghosts.
"Good afternoon," Marla greeted. "Can I help you find something specific this afternoon?"
If she noticed the ghost, she made no indication of it. Her dark eyes remained trained on my own as I approached the counter. "I was actually here to see if you might be able to give me some information on some local folklore. I'm sure you know all the good ghost stories around here."
"Ghost stories?"
Marla repeated, a twinge of something, disappointment maybe, showing at her eyes.
"I'm not sure I have any worth telling. There are dozens of ghost tours in this city."
"Right, well, this is actually a specific story," I said. "In a house on St. Charles Avenue?" Marla eyed me.
"I see. Well, for a customer, I might be able to jog my memory."
I remembered her eagerness to make a sale the last time I'd been in the shop. On impulse, I grabbed the first thing I saw on the counter, a hardback volume of Celtic charms, and held it out with a smile. I'd also like to buy this book, of course. The lines eased a little, but didn't fully fade.
"Of course."
I licked my lips and eyed the rest of the offerings. I tapped at the plexiglass on a small display case and then smiled. And one of those, crystal necklaces, too." That seemed to do it. Marla's smile returned as she made a show of unlocking the case to remove the necklace I'd selected. She placed it inside a red velvet box and slipped it into a paper bag that was stamped with the shop's name and a small crow underneath the lettering. The book went in next, and then Marla rang up the purchases.
I have to admit, she's got the hustle down pat, Flapjack said. I glared at him. Relax, Scar. She can't see us.
How do you... I stopped short. Marla looked up, not giving any of the ghosts a second glance. She really couldn't see Flapjack, Gwen, or Hayward. Digging in my purse, I located my wallet. How do you prefer payment? I asked awkwardly. Marla handed over the paper bag.
We take all major cards.
Right. My cheeks warmed as I pulled out my credit card. As Marla rang up the purchase, Flapjack took a swan dive from a bookshelf behind her and swam through the air right in front of her, paddling his fluffy legs for added effect. Gwen giggled. Hayward made a "humph" sound over my right shoulder. Flapjack rolled like an otter and did a dramatic backstroke to complete his routine.
See?
He said, overly pleased with himself. I frowned at him but flipped it back into a smile when Marla glanced up and handed me a receipt to sign. My eyes bulged at the numbers staring back at me. $216. And I wasn't even sure Marla could give me anything besides showmanship and vague breadcrumbs that would eventually lead nowhere.
Yowzers, Scar. This better be one hell of a ghost story she tells you,
Flapjack said, coming to land beside me on the counter.
Is there a problem?
Marla asked sweetly.
Yeah, it's called extortion, lady,
Flapjack interjected, pushing out the tuft on his chest as he glared up at her. I signed the receipt and handed it back across the counter. All good, thank you. Now, if we can... The bell on the door jingled and Marla stiffened, a flicker of heat in her eyes. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Lila pause to take out her earbuds. Her gaze darted through the room, landing on Gwen, Hayward, Flapjack, me, and then her mother.
Now this one,
Flapjack said, jumping off the counter to get a closer look.
She's on our level.
You're late, Marla said, her tone calm but with a frostbite edge. Lila's eyes snapped up from the Himalayans circling her ankles. I had to take Auntie to the pharmacy, and they were backed up, all right?
We'll discuss this later.
Marla snipped at her daughter.
As you can see, we have a guest. This is Scarlet, and I need you to take her on a spirit tour.
Lila considered Gwen and Hayward for a moment. Oh, I actually don't need to know about all the ghosts, just the one, remember? I said, holding up a finger.
In any case, Marla said, Lila is the best in the business. She can answer all of your questions.
Lila stuffed her phone and earbuds in the front pocket of her ripped boyfriend-style jeans. Let me go upstairs and put my stuff down? I nodded. Sure, of course. Lila slipped past me and rounded the front counter. With another sour look at her mother, she ducked between the thick curtains that partitioned the space. Marla sighed as she tucked my signed receipt into the register and handed over the final version.
I apologize for my daughter's behavior, she said. She's in something of a rough patch lately.
It's not a problem, I replied, curious as to why she was passing me off on her daughter in the first place. If the ghosts were right, and Marla couldn't see spirits, that didn't preclude her from knowing about them. Tons of people could recite detailed accounts of spirit encounters without having any first-hand experience with them.
Come on, let me get you situated in our reading room,
Marla said, coming around the counter. She reached out an arm to gesture at a door in between two of the overstuffed bookcases. Flapjack took the lead, and we all piled into the stuffy, windowless room. The walls were painted in eggplant purple, illuminated by a couple of mismatched lamps that sat on opposite ends of a beat-up oak buffet that spanned the length of the wall to the right. Gwen and Hayward floated toward it, each wearing an uncomfortable expression.
There's something strange about the energy in here, Scarlet,
Gwen told me, eyeing an abstract piece of art that hung in the shadows.
It feels off.
I looked to Flapjack, but he didn't say anything as he circled the room slowly, his tail pointed straight up like he was a fuzz-covered submarine.
Have a seat,
Marla said, her tone brisk.
I'll send Lila in shortly.
I took a step toward one of the overstuffed chairs. Thanks. The door clicked shut.
Lady Scarlet, are you quite sure this is a good idea?
Hayward asked, nervously shuffling his hat back and forth in his hands as he floated toward the door. Hayward, I just dropped over $200 to get some answers, and I'm not leaving until I get them. He bobbed his head, but the creased lines at his eyes remained tense. I sat my shopping bag down on the circular table that dominated most of the room, and Flapjack jumped up on the opposite side. He took tentative steps toward the peach-hued crystal orb embedded in the center of the table. His eyes went wider as he neared it. Then he stopped, his body going completely still when he was within a hair's width away. "Flapjack," I whispered. "Everything okay?" After a beat, his head snapped to attention, and he gave it a slight shake.
"What?"
"You're staring at that thing with the same face you make when someone opens a can of tuna."
"Oh, right."
He paused and shook his head again.
I, was just admiring it."
My brows knitted together, but before I could press him further, the door opened and Lila came into the room. She closed the door behind her and took a seat opposite me, her eyes once again scanning the room to quickly study each of my ghostly companions. Flapjack sat down and wrapped his fluffy tail around his front paws.
"You know we can't bite, right?"
Lila's thin brows lifted, and then her eyes slowly shifted to mine. "What's this all about?" she asked. "I don't do exorcisms if that's what you're after." "No, I'm not here for anything like that. These ghosts are my friends." I glanced over my shoulder, and Hayward gave me a warm smile. "Your friends?" Lila repeated. I twisted back to face her and gave a short nod. "That's right. It's a really long story, and I'd rather not get into it." "Okay," she said, stretching the word out. I took a deep breath, trying to decide on a jumping-off point. "I actually came here to see if I could get some information on a specific ghost. It's a long shot, but I wasn't sure where else to start." Lila watched Flapjack with growing skepticism as he lifted a paw and began cleaning it. "What makes you think I can help?" "Well, for starters, you'll know which house I'm talking about. You were there earlier today." Lila frowned. "Excuse me?" I winced. "Right, sorry, that sounded totally creepy. Here." I dug into my purse and pulled out my phone. I typed frantically, knowing I was seconds away from Lila throwing all of us out onto the street. I found the video of her confronting Gilbert on the St. Charles property and flipped it around to show her. "This is you, right?" Lila peeled her gaze off me slowly and watched the video. I raced ahead, hurrying to fill in the story while she watched the short clip. "My boyfriend works security for the TV show they're filming, or were filming, at this house. I'm sure you know by now there was a murder there a couple of nights ago. There's a ghost in there that witnessed the whole thing, but will only tell me what happened if I agree to free him from this trap thing he's stuck in. I'm not sure." Lila's eyes went wide. "You can't do that." I reared back slightly, surprised by the force of her words. Her palms splayed on the table. She leaned in, her words coming out in a hiss. "Raymond, the Slayer, is a monster and cannot be freed." Chapter 12. Lila's forceful words ricocheted around the room, and I lifted my hands in surrender. "I'm only here for information," I told her, keeping my voice steady. "Can you tell me who this guy is?" She eyed me for a long moment, before sliding her skeptical gaze over my shoulder where Gwen and Hayward still lingered. "Look, clearly you got some kind of connection to the spirit world, but let me assure you, Raymond is not a normal ghost. You do not want to get involved with him, whatever he might have told you." "Can you at least tell me what he did?" I asked. "I've never heard of a ghost being bound to a physical item like a mirror. Seems like that kind of containment would require a pretty strong will." Lila snorted, her eyebrows lifting in amusement. "My great-grandmother's nickname was Chompe Tamara, which is essentially an old Creole way of saying she was a hellraiser." I blinked. "Your great-grandmother is the one who bound that ghost to the mirror?" "That's right," Lila replied. "It was 60-some years ago, before my time, but it's family legend." "Why didn't she just exorcise him?" I asked. "Seems like that would have been easier." "Perhaps," she shrugged. "But no one knows what happens to exorcised ghosts. None of them come back to tell the tale. This way, she knew exactly where Raymond was and could rest knowing he couldn't do any more damage in this plane or the next." "So he's been trapped for 60 years? What did he do in the first place? Gail mentioned something about a little boy falling from a ladder." Lila's eyes widened. "You talked to Gail?" I nodded. "A couple of times. She wasn't there when the murder occurred, but in talking with her about the house, she told me the history of the library.
It was actually my idea to speak with this Raymond,
Hayward interjected, coming to hover beside me.
Lady Gwen was accompanying me through the home when we stumbled upon the mirror.
He doesn't seem dangerous, Gwen added. Lila's eye darkened. It's not really up to you to decide that. My family knows his history, the lives he's destroyed. There's no way to free him without causing more damage. I'm sorry this isn't the answer you wanted, but there's no way to free Raymond. And even if there were, I wouldn't let you.
Is that a threat?
Flapjack asked, puffing out his chest. I held up a finger, silencing him. Trust me, I know all about mean-spirited ghosts. I've seen it all, manifesting, poltergeisting, general mischief and mayhem. Hell, a few months ago I was up against a ghost that was full-on eating souls to try and regain his human body. I'm not some amateur with an EMF detector and a sixth sense. I've been doing this practically my entire life and have a healthy respect for what I can and cannot handle. Lila leaned back in her seat. If you're such a pro, then why did you come here asking for help in the first place? I wanted information, I replied, keeping my tone firm. I don't charge into these situations like some kind of paranormal Lara Croft wannabe. The more I know about a ghost, the better I can proceed. Lila's gaze hardened as she stared at me, unblinking. I couldn't tell if she was sizing me up or trying to hex me, which reminded me that I probably should have tried to get a read on her particular powers before getting into a verbal war with her. Hindsight. Hayward cleared his throat.
I can personally vouch for Lady Scarlet and assure you she is the utmost professional in all things, ghosty.
What a ringing endorsement, Flapjack quipped, rolling his eyes.
At least I'm trying to help,
Hayward fired back. Oh yeah, you're doing a great job. How you ever ran an entire household is beyond me. Both of you, shush, Gwen said, surging forward. How about all three of you pipe down? I snapped. Turning my attention back to Lila, I pressed my palms together and leaned forward, putting Hayward and Gwen in my peripheral. Listen, I get that this is a touchy subject, and I promise I'm not here to let some monster loose in the city, but I need answers, and right now this Raymond is the only one who seems to have them. Is there anything else you might want? Something else I could use to barter with him for information?
What's the rush?
Lila asked. When I was there earlier, the police still had everything taped off. It looks like they are in the middle of things. I'm sure they'll figure it out sooner or later. They have her boyfriend locked up in the pokey, Flapjack answered. I glowered at him. You are so lucky I didn't bring my omelet pan. Lila lifted her brows. I sighed. It's made of iron and portable. Handy when the need for disbursement arises. Uh-huh. Lila's lips twitched. I imagine the TSA would have had a few questions for you if you tried to get that through airport security in your purse. It's cruel and unusual, Flapjack groused. I rolled my eyes. For the record, I've never actually used it on you. No, you prefer to squirt lemon juice at me from a distance, he continued. Oh yes, you're horribly abused, I groaned. Someone should call the ghost cat ASPCA. I get the iron pan, but lemon juice? Lila asked, eyeing Flapjack. He hates the smell, I explained. Okay, Lila said, stretching the word out. I buried my face in my hands and barked out a laugh. I swear saying all this out loud makes me feel like a complete lunatic. Oh, girl, this is nothing, Lila replied. You honestly wouldn't believe the things people tell me when they sit in that chair. Most of the time, I can't figure out if I should laugh, cry, or just make a huge tub of popcorn. I peeked out through my fingers. Really? I'm not the craziest person you've ever met? Lila flapped a hand. You don't even crack the top 10. Phew. I exhaled and dropped my hands back to my lap. How is it you can see ghosts anyway? She asked after a beat of silence. I get the feeling there's a story there. A familiar current of worry kicked up, and I licked my lips nervously. I don't really know. It started when I was around 8. Flapjack, I paused to point my chin at the Himalayan, passed over and came to me as a ghost. Ever since then, I've seen them and been able to communicate. I've traveled all over and met others spiritually connected, but no one has been able to tell me the origin of my so-called gift. Lila studied Flapjack. I've got to be honest. In all the time I've been seeing them, I've yet to meet a ghost animal, let alone one that talks. Flapjack's tail swished. What can I say? I'm one of a kind.
I certainly hope the good Lord broke the mold after making you,
Hayward mumbled under his breath. What about you? I asked. From the sound of it, the gift runs in your family? The women of my family all share the sight. My great-grandparents on my mother's side immigrated here from Haiti when they were in their 30s. There are a lot of misconceptions about the practice of voodoo, and of course the truth has to combat the Hollywood's version. My great-grandmother Tamara wasn't spending her time making yarn dolls or raising the dead, but she could commune with the spirits and had the gift to heal. She's the one who opened this shop, actually. It's been run by my family for decades. What about your mother? I asked, remembering that according to Flapjack, she hadn't noticed my invisible posse. A pained look flickered across Lila's face as she stared down at the crystal orb. My mother passed away several years ago, she said quietly. She put her heart and soul into this place. It would kill her all over again if she saw what it's been turned into by that woman. You mean Marla? I asked. Lila's eyes darted toward the door. She's my stepmother. What my father was thinking, I'll never know. He can't stand to be here. Too many memories. But he also refused to shut it down, so after he remarried, he handed the reins to his new wife, and she rebranded it as if it was hers all along. Yikes, Flapjack said. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. I'm sure that's been difficult. Lila shrugged one shoulder. It's the way it goes, I guess. Her eyes lifted, scanning the crown molding. This place used to feel like magic, but now it's gone, like it died right along with my mother. A heavy pit formed in my stomach, and I glanced at Flapjack, unsure what to say. Lila's gaze dropped back to meet mine, and she offered a tentative smile. She would hate the glitzy, cheap version of magic and mysticism people like Gilbert Jenkins peddle all over town, she said, gesturing at my phone that I'd placed on the table between us. I don't know why I bothered going to see his little performance today. Color flooded her cheeks, and a spark of darkness flickered back to her eyes. Tricksters like him never change. He gets the money and fame. Meanwhile, the people he so-called helps are left with nothing but vague descriptions and empty promises about their futures. He's a charlatan, a liar. How did you know he would be at that house today? I asked gently. I don't follow him personally, she said, but word travels fast in our circles. So when he posted that he was coming to town to work on that TV show, we planned to protest. Then the murder happened, and I got curious what he would do next. I just happened to see he'd be there today and thought I would go make my protest known, with or without the others. Well, the video was trending, so looks like your message will get heard, I said, wondering if it would offer some solace. Lila shook her head and then straightened. The sooner this blows over, the better. For you, maybe, I said without thinking. Right, she said slowly. I didn't mean. I'm sorry about your boyfriend. If there was some way I could help, I would. You seem like a nice person, and you're clearly very gifted. Spirits are excellent judges of character, and I doubt you'd have such loyal friends if you were anything less. There's really no way she can release this Raymond fellow, Hayward interjected. Lila shook her head. I'm afraid not. I can't allow it. What if she puts him right back afterward? Gwen asked. I held up a hand. Guys, it's all right. We'll find another way to help Lucas. I really am sorry, Lila said. If there's anything else I can do, please, don't hesitate. Thank you. I'll keep... A vibration cut off the rest of my sentence, and Lila jolted as my phone buzzed loudly against the table. I grabbed the device and went to silence the call before I realized whose name was flashing on the screen. It's Lucas! Chapter 13. If there was ever a time to wish for another power, it would have been the frantic minutes following the phone call from Lucas after he told me he was waiting across town at our hotel. All I wanted to do was sprout wings and fly to him. But being grounded by gravity, I bolted from Lila's shop without a word of explanation and raced outside to wave down a cab. In hindsight, I realized I probably looked like some kind of maniac, my arms windmilling around my head as I whooped and whistled for a cabbie's attention. If I ever found myself stranded on a deserted island, I was fully prepped to flag down a rescue plane, complete with fire dance and smoke signals. 20 painfully slow minutes later, I was fumbling with the electronic key card, only to realize I was standing in front of the wrong room when a door opened behind me and I whipped around to see Lucas standing there. I ran into his arms and mashed my face against his chest. How are you here? Right now, are you out on bail? Lucas released me and stepped back inside the hotel room. Come on, he said, tugging on my hand. Not exactly a conversation I want to have in the hallway. Right. In my frenzy, I'd somehow managed to lose the ghosts and barely gave it a second thought as I followed Lucas inside. He closed and locked the door behind us. I tried to find you, I told him, my face against his chest as he pulled me into an embrace. I went to the set and talked to Brooklyn. She told me you'd been arrested and that the studio wasn't going to let you use their legal team. Lucas held me for a long moment before moving to sit down on the couch. He pulled me down beside him and kept a hold of my hand. I'm so sorry I couldn't call you. They wouldn't give me more than one call, and I had to use it to call my brother. Well, this is embarrassing, but I don't have your number memorized. Otherwise, I would have told him to call you. As soon as I got off the phone, I realized I should have told him to look up your shop and get your cell from Lizzie. I hate that you were left in the dark. I squeezed his hand. I'm fine, Lucas. It's sweet that you were worried about me, but what about you? What's going on? I was never under arrest, he said. I'm not sure why Brooklyn told you that. Maybe the lawyer explained it wrong, or she got confused. I was being held for questioning. For that long? They can hold you for 24 hours under normal circumstances, but apparently, in my case, they convinced some judge I was a risk, and they got permission to hold me longer while they searched the hotel room the studio had booked for me. My lawyer about had a coronary trying to get me out. He said they were stalling, trying to keep me as long as they could to get the test results from the blood found on my work boots. They claimed to have pictures of my boot print in blood that was found at the scene. How did it get there? I asked, my voice small. I have no idea. I wasn't even wearing those boots that day. They were in the security trailer. I keep an extra set of clothes there in case I get called to the set and I'm in street clothes. Did you tell them that? I'm sure Sam or any number of staffers could back you up. Lucas nodded. I told them. My lawyers told them, and the judge. They wanted to wait until the test results came back. And? I prompted, the pit in my stomach becoming unbearable. It was so big, it made it hard to breathe. The blood matched, he said, the words coming out like the whoosh of an exhale. I frowned. Then, how are you here again? My lawyers got a hold of the footage taken from that morning, and it was clear I wasn't wearing the boots. The judge told the police they couldn't arrest me until they had more evidence, so I'm here. But it's on borrowed time. I shook my head. What were you doing there so early? I didn't even know you'd left the hotel until Gail told me she'd seen you there. Gail? Lucas asked, one brow raised. Ghost. Aha. He paused and rubbed a hand over his scruff-coated jawline. I was there to make sure they were set up for the day. After the argument with Bart the night before, I wanted to personally be there to make sure everything ran according to plan. Why didn't you tell me? He gave an impish smile. I knew it would bug you. I'm supposed to be on vacation and spending my time with you. I figured I'd slip out and be back before you even woke up. He kissed the back of my hand. I'm sorry. Me too, I whispered. If you'd never left, none of this would be happening. What are we going to do? Lucas took a deep breath. I have a good lawyer. She's not going to let them arrest me until there's something undeniable, which they won't find because I didn't kill Bart. Well, I know that. I chewed on the corner of my lip. They'll figure it out, Scarlett. The truth will come out. So what, we just go back to sightseeing and stuffing ourselves silly with French pastries and pretending everything is fine? Just erase the last 2 days from our memories? If only. Suddenly exhausted, I sagged against Lucas's chest and blew out a long, slow exhale. What a nightmare.
Agreed.
He dropped a kiss to the top of my head before standing. I just got back a few minutes before you got here. I haven't showered or anything. You want to order in? Let's say the food at the precinct isn't quite on par with fancy room service. I laughed and pushed up from the couch. You shower. I'll order. Well, well, the prodigal boyfriend has returned. I grimaced and peered over my shoulder in time to see two fluffy paws step through the wall, as if it were nothing but a wallpapered cat door flap. Right, I said, turning back to look at Lucas. Forgot to mention one little thing. Lucas pulled his shirt off and balled it up. What's that? Gwen and Hayward popped into view. Ooh la la, looks like we got back just in time, Gwen squealed. Hayward broke into a coughing fit. The three amigos are here, I said, casting a meaningful glance at each of them. Seriously? I nodded, still cringing. Lucas pitched the t-shirt toward his suitcase and let out a sigh. When did that happen? This morning. And they're planning on staying? As far as I know. I shot a pleading look at the trio. But I'll talk to them. You get cleaned up. Lucas lingered for a moment, then ducked into the bathroom, muttering something under his breath. The door closed, and I frowned.
Your fellow could stand to read an Emily Post guidebook or two, Hayward declared. I mean, honestly, disrobing in front of company.
Oh, the horror, Flapjack deadpanned. Newsflash, Hayward. You guys aren't company, I replied, crossing the suite to grab the bound volume on the kitchenette counter. It contained the hotel room service menu, along with information about their other amenities and local sightseeing opportunities. I flipped it open and saw a glossy ad for the hotel's exclusive spa services. For $450, we could have an in-room couples massage. If only. Gwen clucked her tongue. Don't be such a stickler, Hayward. I eyed them over the lunch menu. Maybe you guys would rather go out and see the sights? You owe me $10, Flapjack said to Hayward. I told you. As soon as Prince Charming was back in the picture, she'd wait less than 5 minutes before trying to give us the slip. That's not fair, I protested, even as my cheeks warmed. Flapjack cocked his head. Okay, fine, I groaned. But really, what are you going to do, hang out here all night? Seems like going out on the town would be a lot more fun. All three of them blinked at me. Listen, guys, I really appreciate you coming to help me. But it's mission accomplished, right? You heard Lucas. He's not in jail, his lawyer is on the case, and we just have to wait for things to shake out. There's nothing left for you to do. Come on, Scar. We all know you don't really believe that. I've known you since you were all skinned knees and bruised elbows hanging off the monkey bars. You're not going to be able to let this go until the real killer is behind bars and Lucas is fully in the clear. As much as it pains me to admit it, the cat has a point, Lady Scarlet. I looked to Gwen, my last hope. If anyone would understand my desire for some one-on-one time with Lucas, it would be her. I'm sorry, Scarlet, she said, dashing all hope. But this thing isn't over yet. Let us stick around and help clear his name. It's the least we can do, really, after everything you've done to help me and the other ghosts back in Beechwood Harbor. I set the room service menu down and raked my fingers through my hair, gathering the renegade strands back into formation. Help, how? Unless you can sweet-talk the psycho ghost in the mirror, I'd say we're at a dead end. Gwen tapped her fingertips together for a moment, thinking. We can go haunt the police station and see what we can find out. Maybe they have another suspect in mind, or some clue that we can use to figure out who really did it. Ask Loverboy what happened that morning, Flapjack said. He was one of the last people to see Bart alive. He'll know who was where and maybe have an idea on motive, too. I nodded. All right, fine. I'll ask. In the meantime, can we get a few hours of privacy? If you want to circle through the local police stations, be my guest. Flapjack's tail swirled as he whipped around. Gwen, you and Stuffy Knickers go back to the house and see if you can find the detectives. Follow them around. Divide and conquer if you have to. Meanwhile, I'll go see what I can find out down at the station. I smiled. Thanks for understanding, guys. Gwen grinned and shot me a meaningful wink before vanishing. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, her voice echoed. Flapjack made a barfing sound and then winked out of sight. Hayward hung in midair before propelling himself forward and through the front door, muttering all the way. I sighed. Good grief. The bathroom door opened as I finished placing a rather impressive room service order, and Lucas poked his head out. Is the coast clear? Huh? I said, putting down the phone. Do I, have an audience? He asked, scanning the room. You're all clear, I laughed. I gave them the metaphysical boot. He strode into the room, a white hotel towel hanging low on his hips. Forgot to bring in a fresh pair of fatigues, he said, going to his suitcase. Fatigues, huh? Didn't realize we were starring in a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie here. A balled-up pair of socks flew from his corner of the room and landed at my feet. Incoming, he called over one shoulder, flashing a smile. Yeah. I grabbed the socks. Be careful, soldier, or I won't share my cheesecake with you. Lucas chuckled and quickly dressed in a pair of black athletic pants and a gray t-shirt. He pulled a hooded sweatshirt over his head and then lowered the hood. You'll share with me, he said, coming to sit with me at the end of the bed. You're pretty confident there, huh? I teased. He captured my chin and gave me a long kiss. Stars danced behind my eyes when we parted, and I grinned. All right, fine. You can have some of the cheesecake. That's what I thought, he said, laughing softly. It was nice, if not surprising, to see him so relaxed. Someone would have to peel me off the ceiling if I'd been forced to spend nearly 36 hours in a holding cell, being drilled by detectives at random intervals. I supposed it was a testament to his military training. Soldiers certainly had to be prepared for anything, and to handle even the most intense situations with a cool head. Sorry about the ghosts, I said after a moment. That's probably the last thing you need after everything you've gone through. What are they doing here? After you left to go meet with the lawyers and the detectives, I had a teensy-weensy little breakdown and called my friend Holly back in Beechwood Harbor. She told the ghosts I was in trouble and sent them here. Lucas's eyes narrowed. This Holly, she can see ghosts too? Crap. See, kids, this is why it's important to get a full 8 hours of sleep every night. I stopped sputtering and bit down on the inside of my cheek. Scarlet? I couldn't tell him Holly was a witch. That wasn't just a can of worms. It was a barrel full of night crawlers on worm steroids. She knows about the ghosts, I said, still sputtering my words slightly. So she went to the shop and told them. She knows they hang out there. Uh-huh. He wasn't buying it. I could feel the waves of skepticism rolling off him. Why, oh why, couldn't I be attracted to dumb guys? It really would make life so much easier. It's a long story, I added, trying a casual flap of my hand, which I think only made things worse. I'll get rid of them, I swear. Where are they now? He asked. Looking for clues? I replied. They want to help figure out who the real killer is. Gwen and Hayward went back to the St. Charles house, and Flapjack is off to haunt the police station. Lucas ran a hand down his face. I'd ask what's the worst that could happen, but I'm not sure I want to think about it. They're just observing, I told him. It's busy work, really. I just wanted to be able to enjoy some dinner without interruptions. I walked my fingers up Lucas's chest and smiled up at him. And if we're lucky, time for dessert, too. And just like that, not another word about ghosts was spoken for the rest of the night. Chapter 14. They're so cute, though. We can't wake them up. We have work to do. This isn't the Bachelorette, Gwen. Ignore. Maybe they'll get bored and go away. Yo, Scar, shake a leg. Ugh. Guys, I hissed, propping up on my elbows to glare at the pack of ghosts hovering over the foot of the bed. Oh, good. You're awake, Flapjack said, flashing a Cheshire grin. I rolled my eyes and flopped back down. Why me? I muttered to the ceiling. Streaks of light shone across it, coming through a part in the thick curtains covering the large picture window. I sighed, then tossed off my covers and rolled out of bed. I grabbed my cotton robe from the bedside table and then paused to roll a finger through the air in the ghost's general direction. In unison, they all turned away from me, and I shrugged into the thin garment. When the sash was tied securely around my waist, I stood and went out to the living room, leaving Lucas to wake up on his own. He needed the sleep a lot more than I did. The clock on the microwave blared at me as I stumbled sleepily for the 4-cup coffee maker. 6:45. Ghosts seriously had no appreciation for sleeping in. Only once the comforting drip-drop sound chimed and the smell of French roast wafted up to me did I turn around to face the impatient trio. "All right, what's going on?" "You look a little rough around the edges, Scar. What time did you go to bed?" Gwen giggled. "Told you we should have let her sleep in."
"Perhaps we should wait for her to have some coffee,"
Hayward suggested. Hello, I'm standing right here." I tossed my arms in the air as I whirled back around to hunt down a mug. Muttering under my breath, I doctored up the first cup with 3 packs of sugar and enough creamer pods to turn the dark liquid to hazelnut perfection. "Hayward, maybe you should start," Gwen suggested. I glanced at him, and he cleared his throat.
"The detectives seem to have done with their investigation. None of them were at the house last night, although they still have their tape and seals on the doors. The signs say no one is to enter."
"The crew is mostly packed up, too," Gwen added. "I think they're shutting down production." "Did you try talking with Raymond again?" I asked. Hayward glanced at Gwen out of the corner of his eye. She frowned. "We tried to see if there was something else he might want, maybe a new location in the house. But he wasn't interested. He got upset and started screaming. That's when Gail asked us to leave." Yikes. I drank deeply and then looked at Flapjack. "What about you? Any luck at the precinct?" "They have a few suspects listed on a big white board, but from what I could tell, they aren't talking about any of them. Well, besides Lucas. They searched the hotel room the studio booked for him, but it doesn't seem like that turned up much. They have a tech team scrubbing his work computer, tablet, and emails, too. Seems he had quite a history of butting heads with Bart." "But that won't hold up in court. Will it?" "I don't know, Scar." I wasn't used to seeing him concerned, and it didn't help me relax a bit. I blew out a long breath and tried to rein in my pounding heart. "Who else is on the list? Maybe we can start there and find something. Some kind of link?" "It follows what Gail told us," Flapjack replied. "They have a timeline and pictures of everyone present at the estimated time of the murder. So, Sam and Lucas, we know why they were there. That wacko Gilbert. Bart, of course. A cameraman named Todd Waterford. He's the one who found Bart and called 911. "What makes him a suspect?" I asked. "Seems like the person who calls it in wouldn't be the killer. I mean, what? He went to the bathroom, washed the blood off his hands, and then went and called the cops? That doesn't seem right." "They're saying it was a crime of passion," Flapjack said. "Someone in a fit of rage. The weapon was a sculpture from one of the shelves in the library, so it clearly wasn't premeditated. This Bart guy seems to have been a real hothead, so it's possible he had beef with lots of people." "And they don't think it could be someone from outside the production? Could someone have followed him from his hotel and attacked?" "Without anyone else seeing a stranger?" Flapjack paused and then shook his head. "Unlikely. There was only about half an hour between the time Bart arrived on set to the time the police were called. Someone would have seen a stranger coming or going." "Not if they hid in the house," I said. "That place is huge. Maybe they killed Bart and then hid in a coat closet or something, and slipped out in the chaos of the paramedics and police coming and going." "Maybe," Flapjack relented. "But it makes more sense that it was one of the people who was supposed to be there." "All right. Well, who else was on the list?" I asked, raising my mug. Flapjack thought for a moment, likely running through the list in his mind. After a beat, he straightened. "Oh, that Brooklyn woman we met yesterday." I blinked and lowered my coffee. "Brooklyn? What was she doing there so early?" "Paperwork, according to her." "So, Sam was there doing the overnight shift. Lucas goes down there to make sure everything is running smoothly after his blow-up with Bart the day before. Gilbert, Bart, and this Todd guy are there to shoot a segment on ghosts? Were they filming in the library?
I don't know.
Flapjack looked to Gwen. She shrugged. I drank the rest of my coffee and filled up my cup before starting another pot. Lucas would probably stir soon, and I wanted to make sure he had a fresh cup. It just doesn't make sense, I said, as the second pot began percolating. I braced one hand on the counter and leaned back. No one saw anything or heard anything. It seems like if there was some massive argument that led up to the murder, someone would have heard the fight. Bart's head was smashed with some sculpture. I can't imagine that was a quick way to go. Wouldn't he have cried out for help? Hayward gave a thoughtful twitch of his mustache.
I'm far from some kind of street brawler, but it seems to me.
Flapjack burst out with a peal of laughter. Hayward glared at him.
What is so funny? The idea of you in a fist fight,
Flapjack replied, breathless with laughter. I looked at Gwen, and she gave Flapjack a swift nudge to the rear end. He started and glanced up at her.
What? I mean, come on, that's funny, right? Can you imagine Hayward dukes up with his fancy little gloves on, his toupee flapping with each punch? I do not wear a toupee,
Hayward bellowed. This only made Flapjack roar even harder, and he flopped over onto the ground, cackling like the Mad Hatter.
Are you quite finished?
Hayward demanded, more than a little ruffled. Go on, Hayward, I said, not giving Flapjack room for an answer. Hayward reached up, fussed with his top hat, and then cleared his throat again.
Yes, Lady Scarlet, as I was saying, it seems to me that a well-placed first blow could have rendered the man unconscious.
It's possible, but enough to kill him? Flapjack, did the police have the autopsy report yet? Flapjack hiccuped and twisted to face me, still lying on his back, a punch-drunk grin on his face. Hayward scoffed and floated a few feet away in a huff. Flapjack, come on, this isn't helping, I growled. Get up.
Admit it, Scar. You think it's a little funny.
I don't, I told him.
Thank you, Lady Scarlet,
Hayward said from his new perch on the couch. Did the autopsy report show how many hits killed Bart? I asked again. Flapjack soured and got to his feet.
I swear I need to find people with a sense of humor to haunt.
I started to argue, but stopped short when I heard Lucas's voice through the door. Lucas is up, I told the ghosts, as if they couldn't hear for themselves. I'll talk to him and see if he gathered any information while he was being questioned.
Wasn't that what you were supposed to be doing last night?
Flapjack asked, giving me a skeptical look. Mind your own business, cat, I snapped, moving closer to the bedroom door. His voice was muffled and hard to make out, but the tone was unmistakable. Lucas was one unhappy camper. Allow me, Gwen said, sailing for the wall. No, I said, a moment after she shimmered out of sight. After a few minutes, Lucas went silent, and Gwen reappeared, a grave look on her face. The bedroom door opened before I could decide whether I wanted to ask what Gwen had overheard. Lucas stepped into the kitchenette, worry and stress etched in the lines at his eyes. Morning? I said, the word coming out like a tentative question instead of a greeting. Without looking at me, he said,
They're firing me.
What? I gasped. Are you serious? Gwen added a solemn nod. Lucas moved like a robot set on autopilot mode as he took a mug down from the cupboard, poured a cup of coffee, and stirred in a touch of cream.
Brooklyn just called and gave me the whole, "We really appreciate your years of service, but now we're kicking you to the curb" speech.
I set my mug down. I'm so sorry, Lucas. Maybe they'll change their minds, once your name is cleared. He shook his head.
No, it's done.
I cringed.
I need to call Sam,
he said, after a few sips of coffee. His eyes remained unfocused, staring into the living room over the edge of his mug. Well, technically he was staring at Hayward and Gwen, but he didn't know that, and I definitely wasn't going to tell him. He works for your company, right? I asked.
Yeah, for now. Employees tend to jump ship when stuff like this happens. The whole no paycheck thing really puts a damper on the office vibe.
Right. I tried on a smile. If you want, we could talk about my flower shop's security needs. A lot of weird stuff does tend to happen around the shop.
We could probably work something out, he said, giving me a half smile. Speaking of weird things.
He trailed off and looked around the room. I pointed out each ghost in turn. Hayward, Gwen, and Flapjack. They got here this morning and wanted to talk about your case.
Ah, yes, I remember. The Invisible Detective Squad.
Flapjack's tail twitched, but he wisely kept his lips buttoned. Lucas took a sip of coffee.
Did they find anything interesting?
Probably nothing you didn't already know. Can you tell us what you remember from the morning of the murder? Did you see or hear anything? Lucas shook his head.
I was only there for 10, maybe 15 minutes. As soon as I was sure Sam had everything under control, I left. I stopped at the bakery and got the cronuts and coffee and came back here to make sure I was back in time for you to wake up.
What the heck is a cronut? Flapjack asked. I ignored him.
It's part of the problem, actually, Lucas continued. The police think it's convenient that I quote-unquote disappeared right before the body was discovered and 911 was called.
What about the coffee shop? Do you have the receipt? Or maybe someone working there would remember you if the police showed them your picture.
They don't open until 6 o'clock, he replied, a note of regret in his voice. So I spent a little time driving around listening to a podcast. No way to verify that.
Does the rental have a GPS? Maybe they could track that and see you'd been driving. Lucas considered it, but then shook his head.
I don't think it matters, Scar. The police don't have the pinpoint moment that Bart was attacked. According to their timeline, it all fits.
So they think you went in there, checked some cameras, flew into a fitful rage and killed a man, then what? Changed out of your bloody boots and clothes and went to get pastries? It's insane. Lucas shrugged.
People are crazy sometimes. I'm sure I can only imagine the kinds of things the detectives have seen over the course of their careers.
Where did they find the boots? I asked. They never searched this room.
They found them in the security trailer.
And what about the clothes you were wearing? Wouldn't those have blood too?
My lawyer tried that. They said I could have tossed them, burned them, washed the evidence away.
I chewed on my lip, a sick, sinking feeling tugging on me.
What are you thinking?
Lucas said. I shook my head.
Nothing. Come on, give me a little credit.
Lucas, I stopped short and looked down at my clasped hands. I know you don't want to think this, but there's really only one person who fits. A haunted look crossed Lucas's eyes, and I realized he'd already come to the same conclusion on his own.
Sam.
He had access to turn off those cameras, and he could have worn your boots. Maybe it was an accident. He might have put yours on thinking they were his.
There's just one problem, Lucas said, his voice quiet.
What?
He was in the security trailer the whole time. I saw him when I got to the set and checked in before I went to check cameras and make sure the crew had everything they needed. Hell, I even talked to Bart and tried to bury the hatchet from the night before. When I left, I popped in and said goodbye to Sam.
But you were busy in the house. He could have gone out and come back again before you left. Or maybe it happened after you left. You just said the police don't have an exact time of death.
He would have had to cross in front of the camera set to surveil the driveway. That camera wasn't one of the ones shut off. The police will have gone through all the footage. There's no way they would have missed him leaving the trailer.
Then who? I exclaimed. Who did this? That Gilbert guy doesn't seem interested in anything besides YouTube followers. What do you know about the camera guy, Todd? Lucas downed the dregs of his coffee.
Not much, he said, setting the mug aside. Listen, I need to get dressed and go down to the lobby. Brooklyn is on her way here to get back the key for the hotel room the studio had me in, and to get my studio ID.
I'll go with you. Chapter 15. Brooklyn was waiting in the lobby when we arrived, and stood as soon as she saw us step off the elevators. She offered a professional smile to each of us in turn. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, she told Lucas. Scarlett, I'm sorry to have to meet again under these circumstances. I hope you both know this is in no way an easy decision, and it's not personal. Flapjack snorted. Sure, lady.
Hush,
Gwen said.
What? It's not like she can hear me,
he countered, swishing his tail. Let's sit and we can get everything squared away, Brooklyn said, gesturing toward the cluster of chairs she'd come from. Her lipstick-stained coffee cup sat on a round table beside the chair, and a blue folder was placed next to it. Brooklyn sat down and crossed her legs at the ankles. She wore a black pantsuit and looked ready to step into a fancy high-rise boardroom when she was finished with us. Her long blonde hair hung at her shoulders, and when she tucked it behind her ears, I noticed that one detail had been missed. One of her diamond stud earrings was missing. It was immature, but I relished in that small imperfection as I took my seat beside Lucas. Brooklyn picked up the folder and then took her seat as Lucas and I perched on the edges of our respective chairs. Flapjack jumped up onto the coffee table and eyed Brooklyn with a surly glare.
You should ask Lucas if he saw her that morning. She told the police she was there doing paperwork. But why? You people do everything on your phones and computers these days. Why would she have needed to be at the set so early?
I shot him a disbelieving look. He flicked his tail toward Brooklyn, his face impassive.
She's gotta be at least as tall as the dead guy, and I bet my fluffy hide that she hits the gym. If she caught him by surprise, one good whack and he'd be down for the count.
I scoffed, and Brooklyn glanced over at me. Is something wrong? She asked, her tone cool and crisp. Allergies, I said, feigning a sneeze. Lucas looked pained.
Can we get this over with?
He asked Brooklyn. She opened the folder and produced a stack of papers and a pen. Handing both to Lucas, she straightened. It's all pretty standard, she said. These documents state that we are terminating our service contract with you and outlines the reasons why. All in legalese, of course. Let me know if you have questions. Once you've read it, I'll need a signature at the bottom. I'll also need the room key for the company-paid hotel room. As soon as we're done, I'll have a check that covers this month's salary and travel stipend. Lucas's jaw clenched, but he didn't say a word as he flipped through the documents. Brooklyn ignored me, preferring to watch the hotel patrons coming and going as the daily grind lurched into high gear. Meanwhile, Flapjack remained on the table, his tail still swirling around him.
She's shifty, Scar, I'm telling you.
Lucas finished reading and signed the bottom page.
I'm assuming I will get a copy of these at some point?
As soon as I get back to my hotel room, I'll be sending copies to you and to the studio. Satisfied, he handed the completed paperwork to Brooklyn and she filed it away. He produced the hotel key card from his wallet and gave her that as soon as she closed the folder.
They only gave me one,
he explained as she took it. Very good. And here is your check. He took it, folded it, and slipped it into his pocket without looking at it.
Are we done here?
Brooklyn considered him for a moment. Something that looked like regret crossed her perfect features. She exhaled slowly and then extended her hand. I really am sorry to see you go, Lucas. Lucas took her hand and forced a tight smile.
Goodbye, Miss Sky.
Brooklyn inclined her head and then glanced at me. Miss Sanderson, I do apologize for all this unpleasantness. If you ever reconsider our offer of piloting your own show, give me a call. Yeah, that's so not going to happen. Flapjack snorted. Oh, and by the way, you're only wearing one earring, I told her, doing my best Mean Girls impression. I sure hope the one you lost wasn't expensive. Brooklyn reached up to touch her earlobe and frowned. Thank you. I'm sure it will turn up. Good luck, I said, turning on my heel to follow Lucas back to the elevators.
You should have said she looks like a pirate, Flapjack said. Talk about a missed opportunity.
Somehow I think I'll live. We did our best to have a normal day, but the unpleasantness from the morning hung over us as we wandered the city streets, and there weren't enough powdered, sugar-coated anythings to banish it completely. After a lackluster dinner, we returned to the hotel and watched part of a movie on TV before Lucas called it a night and went to bed early. His snores drifted through the room as I lay awake beside him, staring into the dark room. The ghosts were off exploring the city's nightlife, or at least that's what they'd told me they were doing. Lucas made it clear he didn't want to talk about the case, and I didn't push him on it. If our places were reversed, I imagined I'd be sick of thinking about it too. A mental hourglass filled my mind, and I could almost hear the grains of sand sliding through it. There were 3 days left until my return flight to Washington, and I was already dreading it. It would be difficult to leave Lucas under any circumstances, but now it felt impossible. He had no job, no direction, and his lawyer advised him against leaving the state until the investigation moved its spotlight off him. The worries and anxieties tumbled around my head like a solitary shoe left in the dryer. Thunk, thunk, bump, repeat, over and over again. Finally, with a heavy sigh, I pushed aside the covers and slipped from the bed. I went to the bathroom and changed into a pair of jeans and a dark sweatshirt. I pulled my hair into a top knot and then went to the living room to grab my purse. Scar? Flapjack sat alone on the couch when I emerged from the bathroom. I jolted and raised a hand to my chest. You scared me! What are you doing here? I thought you were out on the town living it up. I haven't lived it up for the better part of the last 2 decades, Scar. I cringed. Sorry. Didn't think that one through. Gwen and Hayward are dancing at some jazz club. It wasn't my scene, so I came back here. Hayward was dancing? Flapjack laughed, the sound a mix between a wheeze and a purr. I'd call it more of a high-speed shuffle, but yeah. I get the feeling a nice slow waltz might be more his speed, but he can't say no to Gwen. I smiled. Seems like they're back in a good place. I guess. Oh, come on, Flapjack. He's your oldest friend besides me. You can't tell me you aren't at least a little bit happy for him. Flapjack frowned. He's more fun to torment when he's grumpy. I rolled my eyes. You really are impossible. Have I told you that lately? What's with the outfit? You two going out? I glanced back at the bedroom door. He's dead to the world. I was just going to go out and get some air. Some air, huh? Flapjack said, raising his dark brows. I shifted my weight. You know, a little walk or something. In the middle of the night, alone, in an unfamiliar city. Since when did you turn into my father? Flapjack waited, not saying a word. Okay, fine, I scoffed. I was going to go out and talk to Raymond. The mirror ghost? Yes, I'm at my wit's end here, and he's the only clear solution. What about Lila? You don't even know what she's capable of, Scar. You sure it's a good idea to go messing around with that ghost? If she finds out, she could come after you. I'll have to deal with that when the time comes, I said, setting my shoulders in resolve. If it comes. For all we know, she's parroting some family legend that's nothing more than patchy folklore and rumors. I moved for the door before Flapjack could throw up any additional obstacles. With one hand on the knob, I glanced over my shoulder. You coming or not? No chance I can get you to reconsider? I'll watch Gilmore Girls with you if that's what it takes to get you to stay here. I smiled sadly. He must really be desperate. I'm going, Flapjack. It's my only shot. He groaned, but hopped down from the couch and floated over toward me. Times like these, I'm thankful to be dead already so you can't give me a heart attack. As Gwen and Hayward said, the property on St. Charles was abandoned, but the police tape remained, along with a seal on the front door that made it clear that any trespasser would be arrested. I glanced around the porch, scanning for security. With Lucas gone, I wasn't sure if any existing cameras would even be up and running. It was possible they already had some new security firm in place, but according to Lucas, the studio had decided to move on to Topeka and drop the renovation efforts on the St. Charles home. If that was the case, would they bother keeping up surveillance efforts when technically the house was under NOPD control until further notice? It seemed unlikely, but I kept my face tucked away under my hood just in case. Come on, I said to Flapjack. Let's go around back. I don't want to tamper with this seal. Scar, you know I'm not the wet blanket type, but this feels off. He was right, but I wasn't about to tell him that. His ego didn't need the boost. And besides, we were already here. I wasn't going to let a sticker scare me off. There were half a dozen entries into the house, which alone seemed like a security nightmare. The doors had seals and the windows were locked. Then, just as I was about to give up, I spotted it. The balcony overlooking the backyard had a pair of French doors, and one of them was cracked open. Flapjack, I whispered. Look, I think that door is open. He levitated off the ground and soared upward for closer inspection. It's open, but Scar, how are you going to get... He stopped short when he glanced over the edge of the balcony and saw me climbing onto a cement planter while reaching for a trellis of ivy. He swore and muttered under his breath, but didn't try to stop me. I climbed the trellis and hauled myself over the edge of the balcony, puffing for air, but in one piece, and flashed him a triumphant grin.
You are an idiot sometimes. You know that?
Love you too, furball. He glared at me, his silvery eyes shining in the beams of moonlight filtering through the huge oak trees that shaded a good portion of the yard. I sighed. It was one floor up. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, I don't know. You could have fallen and broken a bone or hit your head.
What exactly were you going to tell the paramedics?
That you were on a nature walk?
Ugh, you are a wet blanket. I slipped through the open door and pulled out my keychain-size flashlight. It was small but mighty, and provided more than enough light for me as I crept through the house. It was eerie, being in such a huge place in the dark. Luckily, the layout was simple, and I found my way downstairs to the library without too much trouble. I halfway expected Gail to pop out and scold me again, but she didn't appear to be at the residence. Or if she was far enough away that she hadn't heard me come in. This is it, I whispered, one hand stilled on the doorknob.
Well, you waiting for a hand-engraved invitation or what?
I pushed open the door and breathed deeply. The smell of dust and old books filled the air, and it was clear the renovation process hadn't even started in the expansive room. I twirled slowly, shining my light at the wall of built-in bookcases, interspersed every few feet by empty walls where the family had likely displayed their art collection. The only thing left on the walls was a gold-framed mirror hanging over the massive fireplace at one end of the room. That's gotta be it, I said, taking a tiny step forward.
Swell,
Flapjack said. It took concentrated force to get my feet to move. Lila's words and the heat in her eyes flashed through my mind, and a ribbon of fear wound itself around my heart.
Let's get this over with,
Flapjack said, stalking toward the mirror.
Yo, Raymond, you got company.
I winced, but moved a little quicker to catch up with him. The mirror twinkled to life, the surface changing to a murky mixture of purple and silver, the same as spirits. Slowly, the particles of color blended together and morphed into the ghost of a man. His face was lean, with sharp cheekbones and a long nose. His eyes appeared sunken in, and I wondered if he'd been a prisoner prior to death.
Raymond?
I stuttered.
Who told you my name?
He hissed. I swallowed, momentarily debating whether it was safe to give up Lila's name or not. Considering his history with her family, I decided against it. My friends came to see you, I replied, regaining the strength of my voice. I'm here to talk about the murder that happened in this library a few days ago. My friends told me you have information.
Then I'm sure they also told you my price.
I can't set you free, I said. I wouldn't even know how. Raymond studied me for a moment.
How do you know that? You haven't even tried. What does she have to do?
Flapjack asked.
Break the mirror?
Raymond chuckled.
If only it were that simple.
Something about the reflection called to me, and without thinking, I reached out and ran my fingertips along the surface of the mirror. It was cold as ice, but just before I took my hand away, I felt a pulse of power flow from the glass. Recoiling, I stared at my fingers, as if expecting them to change color or shoot laser beams. What was that? Raymond's ghost wore a manic smile.
You have the gift. You're one of us. Something tells me you do not want to join that club, Scar. I felt you here, in this house.
Raymond continued, a gleeful look on his cadaverous face.
Our kind shares a special connection, you know.
Flapjack glanced at me, and I shook my head. No, I don't know. What are you talking about? One of who? Raymond swooped closer, his face large in the mirror.
Free me, and I will tell you everything you want to know.
I shook my head. I can't. Not until you tell me what it is you've done. Why you were contained to this mirror in the first place.
I've killed, Raymond said, unflinching. In life and afterward, too. Some call me a monster, but they don't understand. I only took those who were suffering, whose ends were near.
That doesn't justify murder, I told him. Raymond chuckled.
Oh, you don't understand now, but you will.
I sneered at him. What about the little boy? Gail told me a faceless spirit is responsible for his death. Raymond laughed, the sound like jagged ice down my back. His face morphed in the mirror until it looked like a plume of silver smoke hovering above the collar of his shirt.
Scar, I think we should go,
Flapjack said. My head agreed with him, but my body refused to heed its warning. What are you? I asked, my voice a dry whisper. The smoke cleared, and Raymond's face reappeared, taking up the entirety of the mirror's surface once again.
I am like you, and you are like me, Scarlett Sanderson. You have powers beyond your wildest imagination, and one day, soon, I imagine, you'll learn to use them.
The grip on my chest cinched tighter, and I fought to breathe. This guy's clearly a crackpot, Scar. Let's get out of here. How do you know my name? I demanded.
I've answered one question already. You know why I was imprisoned. Give me my freedom, and I'll tell you what you want to know, including who killed that arrogant waste of a man in this very room.
His promise hung thick in the air. Something tugged at my hand, and I lifted it to the mirror's surface again. I could feel it. His spirit. If I willed it, I knew I could pull him from the depths, as easily as I could pull a teddy bear from a lake. But how? How could I possibly wield that kind of power? And what did he know about me? Thoughts spun in my head, faster and faster, in time with the frantic beating of my heart. A thump sounded, cutting through the murky layers of my conflicted mind. Everything went still, suspended in time. Thump, thump. What was that? I hissed, whipping around to shine my flashlight at the other side of the room. Flapjack went still.
Someone's here, in the house.
I looked back at Raymond and saw naked rage in his eyes.
Free me,
he hissed, red sparks crossing his dark pupils.
Now!
Without a word, I killed the flashlight, turned, and ran. I skidded into the hallway and paused, the sound of footsteps getting closer. I moved as quickly as I could on my tiptoes, desperate to keep my sneakers from making a noise and give away my location. Then, as I rounded a corner, I bumped into a lamp and watched in horror as it tipped and fell, like a horrifying slow-motion crash. It hit the wood floor with a loud crash that echoed through the near-empty house. Flapjack swore. I squeezed my lips together to keep from adding a colorful word of my own. We stood still for a moment, both frozen in terror, when the footsteps picked up pace. I dared to breathe again when I realized they were heading away from me and not closer. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the door on the balcony hadn't been an accident. Someone must have been in the house the entire time I was. This realization only worked to spike my heart rate even higher. But then, curiosity took hold. Who would break into a murder scene? Unless there was another ghost hunter set on chatting with Raymond or Gail, it seemed it had to be someone interested in finding, or hiding, something.
Scar, what are you doing?
Flapjack called as I hurried down the hall, moving toward the front of the house. I burst into the foyer a moment after the front door slammed shut. Peering through one of the windows flanking the huge door, I saw a person dressed in black climbing behind the wheel of a dark SUV that was parked across the street. The driver paused for a moment and pushed back their hood to reveal a sheet of platinum blonde hair.
I told you it was her,
Flapjack hissed. Chapter 16. You did what? To say that Lucas was less than thrilled with my midnight escapades would be a major understatement. I had to get answers. Lucas shook his head, at a loss for words. Can we get back to the part where I saw Brooklyn fleeing the scene? I asked, barely resisting the urge to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Think about it, Lucas. She was there the morning of the murder. She said she was doing paperwork, but come on, at 5-something in the morning? What could be so important? Lucas held up a hand. It's strange, I'll admit. But what's her motive? Why would she kill Bart? I don't know. You tell me. Did they get along? Brooklyn gets along with everyone, he said with a shrug. I've never seen her butt heads with anyone. What if Bart was on her case about something? Maybe she just snapped. I don't know, Scar. It seems far-fetched. Lucas paced the length of the room, one hand braced on the back of his neck. His eyes were focused on the carpet as he walked. We're running out of other suspects, I told him. It wasn't you. You swear it couldn't have been Sam. We're down to the camera guy, the fake psychic, and Brooklyn. Todd's whereabouts are airtight, Lucas said. How do you know that? I texted Sam last night before bed. You were in the shower. He says there is camera footage that's time-stamped to prove that Todd was out filming in the garden, getting background shots while Bart and Gilbert discussed the segment. In the library? That's where they were filming. So Bart and Gilbert were alone? I asked. Well, besides the murderous ghost living rent-free in the library, Flapjack added. And then Todd comes back in, finds Bart dead. Why isn't Gilbert at the top of the suspect list? What's his alibi? He says he was in the bathroom putting on makeup. The police found his kid in the bathroom, so I guess they buy it. Okay, so Gilbert leaves to get ready for the shoot. Brooklyn comes in, argues with Bart. He ends up dead. Todd comes in to start filming and finds Bart. That all fits. Even if that's how it happened, and it's a really big if, there's no way for us to prove it. None of them left prints in the blood, and none of them had access to turn off the security cameras. From an investigative standpoint, I'm still the one who fits the bill. Do you have any of the security footage downloaded to your computer? You said that if Sam left the trailer, you'd have seen it on the camera that covers the driveway. What if we could check and see if Brooklyn left her trailer? Lucas paused, but then shook his head. I don't have the footage. They took my computer when they searched the other hotel room, and I doubt the studio is going to let me have another look. This is just going in circles. I sighed and flopped onto the couch. That is why we need to leave it alone. We don't have enough information, so all we can do is spitball. I glanced up at him. Except, there is one thing we know that the detectives don't. Lucas groaned. So what, you want me to call my ex-boss and have her come meet us for lunch so we can interrogate her? I'm sure that would go over really well. I frowned, and he continued. I appreciate that you keep trying to help, but I can't get involved in this any more than I already am. If the detectives find out I've been poking around in their investigation, it's not going to end well, especially if they were to find out my girlfriend broke into the crime scene in the middle of the night. Technically, there was no breaking, but I get it. Please, we only have a couple of days left until you fly home. I need to figure out my next move, too, now that I'm jobless and living on borrowed time here in this hotel. Guilt punched me in the gut as I looked around the fancy suite. Lucas had set up the vacation and paid for everything, even my flight, refusing even to let me cover a meal so far. He'd clearly gone all out for the hotel room. I mean, it wasn't the honeymoon suite or anything, but it was likely setting him back a few $100s a night at least. He would hate it if I offered money, but the words bubbled up anyway. Let me pay for the hotel, at least half. I've got it covered, he said stubbornly. I'm meeting with my lawyer on Monday. She'll tell me whether or not it's okay for me to get out of town. Then where will you go? Back to L.A.? For now, he said. I've got 6 months left on my lease. I'll give it a month or so and see what job offers turn up, if any. Something will, I told him, brushing his arm. He exhaled. And if they don't, then I'll sublet the apartment out and move. As of right now, none of this is on my record. I could go anywhere and get a job working security for another firm. LA is great, but it's expensive. And I'm really not a roommate kind of guy. I smiled. That's too bad. I'd love it if you took 1 or 2 off my hands. He snorted. I'm going to assume you mean Hayward and Gwen, Flapjack said, giving me a pointed look. My cheeks warmed. I'd forgotten he was perched beside me on the couch. I couldn't think of the last time he'd ever been so quiet.
I'm really sorry this trip has been a nightmare, Lucas said, suddenly serious.
He reached for both my hands and held them tightly.
You took time away from your business and life, and it's been a train wreck. How can I make it up to you?
You don't have anything to apologize for, I said, squeezing his hands back. We'll get through this, and in 6 months, when you're back on your feet, I'll let you have a mulligan. All right? Lucas smiled.
Fair enough.
He leaned forward and kissed me slowly. And for just a moment, the chaos and fear melted away, and it was just us. Right up until Flapjack feigned a coughing fit. I pulled away from Lucas and shot the cat a glare. If you don't like it, you can leave, you know?
I'm gonna guess that wasn't directed at me,
Lucas said, chuckling. I pecked him on the cheek and stood up. Tell you what, you stay here and get some business taken care of, and I'll go pick us up something for breakfast. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little sick of this hotel room coffee.
Are you sure you don't mind?
I can go with you. I'll be back before you can even miss me. Lucas released my hand and I grabbed my purse. Flapjack followed, wearing a wide grin.
We're not going to get coffee, are we?
Chapter 17.
All right, Scar, what's the plan here? Loverboy is right, you can't tell those detectives what we saw. At least not without admitting that you were also breaking and entering an active crime scene.
Again, there was no breaking, I huffed.
You get the point,
Flapjack said. We stood across the street from the St. Charles property. 2 moving trucks were parked along the curb, one on either side of the driveway. The police tape was up, but I didn't see any officers in the vicinity. From the looks of things, the studio was folding up their tent and moving on. Brooklyn stepped into view. One arm stretched out to gesture at the first truck as she explained something to the coverall-clad man beside her. Her expression was all business, as she finished with the one crew member and turned to address another that approached.
There she is, I said. You're sure about this, Scar?
I have to know what she was doing there last night.
All right, but I hope you have low expectations,
Flapjack said. I don't have any expectations, I told him. All I want is the truth, whatever it may be. I waited for a truck to pass and then stepped off the curb. Before my foot found the pavement, I was jerked back onto the sidewalk. A hand closed around my wrist, and I yelped out in surprise. On reflex, I swung wildly at my assailant, only to stop short when I saw Lucas out of the corner of my eyes. I jolted and dropped my balled fist. What are you doing here? His expression was hard as granite as he stared down at me.
You're really going to ask me that right now?
I huffed and shot Flapjack a look. You're a crappy lookout, you know that?
He has special training,
Flapjack objected. Useless. Scarlet, Lucas barked. What are you doing here? I asked you to stay out of this. No, you said you couldn't be involved anymore. His jaw flexed. You're an extension of me in this particular case. I scoffed. That's a little 1950s of you, isn't it?
I'm not doing this with you right now,
he said, shaking his head. We need to go. Now. I yanked my arm, and he released me. Not until I talk to Brooklyn. I'm going to tell her I saw her here last night, and I'm not leaving until she tells me what she was looking for. Lucas tossed his hands up and started to turn away.
This is insane.
I narrowed my eyes. You know what I think is insane? This resignation you have. Your life is on the line, Lucas. Why aren't you trying to do anything about that? I'm doing everything I need to do, Scarlet. I hired a good lawyer, and I'm following their advice by staying low. That's what innocent people are supposed to do in cases like these. Running around, meddling in everything just makes it worse. So you don't care why Brooklyn was skulking around the murder scene last night. She could have been in that library minutes before I got there planting more evidence or hiding some. That doesn't make you wonder?
Of course it does. But I'm not naive enough to think she'll tell me what she was doing if I ask really nice. Maybe add a pretty please on top. Come on.
Aha! Now I'm naive.
I didn't say that. Not to get nitpicky, but you kind of did,
Flapjack said, though Lucas couldn't hear him. I shook my head, scanned the street, and broke into a run before Lucas could stop me. I ducked under the police tape and stalked toward Brooklyn. She had her back to me, still speaking with a woman in a crew t-shirt, but turned around when she noticed the growing concern on the woman's face. "Scarlett, what are you—"
"I need to talk to you," I interrupted.
She glanced around as she took a few steps toward me. "I'm a little busy here, as you can see. We can do this here or in private. Totally up to you." "I don't have anything to say to you, Miss Sanderson. If this is about Lucas's contract termination, you're barking up the wrong tree. It wasn't my call, and there isn't anything I can do to change it." Her lips went into a thin line. "So if you'll please leave before I have to have you removed." "I saw you here last night," I said. She froze. "That was you?" she hissed, leaning forward. "What were you doing?" I asked. She straightened and crossed her arms. "What were you doing?" "Holding a seance," I lied, without blinking. Brooklyn's eyes went wide. What? Why would you do that?" "I was reaching out to Bart to see if he would tell me what happened to him. See, unlike you, I know that Lucas wasn't the one who killed him." "Is she lying?" Brooklyn demanded, looking past my shoulder. I turned and saw Lucas behind me. Brooklyn didn't wait for a response. She looked back at me, her eyes frantically searching mine. It wasn't me. Surely he told you that." "What were you doing here last night?" Her cheek jerked. "I was looking for something. I didn't go anywhere near the library. I was in the master bedroom."
"What were you looking for?" Lucas asked. "Those rooms are still empty."
Brooklyn's face turned a deep pink. "I was up there with Bart the night before he was killed." She paused and swallowed hard. "We were dating, and that night, he'd set up a picnic for us on the balcony. It was really romantic. He put out blankets and pillows, candles, champagne. We had the whole place to ourselves, and it was so quiet and peaceful."
"Where was Sam? He told me he'd been on site all night making sure there weren't any issues."
Brooklyn shook her head. "Bart told him to take the night off. We were supposed to be long gone by the time Sam got back in the morning for the shoot, but we fell asleep under the stars." She drifted off, her eyes glossy with tears. "When we woke up that morning, Todd and Sam were already here. I panicked and played it off like I was there to do paperwork in the production trailer." "Why not just tell Sam?" I asked. "Was your relationship with Bart against company policy or something?" Brooklyn wrung her hands. "Sam's my ex."
Man, Hayward is going to be so sad he missed this. Days of Our Lives doesn't have anything on drama like this,"
Flapjack quipped, popping into view near my left ankle. "We didn't want him to find out. He has a temper, obviously." She snorted, then seemed to catch herself. Her eyes went wide. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Did Sam—" "Nothing," she insisted. "It doesn't mean anything. You wanted to know why I was here, and now you know." "No, I don't. You told me you were here the night before the murder. That doesn't clear up what you were doing here last night." "I was looking for my earring," she snapped. "The one you pointed out was missing yesterday at that unpleasant meeting. Bart gave them to me that night, and I put them in right away. I don't know when one fell out, but I looked everywhere. This was the last place I could think to look, but I didn't want to explain it to the detectives. I didn't tell them about Bart and me dating." She paused and licked her lips. "Anyways, I didn't have the keys, but figured that balcony door would still be unlocked, and it was."
"Is everything okay over here?"
We all turned in unison to see Sam approaching, wearing his leather jacket and a surly grimace.
"What are you doing here?"
Lucas said, a harsh edge to the question.
"I'm the new head of security," he announced.
"What?" Lucas, Flapjack, and I all said. Brooklyn shifted from foot to foot and looked like she'd rather be running a marathon in shoes lined with razor blades than be standing there. Sam shrugged.
"There was a gap. I filled it. It's business, not personal."
"Like hell," he bit out. Brooklyn held up her hands. "Please, you guys, don't—"
"It was you, wasn't it?"
Lucas asked, his voice a dangerous growl. He wasn't paying any attention to Brooklyn. His gaze was trained on Sam, flames sparking in his eyes.
"You found out Brooklyn was seeing Bart, got into it with him, he ends up dead, and then what? You set me up to take the fall so that you could swoop in and take my job? Is that it?"
Lucas, I said, placing a hand on his arm. He pulled his arm away and took a step closer to Sam.
After everything I've done for you, this is what I get in return?
Brooklyn's eyes were wide, ping-ponging between the two men. Is that what you meant? I asked her. When you said Sam has a temper? Sam's eyes snapped away from Lucas.
You said what?
I didn't say anything.
I should have known I couldn't trust you,
Sam snarled.
You led me on and on. Just last week you asked me out to coffee. Then I find out you're sleeping with the boss.
Brooklyn flinched. I asked you out to coffee to tell you about Bart and me, but I couldn't. Sam barked out a cold laugh.
Of course. Then you come here and have your boyfriend pay me off so you could hook up, right here under this roof, like he's some kind of dog marking its territory.
I am not someone's territory, she snapped, squaring her shoulders against her ex.
Could have fooled me, Brooklyn.
Go to hell, Sam. She whipped around and started toward the house. Panic sparked in Sam's eyes and the smug grin fell away.
Where do you think you're going?
He demanded. Brooklyn spun on her heel and flashed a wicked grin. I think it's time for me to have a little chat with Detective Delgado. Sam lunged toward her.
You little...
Lucas jumped forward, inserting half of his torso between the ex-lovers.
It's over, Sam. I'll tell them what you did,
Sam shouted, spit flying.
You're an accomplice. You told me to wipe the footage. You said you'd cover for me. We had a deal.
Then it looks like it's time for me to cut a new one, doesn't it? With a cold smile, she pivoted on her pencil-thin stiletto and marched up the front steps and into the house.
Get out of my way,
Sam snarled at Lucas.
Not a chance.
Sam took a swing, but Lucas stopped him. And in a move so quick I couldn't even see how it happened, Lucas had Sam's arm twisted behind his back. From the look on Sam's face, it didn't feel great.
How did the blood get on my boots?
Lucas growled into Sam's ear. Sam struggled against the hold.
I've got nothing to say to you. You were just going to let me take the fall? Why? It was you or me, Sam grunted. What was I supposed to do?
Lucas's jaw clenched.
The blood was an accident, Sam finally said. I forgot my boots at the hotel and I knew you kept an extra pair here. Bart was a stickler for crap like that, so I put them on. It wasn't intentional, all right?
Oh yeah, that really makes me feel all warm and fuzzy, Lucas snarled.
You gonna let me go?
Not a chance. Everything happened so fast that it was hard to know exactly how much time passed between Brooklyn going inside to the time Detective Delgado and a uniformed officer came out to take Sam from Lucas's hold. They loaded him into the back of an unmarked car and were gone without fanfare. When the car was out of sight, I glanced around and spotted Brooklyn standing in the doorway of the house, having apparently watched the whole scene from the safety of the porch. I glanced at Lucas, and then went to stand at the bottom steps of the porch. Why did you cover for him? I asked her. She shook her head, and for a moment I thought she wasn't going to answer me. When she spoke, her voice trembled. Sam and I had a complicated relationship. How did you meet? I asked. Through Lucas, actually. She winced. Sam had struggled to find work before he met Lucas. He has a felony on his background, an old assault charge. He said it was a stupid bar fight. I was never brave enough to actually do the digging. Lucas vouched for him, and I trusted Lucas, so I pushed it through without the studio finding out. Sam was grateful for my help and offered to buy me a drink. And that was it, I guess. It wasn't a long-term thing, but I cared about him. More than I want to admit now, considering everything. It was one of those types of relationships that run hot and cold. When it was good, it was really good. But when it was bad, it was a nightmare. Did it ever get physical? No. She shook her head. But like I said, he had a temper. He'd blow up at stupid things like a traffic jam or a restaurant getting his order wrong. It's one of the reasons we broke up. Why did you let him stay on as security? I don't know. He never had issues at work. And technically he didn't work for the studio, so I just turned a blind eye and tried to stay out of his way, which, when I was in New York, was relatively easy to do. What happened that morning, Brooklyn? She took in a deep breath. Sam said he needed to speak with Bart and me in the library. He put two and two together, and It got ugly. We argued, and when Sam insulted me, Bart took a swing at him. Of course, Bart was no match for Sam. He grabbed that sculpture and hit him in the head. Bart went down and... Her voice broke, and she squeezed her eyes shut. And he never got back up. My stomach rolled. The whole thing was so senseless and dark. I told Sam to wipe the video cameras and turn them off. I told him I'd tell the detectives they'd been turned off all morning. I don't know why. I am so mad at him for what he did. I'll never forgive him. But at the same time... She buried her face in her hands and made a frustrated growl. How did Sam get out of the security trailer? Lucas said the camera showing the driveway was left on, and that's why the detectives ruled Sam out as a suspect. They said it would have caught him if he'd left the trailer during the time of the murder. I don't know, Brooklyn said, waving a hand. He doctored it somehow, looped it to other footage to cover the time he was leaving and going back inside. We really thought we had all the bases covered. Everyone on the crew had fingerprints and DNA inside that house. If there wasn't an eyewitness, it was going to be impossible for the police to pin down one suspect, and without that, there would be no case. And then the boot print. She nodded, still looking pained. Sam said we should have pinned it on Gilbert. If we both said he did it, we'd be in the clear. But I couldn't go through with it. I scoffed. Right. Wouldn't want to ruin an innocent person's life. Oh, wait. That's exactly what you were trying to do to Lucas. No! I never lied about that. I told the police it couldn't have been Lucas. I tried to help him. I laughed, the sound dry and mirthless. Sure you did. You helped a ton, especially when you called the studio's legal team off the case and left him out to dry. Brooklyn nodded, but kept her eyes trained on the ground, unable to meet my gaze. I really am sorry. I shook my head in disgust. I'm sure you've made some kind of deal, and you'll skate through this, no harm done, but if karma is real, I'd still watch your back. She glanced up at me, and it looked as if she were about to speak, but then thought better of it and walked away without another word. I watched her go across the street and climb behind the wheel of the SUV. The whole thing a strange déjà vu of the night before. When she was gone, I rejoined Lucas. He let out a long exhale and glanced at me. I owe you an apology. I shrugged. It's fine. It's over now. That's what really matters. What did Brooklyn have to say for herself? He asked after a moment. Nothing worth repeating, really. She covered for Sam because deep down she still loves him, even if she won't openly admit it. Lucas scrubbed his hands over his face. I still can't believe he was fine letting me go to prison for him. Brooklyn told me what you did for him, I said. How you helped him get the job in the first place. I believe people deserve second chances, he replied quietly. I still believe that, I said. I hope you do too. He nodded, and then steepled his fingertips together. I'm just glad this is over. Time to move on. Me too, I said, leaning my head down to rest on his shoulder. I'm exhausted. He moved to wrap an arm around me, and I nestled in closer. This hasn't exactly been the relaxing vacation I'd envisioned. Exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I let out a snort of laughter. That's putting it mildly. Lucas chuckled, and the warm timbre vibrated through his chest. Let's start talking about plans for that do-over. I smiled up at him. What did you have in mind? Chapter 18. Here we go. Your silver chariot awaits. Flapjack bristled. It's a train, Scar. You don't have to oversell it. We are familiar with the concept. Why is he so grumpy? I asked Hayward. I'm afraid I rarely have an answer to that query, Lady Scarlet. Gwen giggled and looped her arm through Hayward's. He smiled and patted the back of her hand. Shall we, my lady? We shall, she exclaimed with a bright smile. Flapjack rolled his eyes. Maybe I'll wait for the next one. The ghost trap is still free, I told him. He shuddered. I'm never doing that again. Then you'd better get your furry butt on that train. See you back at home, Scarlet, Gwen called, as she and Hayward slipped through the side of the train. I raised a hand and waved. Flapjack stalked behind them, muttering to himself. Bye, Flapjack, I said. I'll see you back in Beechwood Harbor in a few days. Try to enjoy yourself. Yeah. He disappeared, and I chuckled to myself.
Everyone good?
I turned at the voice and smiled at Lucas as he joined me. He handed me a coffee cup. They're boarded and ready to go. He grinned.
Finally got you back to myself?
Looks like it, I said. At least for a couple more hours. My plane leaves at 1, so I figured I'd catch the shuttle back to the airport around 11.
All right. Time for one more breakfast?
He asked, glancing at his watch. Only if it involves cronuts, I teased. Lucas chuckled and looped an arm around my shoulders.
I think that can be arranged.
I didn't figure you'd put up a fight. We made a beeline to the bakery we'd been frequenting like a pair of junkies looking for our next sugar bomb hit. Lucas ordered, and we sat at a table outside, watching the world go by. After breakfast, we returned to the hotel, and I packed my suitcase. With the case resolved, Lucas was booked on his own flight back to Los Angeles for the next day, and would stay in the suite one more night. The front desk called a taxi for me, and Lucas and I stepped outside to say goodbye at the curb. He'd offered to take me to the airport, but I'd declined. Big, emotional airport goodbyes weren't my thing, and when I turned down his offer, the glimmer of relief in his eyes told me they weren't his favorite either. A cab pulled up to the curb, and I glanced up at Lucas. Looks like my ride's here.
Here,
he said, grabbing my suitcase. I'll get that. The driver came around and opened the back door and took the suitcase from Lucas to stow away in the trunk. Once empty-handed, Lucas pulled me into a warm embrace, and I buried my face against his chest for a long moment. I hate that we have to say goodbye, not knowing when we'll see each other next.
I know,
Lucas agreed. He kissed my forehead.
We'll plan something soon.
I didn't want to press him for details, but a part of me wondered if soon would really be an option. Lucas had a ton of decisions to make in the coming weeks, maybe months, and I couldn't see how he'd find a good stopping point to make a trip to Beechwood Harbor. It wasn't likely that I'd manage a trip to California, either. I'd left my flower shop in my only employee's hands for nearly 10 days, which meant overtime and a hit to my payroll funds. Maybe I could take off early on a Saturday and come down for Sunday and Monday, I offered. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes.
Let's talk dates as soon as I get settled.
Okay. I nodded and then kissed him again. I'll call you when I get back home.
Please do.
I do have one stop to make before going to the airport, I told him. He gave me a small smile.
I figured as much.
I gathered my suitcase and purse, gave him one last kiss, and I swear, as I ducked into the back seat of the car, I heard a faint humming rendition of the Ghostbusters theme. According to the hours posted on the door, Madame Firefly's wasn't set to open for another hour. I frowned at my watch and realized I couldn't wait that long. As I debated whether or not to leave a note with my phone number, I glanced down the street just as Lila rounded the corner. She wore her silver headphones and carried 2 cups of coffee. When she spotted me, she flashed a broad smile. "There you are," she said, as though she'd been expecting me. "Where are your friends?" "I put them on an Amtrak back to Washington a couple of hours ago." "Aha!" She held out one of the cups. "Here, this one's yours." I faltered, but she gave the cup a slight shake, and I took it from her. "How did you—" She smiled. "I had a feeling you'd be stopping by, and figured you liked coffee." When she unlocked the door to the shop, I took a sip and felt my eyes go wide. "This isn't just coffee," I said. "This is a vanilla hazelnut latte, my favorite drink." Still grinning, Lila shrugged. "I took a gamble." "Uh-huh." She laughed and pushed the door open. "Come on." The shop looked different in the soft morning light. It was still a hot mess, but somehow the piles of knickknacks and dusty books looked prettier in natural lighting. "Queen Elvira hasn't been down here to close the drapes and start burning sage yet," Lila said, once again seeming to read my thoughts. I stopped walking. "All right, what's going on? Are you reading my mind or something?" She laughed. "No, I'm not that kind of psychic." "So, what exactly is your power? We never got around to discussing it the other day." "Let's sit," she said, opening the door of the reading room. I followed her inside, and we settled into the same chairs we'd occupied the last time we'd met in the glorified closet. "I can't read minds, but I can read energies, objects, auras, spirits. Everything has a charge, so to speak, some stronger than others. I find that with those who have their own gift, the energy is even stronger. That's why it's easy for me to read you." "That's disturbing. I'm not sure I like the idea of being a walking open book." Most of it is surface-level stuff. She gestured at the coffee cup I held between my hands. Your drink preference, for example. Not exactly a state secret. And you knew I was coming to see you, I said. Well, I knew I was to expect a visitor. I didn't know it would be you until you were almost here. She stopped and saw the confusion on my face. It's complicated. So why don't you tell me what brings you by? That part is truly a mystery to me. I'm leaving today, I started. Flying back home to Washington. Oh? Yeah. But before I leave, I wanted to stop by and say thanks for your help with everything. If it weren't for you, I probably would have done something stupid. With regard to Raymond, I mean. You met him, didn't you? I nodded and drew in a deep breath. I did. What did he say? He flat out told me he's a killer, but he made it seem like he's some kind of, I don't know, death angel, I guess? Like it was his duty to kill. He's delusional, Lila said, her tone flat. Spirits aren't meant to wander the earth for as long as Raymond has. It can drive even the most good-natured spirit insane, and I don't think Raymond was ever good. How old is he? It's hard to say. He's never given a full accounting of his life, and hasn't revealed his last name, which makes it hard to track him back through history. But I guess he'd spent at least a couple centuries wandering this realm. Wow, I get impatient just waiting in line at the grocery store. Lila laughed. Exactly. I smiled, but it faded quickly, and I looked down at the lid of the coffee cup, trying to decide how to broach my next question. He's very good at getting inside people's heads, Scarlet. So if he says something that upset you, remember that you have to take it with a grain of salt. Or maybe a boulder of salt. Whether she knew it or not, Lila struck the chord behind my visit. From the look in her eyes, she knew. He said, I'm like him, that we're the same thing. My whispered confession hung heavy between us for a long moment, and I continued, if only to drown out the silence. And I guess the reason why it bothers me is because I don't actually know what I am, or where this power or gift came from. No one in my family has anything even remotely like this. I've recently made friends with a witch and been exposed to more supernatural situations than I could even try to explain right now. It's all kind of thrown me back into this existential crisis I find myself in every few months. I paused, twisting my hands together. So, do you think that maybe he knows something about me? Are you asking if I think you're some kind of repressed serial killer? Lila asked, a half-cocked smile on her lips. Well, no, I stopped and shook my head. I don't know what I'm asking you. Give me your hand, she said, extending hers, palm up. I eyed her, but then slowly reached out and placed my palm on hers. She closed her eyes, and I stopped breathing. Tense lines appeared between her brows, and my pulse spiked. What was she seeing? Was there some darkness locked inside me that she could sense with her own power? After what seemed like forever, her eyes fluttered open, and she studied me. Tell me what you felt when you touched a mirror. I blinked. How did you... Just tell me what it was like. Did it hurt? Or was it like, some kind of invitation? Neither. I chewed my lip for a moment, trying to pin down every detail. The mirror was cold. Freezing, actually. But when I ran my fingers along it, there was something almost warm. Tangible. I think if I'd wanted, I could have pulled something, or someone, from the other side. Have you ever felt that before? I started to shake my head, but then it hit me. Yes. Whenever I've used my ghost trap, it's the same. Ghost trap? I produced the small orb from my bag. It's one of those don't leave home without it kind of things, and explained where I'd found it and the times I'd used it. Lila listened intently, turning the small sphere over in her hands. When I finished, we fell back to a tense silence, as if the air itself crackled with mystery and wonder. Finally, Lila looked up and met my gaze. Well, what's the diagnosis? I asked, a nervous edge to my voice. Scarlet, you're a soul shepherd. Chapter 19. 24 hours later, I found myself sitting on the formal sofa in the sitting room of the Beechwood Manor. Holly sat beside me, plying me with bottomless, calming tea she swore was laced with only a teensy bit of magic. Whatever she laced it with, it worked. I felt a detached calmness as I walked her through all the events of my escapades in New Orleans. "Bat wings," she said when I was finished. "Next time maybe you two should try sandals or something. Or at least someplace that doesn't have a raging spirit underworld just under the surface like New Orleans." "Noted," I said, giggling. In a way, it was therapeutic to unpack all the insanity in one swoop. "So where does that leave things now that you're back?" Holly asked. "If he's in Los Angeles and you're here—" She trailed off, a pinched look of concern on her face. I blew out a slow breath. "I don't know, really. I talked to Lucas last night after I got home. The cops have Sam and Brooklyn in custody, and he's been cleared from the investigation. He's flying back to LA later tonight. The studio apologized to him and offered him a new contract for the remainder of this season of the show, but he's not sure he wants to take it." "I don't blame him," Holly said. "It sounds like they kind of raked him over the coals." "I wouldn't blame him either if he decides to walk away. I guess it just makes me nervous, because it opens a whole new realm of possibilities, and each one would impact our future in a different way." "Yeah, I get that." Holly reached over and topped off my teacup. I smiled. "I'm fine, you know." "Oh, I know." "We'll figure it out," I added. "In some ways, maybe a full-time job in LA would actually be better for us. He'd be traveling less, and it would make it easier to schedule visits to each other. From here to LAX isn't too far." "True." I glanced around the room, admiring the antiques on display in a built-in hutch along one wall, and the detailed woodwork of the house that had been so impeccably maintained over the years. It was almost dizzying to think about the amount of magic that had been housed within the old manor. If these walls could talk, they could probably write enough books to fill the library back at the mansion on St. Charles Avenue. Raymond's library. "Holly, can I ask you a question?" She gave me a curious look. "Anytime." "Have you ever heard the term soul shepherd in reference to magic or ghosts before?" "You mean like a reaper?" I cringed. "I think I prefer shepherd." "Wait," she said, her eyes growing wide. "You're not—" Reluctantly, I lowered my chin. "Bat wings," she whispered. It makes sense, though. All the pieces. I met someone in New Orleans. She can read magic, and I guess that's what she sees when she looks at mine." "A diviner? Wow, that's impressive. There aren't many with that particular gift. There are a few working for the Supernatural Protection Agency. Usually they get stuck reading signatures on potions and other magical items. Lila, that's her name. She gave me a book on the topic before I left. I read it on the plane, but I still have so many questions." "I'm not sure I'll be much help. The book she gave you is probably the same one I would have studied back in my academy days." "Right." I bobbed my head, trying to mask my disappointment. Lila had helped as much as she could, but I hadn't been able to stay long enough to ask all my questions, and by the time I got home late that night, I was more confused than ever. I guess the thing I'm struggling with the most is figuring out where it all comes from. Magic. This power running through me that's just as real as the blood in my veins or the skin on my bones. Holly held her hands out. "Where does anything come from?" I frowned. That's not exactly an answer. She smiled softly. "That's because there isn't one. Or at least not one that everyone can agree on. It's like the debate between evolution and creation. Everyone has their own theory or belief on how the whole thing got started. Some believe in a higher power, a god or gods, and a specific thought-out design. And others look to science and the study of the physical rather than the spiritual. It's the same with magic. Some witches worship the goddess. Vampires have their own folklore and origin stories." "What about you?" I asked. "You're an elemental witch. That's what you told me when we met." Holly nodded. "That's right." "And everyone in your family is also a witch?" "Yes. Elemental witches believe our magic comes from the earth. Mother Nature, as some call her. It's typically passed from the maternal line, from witch to witch. My father also happened to be a wizard, but he wasn't elemental in nature. My powers came from my mother and her mother before her, tracing all the way back to my great times a million grandmother, Honeysuckle." With a small smile, she reached up and touched the pendant that always hung around her neck. "Well, we can definitely rule out some kind of family lineage for the origin of my magic. I told her with a frown. My mother would probably have me committed if she knew I was still hanging on to my so-called imaginary friends, as she called them when I was young. I've never met a soul shepherd either, Holly said. I don't really know how that magic works. What does it feel like? I drew in a breath, trying to harness the anxieties into a string of words. Honestly, it feels like chaos right now. According to Lila, this soul magic has always been there, simmering under the surface. It explains why I've been able to see and communicate with ghosts. I've lived my whole life with one foot in the spirit world. I just didn't fully know the extent of it. Actually, I still don't think I fully know what I'm capable of. It's new and old all at the same time. But mostly it's scary right now. Like staring into a dark cave and not knowing what's inside. What if the power somehow takes over? A vision of Raymond flashed behind my eyes when I closed them, and I quickly snapped them back open. Holly reached out and placed a hand on my arm. Scarlet, I've had a lot of experience with magic, both light and dark. And you know what I've learned? It's not the magic that's good or bad. It's the heart of the one wielding it. And that's why I can sit here beside you and not feel a drop of fear or worry about what you might do or who you might become now that you've fully seen your power. You have a good heart, Scarlet. Nothing and no one can change that or take it away. As long as you follow it, you'll always find your way. You just have to trust yourself. Holly stopped for a moment, a faraway look on her face. There have been times when I thought life would be easier as a human. But in the end, I'm always reminded that because of my power, I have the ability to really help people. Why would I want to trade that? She paused, her mouth twisted into a thoughtful pout. I imagine it's the same with you and the ghosts. I'm sure there are times you wish they weren't always hanging around. But you have to look back and see how much good you've done, and how much you've been able to help, and the peace you've been able to bring about, all because of your gift, not in spite of it. I stared down at my hands. The nail polish I'd carefully applied prior to my trip was starting to chip and flake. In the end, it doesn't really matter what I want. I have to make the best of the cards I've been dealt. I just hope it doesn't eventually drag me over the line between this life and the next. Holly tilted her head. What do you mean? I came to Beechwood Harbor to start a real life, to put down some roots. And you have, Holly insisted. You have a thriving business, new friends, and you have Lucas. I went back to staring at my flaky polish. For now. You're afraid he's going to leave? I shrugged. Wouldn't you, if you were in his shoes? Dating a woman who spends 90% of her time talking to invisible people? I mean, come on. How much of that can I really expect him to take? And that's without even adding in the new complications this whole shepherd/reaper thing adds in. He won't leave. I peered up at her. At least not based on everything you've told me about it. I mean, Scarlet, let's face it. If weird stuff chased him off, you two would have parted ways a long time ago. That drew a laugh. True. You're going to figure it out, Holly said. And know you always have us here if things ever get out of hand in Ghostville. I laughed. Thanks. I just might take you up on that offer. Listen, she said, straightening. We're ordering pizza for dinner tonight. Do you want to stay? I know Posey would love to see you again. I glanced at my watch and then shook my head. Thanks, but I really can't. I have a ton of catch-up to do at the shop to get ready for tomorrow. All right. Let me walk you out. We left the sitting room and rounded the corner into the foyer. Holly opened the front door, and I stepped out onto the porch. Thanks for listening, I told her. Anytime. I mean it. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Give everyone my best? I will. Thanks again. I raised a hand and waved before starting down the steps. Scarlet, Holly called. Yeah. It's all going to work out, she said. I promise. My nose burned, and I swallowed the lump that suddenly appeared in my throat. Thanks. She smiled again and waved one final time before slipping back inside. Her words stayed with me as I walked down the hill and back through town to my shop. I'd never had friends who could fully understand me. Anyone who tried to get close would always be held back from a huge portion of my life. Even my family wasn't able to see who I really was, at least not entirely. But with Holly, It was different. She could see all sides of me and embraced them. And knowing she had some serious magical firepower if things went sideways didn't hurt either. Now it was time to reveal the newest part of myself to the other person who mattered the most to me. I could only hope he would be as understanding. Chapter 20. It was 10:30 by the time I finished my inventory counts and put in the order for the upcoming week. It was normally a task I could complete in under 2 hours, but my distracted mind wasn't cooperating. Every few minutes, my brain broke free of the tethers I'd attempted to secure around it and went racing down all kinds of rabbit trails. The printer whirred into life and spat out the order confirmation, and I glanced around the top of my desk for the proper 3-ring binder. Frowning, I set the stack of paperwork down and went to look on the bookshelf beside my workspace. Aha! I tugged the black binder from the shelf, and something fell to the floor. I squatted down, and then laughed out loud. There, tangled with a stray paperclip, was the compass necklace I'd misplaced right before my trip. "How did you get down here?" I asked the necklace before slipping it over my head. I slipped the paperwork into the right section of the binder and put it back on the shelf. There wasn't anything left to do in the office, but a part of me dreaded going back upstairs alone. I stalled a little longer, but then gave in to my rumbling stomach and hit the lights. A knock sounded as I opened the door that concealed the staircase to the upper level that housed my small one-bedroom apartment. Frowning, I closed the door and went out front to see who was at the door. That was one perk of having the ghosts around, built-in security. I always knew who was waiting on the other side of any door. I kept a baseball bat behind the counter and was about to grab it when I realized it was Lucas standing at the front door of the shop, a bouquet of flowers in his hands. He smiled when he saw me and raised a hand to wave. I hurried forward and fumbled with the lock before pulling the door open. "Lucas? Oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in LA? "Hey, I'm a free agent now. I don't have to be anywhere," he teased. "I changed my flight. I wanted to see you." My heart fluttered. "We just saw each other yesterday morning." He laughed. "I know." "Come in," I said, beckoning him inside before gesturing at my outfit. I wore a pair of leggings and a ratty t-shirt from a concert I'd gone to in my high school days. "I'm a total mess. I've been down here working half the night. You look beautiful, as always." He leaned down and kissed me before offering the flowers. "I guess it's a little redundant bringing you flowers when you're surrounded by them 24/7. But these ones caught my eye at the shop next door to the cafe I stopped at to get some coffee before heading out of Seattle." "When did you land?" I asked, hoping he hadn't spent all day flying only to turn around and drive 3 hours from SeaTac to Beechwood Harbor. "I took a red-eye last night," he said. "I landed this morning, crashed at a hotel in Seattle for a few hours before grabbing a rental car and driving out here. I'm just glad you're still awake." "Why didn't you call?" "Where's the fun in that?" he asked. "Seriously, Lucas, what's going on? Is everything okay?" He nodded and took my hand. "We need to talk, and I wanted to do it in person." My stomach sank. Did anything good ever follow a conversation starter like that? "Okay, well, let's go upstairs then." Lucas waited for me to lock up the front of the shop and then followed me up to my apartment. He shrugged out of his jacket and put it on the back of one of my mismatched dining room chairs. Moving toward the kitchen, I started to unwrap the pink cellophane encasing the long stems. Most of my vases were downstairs, but I kept an assortment in an otherwise unused kitchen cabinet and had a feeling one of them would be tall enough to contain the sunny buds. "Let me put these in some water. Are you hungry? The pizza place is still open. We could have it delivered." "I had a sandwich on the way," he replied. "I'll take a beer, though, if you have anything." I smiled, remembering that one of the first things we'd bonded over was my love of fancy craft brews. "I might have something you'd like." He sat in the chair he'd draped his coat over and crossed one ankle to the opposite knee, making himself comfortable. "How was the flight?" I asked, arranging the flowers in the vase I'd pulled from the cabinet. "Slept most of the way, so I'm thinking nothing too eventful went on." I took a step back and assessed the flowers. I'd wait to add some greens the next day. They were good enough for the time being. Satisfied, I crossed to set them on the table and then tracked back to get a pair of beer bottles from the fridge. He smiled when I handed him the bottle. "You found your necklace." I reached up and touched the delicate pendant. "Just now, yeah, it was down in my office for some reason." "I'm glad you found it." I joined him at the table and swigged the beer, my mouth suddenly dry. Lucas, what's going on? I don't think I can do the small talk thing right now. Well, I'm hoping it's good news, he said. When I found out I was being fired, I called an industry headhunter and let them know I was looking for a new position. I didn't really know what to expect, but things happened fast, and yesterday, after you left, I had a video call interview with an international security firm. They liked what I had to say and offered me a contract on the spot. Are you serious? He chuckled. That was my reaction, too. Did you take it? Well, not officially. I asked for a day to think it over, but I'm leaning toward saying yes. The pay and benefits are great. I'd still have the option to travel, as they have offices all over London, New York, Seattle, Madrid. Wait, did you just say Seattle? Lucas grinned. If I take the job, it would be my home office. I blinked a few times as the pieces moved into place. So what do you think? I'm... Words failed, and I felt the smile crumple on my face. Scarlett, if it's too much too soon, I understand. No, it's not that. It's just... There's something you need to know. I don't want you making such a huge leap until you know the whole situation. Lucas frowned, confusion in his eyes. What do you mean? I swallowed hard. My tongue still dry despite the half a beer I'd just drunk. Before I left New Orleans, I went to see Lila. I had questions about something I saw at the St. Charles property. Ghost stuff? He asked. I nodded slowly. Lucas, I figured out the reason why I'm able to see and speak with ghosts. His eyebrows lifted a hair. I pressed on. Lila has some kind of divining power. She did some kind of reading and told me that I have soul magic. Lucas choked on a sip of beer. You what? I'm a soul shepherd, I replied through a wince. And what is that, some kind of fairy? I drew in a steady breath. Soul magic is the force that binds me to the spirit world, the reason I can see ghosts. It's rare. To be honest, I'd never heard about it before meeting Lila. I'm still figuring it all out, but what I do know is that it gives me a measured amount of control over the force of life and death, which in and of itself is a type of magic. My job is to get souls from one plane to the next. If I were to study and practice, I could eventually... I broke off. The next part was the one I couldn't fully wrap my own head around. How could I honestly expect anyone else to understand? Eventually what? I could eventually help people move from death to the other world, skipping the ghost phase altogether. Like a... reaper. Lucas's coloring changed, his tanned skin going pale. For a long moment, neither of us said a word. I don't think either of us even took a breath. The word just hung there. Reaper. My skin felt ready to crawl off my body, and I jumped from the chair. I understand if you want to run out that door and never look back. Hell, I want to run out the door and never look back. Unfortunately, I don't have the option of escape. Dealing with ghosts is one thing, but this... I don't know where this road leads. Lucas snagged my hand as I paced and reeled me into his lap. It doesn't change how I feel, Scarlett. You have more information now, and that's got to be a good thing, right? I shook my head in disbelief. But it's all a mess. I'm a mess. You're telling me you want to move closer to the impending explosion. He chuckled. Babe, you're a woman, not a grenade. Well, maybe not, but that's how it feels. My life has never been normal. But now someone pulled the pin, and at any moment, every last shred of normalcy could be blown sky high. All the more reason you need someone here to have your back, wouldn't you say? Lucas. Come on, Scarlett. I thought this would be good news. You're almost making it seem like you don't want me to come to Seattle. No, it's not that. I'm happy, of course. But I worry that you're making a mistake. You're packing up your whole life and moving... For me? To be fair, it's 99% packed as it is, he teased. Curse of living on the road. You know what I mean. I replied, frowning at him before lowering my gaze to his shoulders. There are a million women out there who would throw themselves at you. You know, non-ghost seeing types of women. As long as you're with me, things are never going to be normal. Hey, normal is overrated anyway, right? He replied with a chuckle. Lucas, baby, look at me. He placed his fingers gently on my chin and locked his eyes with mine. Whatever's coming next, you can count me in for the ride. I smiled so hard the tears I'd held back broke free at the pinched corners of my eyes. I'm going to do my best to make sure you never regret tagging along. Lucas returned my smile, warming me through and through. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.